Sup kids, who here has never dreamed of doing nothing, but at the same time having everything. Having the body, the waifus, the money. But all of that comes at a price, right, my dude? To have the body, you gotta train. To have money, you gotta work. To have the waifu, you gotta have money. It's a vicious cycle. Unless you could be everywhere at once doing everything, or actually, you're not anywhere at all, you're just sitting there reaping the rewards. Including in the most important part of this society, the dungeons. But our boy's life wasn't always like this, my dudes. In fact, he never had time to do everything he needed. You gotta study to get a good job, but then you gotta work to pay the bills, and then you also gotta eat. How do you take care of your health? How do you enjoy life? Especially when he's a little gamer who loves a bit of lol, likes to travel, wants to hang out with friends, and also, right guys, wants some action. But it ain't easy, especially since our boy is currently this chubby dude here. Second year of college, this is Zhang. He's in the middle of a presentation where a Rank Hunter Part 1 is greeting everyone in the 10th episode of the Awakened program. In this world, everyone who comes into contact with mana can be forcibly awakened. And that's what happens in this program. They kind of force your natural talent to come out. Just like in solo leveling, right dude? The stronger your talent, the better your life. There's a guy over there saying for him to enter the portal so he'll be taken to the world where his talent awakens. He shows up in this giant bunker. Man, there's already a waifu over there awakening some crazy fire ability. Some dudes are already rushing in, desperately asking her to join their guild. You can tell, right? Whoever has good talent gets offers right away. Then this dude shows up and asks our protagonist, "You alright, man?" He says, "Not really. Whatever, just tell me what the talent is." "Hold on, I'll check here." He opens the little window and is shocked at how trash this damn kid is. But he says, "Whatever. What matters is your talent." His talent, cloning level 1, summoning ability, consumes energy to summon an identical replica of the summoner. The number of summons increases with level. You'll always be connected to your clone. Max summons, 1 with a 24-hour cooldown. He's already wondering, could I use this in daily life? The dude comes back and asks him what the stats are, and he says, "Not very good, man." "Okay, whatever, tell us your skill." "It's cloning." The guy makes a face like, "Egg. Kinda meh." Our protagonist goes, "Wait, isn't that good? What's up?" The guy says lots of people already awaken cloning ability, but it's always like a ghost, something that doesn't interact with the real world. Our boy thinks, "My technique doesn't seem ghost-like, right?" While the guy tries to console him like, "Well, at least you awakened something, right, you fat loser? Better than nothing." Then a guy in the back throws a punch in the air. Everyone turns to look. The dude says, "Go on, show your skills so everyone can see." But our boy, he's antisocial, man. Seeing that a bunch of people are going to be watching, asking for explanations, sheesh, he already wants to leave. He goes through a routine check and the guy says he has a 73% chance of having 1 or more abilities later. So he's going home now with his awakened bracelet, man. In his apartment, he's staring at his PCs. The bastard is a macro user, He leaves programs running that play games by themselves, then he gets items and sells them for real money. That's how he makes a living. It's not much, but it's dishonest work. The problem is that it seems like the games where he uses those programs are kinda dying, right? So now he'll have to make a new program. It's not easy. Until he says, "Man, I'll use this damn thing. Let's see what's up with this trip." He starts to concentrate, already getting the little aura going. Boom, goes for the big clone, man. The thing comes out of his belly. This clone's gonna be a chubby one. Explosion, smoke, and it comes out. Whoa, man, just like that, huh? Came out with no clothes on. Our boy's left speechless and asks, "Are you a clone?" The clone talks, man, and says, "Yes." He says, "Can I touch your skin?" "Yes, master." He pokes the shoulder. "Damn, this thing's realistic. Feels real, Hold up, put some clothes on, you damn clone." He asks, "All I have to do is give an order." The clone says, "Yes, man." "Squat," and the clone squats. Then he thinks, "Stand up," and the clone stands. So yeah, it listens to thoughts. And now squat and stand 1,000 times, and the clones are struggling, already sweating. The clone's stamina seems to be the same as his. He gets a message from a friend asking if he awakened. He says he did. The friend goes, "Bet you awakened some trash skill, you fat bastard." He replies, "Yeah, that's what happened, asshole." But that's when he gets a notification. His stamina increased by 0.001 without him doing anything. But the story now tells us about the Jumper George Lucas, man. What a wild title. An S rank, the first to clear the so-called Odin Tower dungeon. His secretary walks in and says, "Hey Jumper, 80% of the population has awakened already. Okay, And he goes, how long until 100%? She says it'll take 5 years at most, and by then everyone will have awakened. He says, so it won't take long. Huh, does that mean when everyone awakens something crazy's gonna happen? I don't know, but George Lucas, the jumper, knows. Then we see our boy, right, probably the clone running. I mean, come on, you think that lazy chubby dude is out there running. Old men at the bench. Man, and there's that crazy dude again. Yeah, man, I see him, comes here every day and runs till sunset. An old lady walks up, my boy, want a water bottle? Here, take this before you drink. But the guy just frowns and walks off fast. Back home, he's weighing himself and the kid already lost 20 kilos in 1 month while eating double. Man, this is the life. His stats are still going up. Stamina plus 0.1, reflex plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1. Everything's rising. Our boy already figured out a few things about his clones. First, the clone's pain and exhaustion don't affect him at all. Second, if you push the clone too hard or it runs out of energy, it disappears, turns into smoke. Third, the clone changes appearance along with him, you know. As he gets in shape, the clone does too. Also, even from really far away, he can give it commands just by thinking. And lastly, it's impossible for a clone to use a clone. Otherwise, it would bug out the world. He starts browsing the Awakened status site to check info. The status a human has at level 1 is the maximum they'll ever have, unless they awaken. Makes sense. Most people only have basic stats, right? Like strength and speed. But there are a bunch of hidden stats like regeneration and mentality that can only be awakened. Nobody really knows how. What people do know is that even if you train hard every day, you'll gain like 0.01, you know? It's not something that goes up easily. Unless, of course, you're a bastard who leaves the clone working nearly 24 hours a day. Our boy, who's a Subum fan, is already thinking about joining a gym. And just like the game characters are controlled while he's the brain behind everything, now he's gonna be the brain behind the clones. The bad part is he's broke as hell. The guy's got $700 in the bank, and that's it. For someone living alone, he's screwed. Especially since he has to eat double now, because the clones burn through a lot of energy. Seeing that his in-game gigs aren't going so well, he starts thinking, can I get someone to work for me? The problem is, a lot of jobs are complicated, until he finds some shady guy trying to exploit people. Crazy Monkey Logistics Center. You just show up and carry boxes. Simple job, don't ask much, and you're already making money, man. Our boy goes, oh perfect, I'm gonna be a slave. I mean, not really, right? Cause you know what he's gonna do. He calls, hey, got an opening for me? I wanna work. The guy says, yeah, sure, come over. He replies, okay, I'll go tomorrow. No, you're coming today. Damn fine then. Slave-ass job. He finds it kinda sketchy, but hey, it's what's available. He already arrives at the company with his cousin brother, right? Who's actually the sneaky clone. He gives him instructions. Yo clone, just answer with simple words, don't talk too much to anyone, and your name is John Dong. Got it. The clone agrees. Then this old guy shows up like, what are you doing here? Turns out it's some guy named Deokchil, someone he knew. Dude's shocked. Like, how much weight has this bastard already lost? And instead of helping, the guy says he'll take him to the office to give his documents and stuff. Our boy's nervous, but the clone seems emotionless, man. Doesn't care about anything. But working life isn't easy, man. 2 hours carrying boxes and he's already destroyed. Meanwhile, the cloneman is unstoppable, right bro? The guys are getting freaked out. Man, this kid works. Sometime later, the clone is just staring at him, man, his soul already leaving his body. Until Deokchil comes over and hands him a Pepsi Twist. He praises Gyondo, which is actually the clone's name, and tells our boy, you look wrecked. Dude, are you tired? He says, man, this is rough. How do you live like this, bro? The guy even compliments both of them, saying most rookies run away by now. Then the guy asks our protagonist, what university do you go to, you sneaky brat? He says he studies at some place called Gyeongdo-guk. The old guy goes, that's a crazy tough university to get into. Our protagonist, a clever little bastard, says he didn't even study much and got an easy. The guy's like, damn, you passed? Then I've got a little idea. How about a second part-time job? Our protagonist's like, another job? What kind? He says, instead of suffering here like a loser, since clearly you can't handle it, how about being my daughter's tutor? Woo is gonna send the clone, no way, right? Now the real one's going in person, huh? He's kinda antisocial and not really into it, but for someone who needs money, man, he'll take whatever. Especially since the guy's paying $200 an hour. So yeah, easy money, just teaching doesn't even tire him out, sweet deal. Best part is, after one workday, he's gaining stats across the board. Having two bodies training is a huge advantage. The only downside is the clone is a damn food monster. The next morning, he wakes up totally wrecked after the workday. He got some stats and already tells the clone to come home. Looks like he left it working all night. This is basically slavery now. He says his iradakamasu, and the little clone shows up all tired. Yo clone, go take a shower, change clothes. The clone isn't even done before he goes, alright, what's next? Give him your hand, dummy. He pulls out a big old needle. What's he gonna do? Gives it a little poke, some blood comes out. Huh, normal. He did that because that hunter's site said to unlock the regeneration stat, you gotta injure yourself and let the wound heal naturally. You keep doing it over and over until someday it unlocks. Pure RNG, man. Being a good boss, he tells the clone, eat ramen, train, work, do nothing else. Ah, and take this phone too. With that, he's already set on going to the gym. On the way there, boom, this big ugly buff guy grabs him. Yo, you bastard, Jaeyoung-do. The guy says he didn't even recognize it was the protagonist, right? He lost all that weight, you sly dog. I'm working out now, you hear? I'm gonna be the next Subum. The chubby one goes, oh, you wanna be Subum? I wanna be Ramon. So the two troublemakers head to a gym that supposedly had a hot female trainer. But nope, bro. It's just a bunch of jacked dudes eating chicken. The trainer shows up and our protagonist asks him to teach him all the exercises. Cause, you know, for the clone to do it, he's gotta learn it first. So the first time's gotta be the real one. While he's there lifting his little 2-kilo weights, his friend's already lifting tons, showing off. Oh, look at me. This is my first time. Damn, you're strong for real, huh? Our boy looks over. Sheesh. No wonder this guy said he awakened 2 abilities. One of them's gotta be strength. The phone he left with the clone is one he used for gaming. His own phone rings, right? That old guy calls him to come give the lesson, man. When he gets there, he hears through the door that there's an argument going on. The girl doesn't want to study, she's going off on her dad, and suddenly, boom, the door gets flung open right into our boy's face, totally wrecked. He falls on the ground like a fool, all crook, but from a distance, he sees a little waifu. Already sitting there, all awkward, he asks, are you Miss Haeyeon? She says yes. Her mom says that earlier she didn't want to study at all, but apparently as soon as he walked in, she was totally cured, and suddenly wants to hit the books. She's blushing, doesn't want him to know she was yelling. But our boy, he's straight to the point. He's like, show me your grades. I want to see the disaster I'm gonna have to fix. Man, the girl only gets 6 and 5 SID, like he's seen worse, but still, kinda dumb. The parents are there like, I don't know anything right. The dad's already out the door like no way he's dealing with this. She's kind of shy, head down. Our protagonist is like, well, whatever. I'm getting paid to teach. That's the deal, man. Alright then. I didn't get a good score on my aptitude test either. She perks up. Time to start the little lesson. He steps out afterwards, sighing. Woo, this is gonna be a long road. Oh, but it seems like she actually studied a bit, huh? Usually in an anime, the girls asking for a tutor don't want to learn at all. He goes back home, assuming his other clone is still out working. The problem is communicating with the clone. Even though he can give commands mentally, he has no idea what's going on, you know? He needs to call the clone and talk, which means he'd need a phone for each one. But that's a hassle too. So he visits the hunter's website to check out some skill scrolls. But man, those things are expensive. There's one ability that lets you share senses with your creature. So like he'd be able to see through his summon and know exactly where it is. But it costs 100 million. So yeah, that's not happening. Or there's a telepathy skill that lets you talk to your clones from far away, not just give commands. But that one costs 400 million. It's rough, man. Living in a rental, he says it's easier to buy a house than buy one of these skills. And he starts thinking, damn, do hunters really make that much money that they can afford these things? Meanwhile, I've got 500 bucks in the bank. He crashes onto the bed wondering, should I become a hunter? The news is all about hunters buying mansions, millionaires, the richest people out there. He jumps up like, you know what? I'm not gonna leave my clones stuck doing manual labor. That'd be a waste. Let's try to become a hunter. And boom, he unlocks the vitality stat. They give that little lore dump. Portals appeared, monsters came out, and humanity was nearly wiped out. That's when hunters started to appear, and bit by bit, humanity started winning the war. Now the world's a safe place, but he's thinking it might not stay safe for long, judging by what that jumper guy was saying. After learning a bit about the hunter business, he heads to the association. He awakened the vitality stat and feels great, even when sleeping less, you know. He thinks it's weird. Inside the association, man, you've got dudes buying swords, guys carrying Glocks, Indiana Jones types, just a bunch of wild folks. Little warrior chick shows up saying the test's gonna be in basement level 1. You've got 20 minutes. Go, man. He walks into the room like, excuse me, and man, everyone's giving him this stare like you think anyone's smiling in here. Then a huge hand comes through the door. Big Mac's enemy has arrived, a classy hunter who'll be supervising the test. He explains that it's simple, a written test and then a practical aptitude test, and they don't go easy on cheaters. This whole hunter exam vibe really feels like Hunter x Hunter, man. I miss it. The next chapter starts with a guy who apparently works for an agency that hires hunters, and things aren't looking too good over there. He's heading over to the place where he did the hunter test. Over there, our protagonist just received his rank F. Man, I thought he was gonna be all upset, but he's actually happy he at least got his license, you know. The questions weren't that hard, and the practical test was just hitting a target with a Glock and then answering some stuff. The only thing he finds weird is like, being a hunter is something where you risk your life. So why was it so easy? It's like the government wants everyone to become hunters. He's starting to smell something fishy. Outside, the agency folks are already hanging around like, hey, what rank are you, punk? Come work for us. Except, yeah, no one talks to our boy. Until some dude shows up like, hey, congrats on passing, and hands him a card. JM Agency from CEO Kang Jomo. Turns out the guy was just there advertised saying that if he ever needs items, access to a dungeon, whatever, they'll help him out for a small fee. Our protagonist gives the old arigato gozaimasu, thanks man. But just then, boom, his cloning ability levels up to level 2, man. Now we're talking. He can summon 2 crazy fools at the same time. The guy was about to go into his little sales pitch. So our agency is very boom, he's already gone. Reach out to me any? Oh, he left. Dude's like, man, no one cares about me. Back at his apartment, our boy's like, ha ha ha. Cloning is the best. Already summoned 2 clones, laughing like a maniac. He's still holding the card, thinking now we're ready to become a hunter. Let's go. In the car, that poor guy who was handing out business cards, hoping at least one person will call them. Seems like there's some shady stuff going on in the guild this guy works for. He hands someone a list of items and the selling prices, but everything's way underpriced. An item that should be sold for 5 million is listed for 2,400. Our protagonist's like, hey, isn't that number wrong? But the other guy, clearly more experienced, goes, bro, you gotta be sharp. You've been here long enough, right? Yikes, man. What's he gonna do? Looks like that guy is his superior. While he's suffering in the car, the phone rings. Whoop, Junmo speaking, who's this? Of course, it's our guy wanting to ask a few things. He invites him for a quick chat. Our boy wants a safe place where even a newbie can hunt. The guy says, okay, sure, but what's your ability? He says cloning, right? The guy thinks again that it's one of those useless illusion clones that don't do anything. If that's the case, this kid's worthless. But out loud he says, wow, your skill is amazing, my boy. Here's your contract. He recommends the slime hunting ground, a place with non-aggressive, low-risk creatures. At worst, they release a few poisonous gases and liquids. The catch is you need protective gear, which can't be worn for too long. So it's not a place where you can hunt for extended periods. Our protagonist says, no problem. The guy also says another good spot is the Horned Rabbits. It's one of the few zones with a security barrier, so yeah, safe for beginners. There are some other easy spots too, but the guy only guarantees our boy's safety in those 2. Our protagonist skims the contract and says it's perfect. He accepts. The guy's like, all right then. Okay, so tell me, which one do you want to go hunt in? Then suddenly this guy pops in from the side. Man, I don't even know who's who in this mess. I think he's the one in yellow who spoke up. We want to hunt in both, or maybe he's neither of them. Now I'm confused. I'm just like the guy there, staring, dumbfounded. He remembers once meeting a ninja samurai type guy with clones. But man, those clones were just auras. They didn't do anything. The creatures could stab through them, and nothing happened. They weren't clones for fighting directly, but they were good at distracting monsters. What's in front of him now is completely different, man. The clone checked the contract, communicated with him, even drank coffee. He never heard of a clone like that. He even asked the protagonist, hold on, you 2 are twins, right? Our boy starts laughing. You could say that, but this guy here is my clone. You might confuse him for someone else, but this guy's mine. There's another one of us at the gym. The guy goes, wait, your clones are at the gym getting stronger? He's like, yeah, when my clone gets stronger, I get stronger too. I could even increase my stats. The guy starts thinking, man, that's insane. That's not the skill of some mere rank F hunter. This kid has real potential. Our boy's not wasting time. He goes, I got a question. Is there any issue with me being in multiple places hunting at the same time? He's a bit embarrassed. Come on, man. The guy says he'll talk to the association to set up a special adjustment, but for that, he'll need to scan his bracelet and demonstrate his ability. They agree to meet at the Hunter Center in 2 days. The guy's already pumped, eager to work with our prota. He knows he can make money off him. 2 days pass, they meet up and head to the association to sort it out. The receptionist is like, so you're requesting dual access to hunting grounds. Our protagonist says yeah, but he only has one ID bracelet. After checking the records, the guy hands him a pile of books. This is a very specific case. You'll need to do some tests and show your skills to get this permission. He had sort of dismissed one of his clones earlier, and now he's summoning it again. In front of the woman doing the assessment, he summons the clone, naked of course. Yeah, maybe should have thought that through. But with that, he finally gets the special access to be in multiple dungeons at once. The dude's talking, complimenting him, saying he has an unprecedented ability, without realizing he's talking to the clone. Our protagonist even feels a little awkward. Yeah, I'm heading out. The guy asks, so you ready to hunt? He says yes, he's going hunting today. The guy then asks, why is your clone always wearing a mask? He says it's because a lot of people are taking interest in him. And just above them, watching, there's someone saying, ah, turns out it's Junmo, the boss of the guy who hired our protagonist. Uh-oh, we're about to dive into some shady business. The dude jumps down from up top, lands on the ground, greets the guy who is talking to our protagonist, who now looks all uncomfortable. Our boy recognizes him. He's the master of the Haisong Guild. The guy is Shin Haisong. He immediately asks, who's this kid? Junmo, the one who hired the prota, says, he's the new hunter. He looks at our boy's body and goes, Tech, you're rank F. Our boy just stays silent. The guy starts laughing at Junmo, saying that he used to supervise rank C and D hunters, and now look at him, stuck with an F rank loser, starts laughing like he's watching a clown show. Junmo seems a little irritated, but our protagonist doesn't care, man. He just stands there. The guy stares him down. What? You got something to say? All graceful, our protagonist replies, nah man, an honor to meet the master of the country's top guild. The guy nods. Hemph, you've got good eyes, kid. At least you got some sense. But our protagonist decides to mess with him a little. You're number 1 in the dungeon monopoly. The guy who restricts hunting grounds the most. Also the one who holds back the most on payouts. I can't believe someone like you is here with me. The guy's like, you've got guts, huh, you little punk. He stares him down hard. If you're that good, let's see your abilities then. Show me something. Already trying to drag him into something. Just then, some guy comes running in. Sir, help. Something's going down. The guy has to leave to handle it, but he turns to our protagonist and asks, what's your name, kid? Our boy just roasts him. Figure it out yourself, clown. And he walks off. Good luck, Junmo. The guy thanks the protagonist for kind of getting involved. Looks like there's some beef between the Haisong Guild and the GM agency the guy works for. And online, there are tons of comments saying GM is trash, right? The guy asks, why did you want to join us, kid? Our protagonist says their payout rate is really good, an 8-2 cut. The guy laughs a little. Haha, sure. They all know there's shitty stuff going on. Just look at his face like, oh, arigato. Meanwhile, at the gym, someone's bleeding from the hand from lifting weights so hard. Dude, look at those legs. The trainer's biting his nails. Man, this is already crazy. Even a girl says, isn't that dangerous? He says he tried to talk to him, but the guy doesn't respond, just keeps training. The clone gets a message from the protagonist. Take a shower and wait in front of the gym at 4 p.m. When the training finally stops, everyone at the gym breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, the lunatic left. Then see our protagonist roasting in the slime field, whacking, smashing, sucking up stuff. That's the grind. Later, he comes out and the guy asks, how was it, kid? Egg, it was alright, just like really hard to breathe in there. The guy says that's just how it is, and that's why barely any hunters go to that place. You can already see the gloves are corroded. It's not exactly safe. He says that with good gear, the protagonist could last about 6 hours. But our boy, he's lazy. Man, I can't even handle this for 2 hours, let alone 6. But what about number 2? Of course, bro, mask up, boots on, gloves ready, let's go, my boy. He turns to the guy. How about the horned rabbit field now? All right then, I'll send number 1. Wait, I did get number 1. Back at the gym, core number 1 is still waiting. It's like he's a mom collecting her kids across town. On the way to the dungeon, protagonist asks, "You didn't buy any more weapons? What do you think?" The guy says not to worry, they sell stuff right there for use in that dungeon. Eventually, he'll be able to buy his own. When they get there, our protagonist's amazed. It's huge, way bigger than the slime field. The guy explains that this is where the famous monster invasion happened. Normally, portals are disconnected from reality. You can only hunt inside them. But in rare cases, monsters pour out and turn the real world into a battlefield. That happened here 5 years ago. But back then, most of the strong creatures were wiped out. What's left now are just weaklings, which is why it became the horned rabbit hunting ground. Protagonist walks into a store that looks like your typical American shop, eggs, pistols, ammo, night vision. "Here you go, kid." The total? Just 700,000. He's like, "That's a bit much, isn't it?" Judmo says it's fine. If he manages to hunt the horned rabbits, he'll cover it. So they enter the hunting field, which is literally like a shooting range. Everyone's sitting there, grabbing their little sniper rifles, aiming and firing. Of course, staying there too long is hard because of the loud gunfire. You'll end up going deaf. Protagonist says, "Don't worry, I only missed 3 shots on the test." The guy's like, "Dude, you missed 3 with the target right in front of you. Imagine now." But he's feeling confident. "Sorry, horned rabbits." Black guy eagle eyes. He spots one, aims at the big bunny, takes a shot. Headshot. Will it land? Some time passes, he's already worn out. Didn't land a single bullet. The rabbits seem to have superhuman reflexes. The second he fires, they move and dodge the shot. It's insane. He's been left behind, heck, even the agent bailed. Exhausted, he tells Clone 1 to stay there. "Every time you have a shot, send me a message with number 1. Also, if you run out of bullets, call me. I want to head home for now." Already under the blanket, he's getting a bunch of notifications. Your mana increased, and his stats are going up. But man, seeing how hard it was to hunt horned rabbits, he knows he's still got a long way to go. He falls asleep thinking, hope number 1 at least manages to catch one horned rabbit. But man, by 4 in the morning, how's his phone? 46 unread messages. The next morning, Junmo gets a message asking if that JM agency is the one that Sang Woo, our prota, belongs to. He replies, "Yeah, that's the one." The guy on the other end goes, "You get to the slime field right now and stop that damned hunter." He's like, "What are you talking about?" The guy says, "This maniac's been hunting for more than 24 hours. He's lost his mind." So Junmo says he's on his way, desperate. Meanwhile, our protagonist wakes up, yawn, but a nice nap. Then he notices, what the heck are all these messages? Number 1 ran out of ammo. Wait, why are there so many messages? He's in shock. Over at the slime zone, look at how many barrels of slime he's filled. No one's ever filled this many in a single day. But look at the clone, he's coming out, delivering, already rushing to get back in. Junmo calls the protagonist, furious, "You bastard. Your clone filled every container in 1 day. People are being called in just to collect all of this. Make him stop hunting already." Our protagonist's like, "Hey, can those collectors come over to the horned rabbits too? I think there's a pile of corpses blocking the path." The NPCs standing nearby are all bugging out. "Dude, this is insane, isn't it? Yo, let's just steal one. No one's gonna notice." Was it really that guy who hunted everything by himself? Look at the clone. Dude's looking like a total Chad. Obviously, recruiters from other guilds are already showing up. "Hey, Mr. Hunter, come join the Biongsik Guild, alright? Here's my business card." But the clone doesn't speak or move at all, just stands there. The guy's like, "I gotta be patient." Talented people are always kind of weird. And nearby, a bunch of other recruiters are watching too. Yeah, he doesn't answer anyone. Too bad. Our protagonist shows up and hands over a bucket of ammo. "Keep hunting, you little punk. If the agent doesn't come, just deliver the corpses to him. Great work, number 1. Clone number 1 lights up with joy from the praise, grabs his M4, reloads, and gets back to work. Everyone's watching like, let's see how this madman hunts. Meanwhile, our protagonist's thinking he underestimated the power of his clones. What's weird is the clones only get 50% of his stats, so they shouldn't be able to do half as much. Maybe their efficiency is because they're like robots. Then stop. Until someone shouts, "Professor." Whoa, look who's there, asking what he's thinking about. Embarrassed, he says, "I was just thinking about you and your studies. How you've been improving, warrior." She says, "Liar, just tell me what you're really thinking." He says, "It's nothing big. I just went hunting and did better than expected." She gets up, shocked. "You're a hunter." He apologizes for not telling her before. She sits back down and says, if you're a hunter, then you probably know something about that gossip everyone's talking about today. He asks, what gossip? She says it's about the god of eagle eyes of Yijongsen. He's like, wait, who? She pulls out her phone. This guy right here, he's hunted over 200 rabbits on camera, and he's about to set a record. Only weird part is he doesn't talk to anyone, so people think he's cool and mysterious. Our boy is completely stunned. What the heck is going on? She then reveals that her dream is to become a hunter too. Protagonist asks, you're awakened. She says yes, she even has a license, but she's scared to go out to the fields. Maybe if she gets a good grade, he'll take her out hunting sometime. Protagonist says, that's easy. I'll take you. No problem. She's all happy. He adds, there are safe hunting zones too. She goes, come here, pinky promise, mister. And boom, she's all cheerful now. Don't back out later, asterisk, asterisk. Our protagonist just tells her to keep studying. When he leaves the room, her mom asks if the lesson went well. Our protagonist says yes, that she studied properly and is really talented. Behind the door, she hears everything and blushes. Then she throws herself on the bed saying she made a promise with the boy. All happy now, he's a hunter. Whoa, she's acting all cute. What's that in your hand, girl? Tell us. She's even got that fired up expression, huh? She's super eager to go hunting with our boy. Back at base, our guy is wondering whether the pile of rabbits has been collected yet. The guys are having to box up everything he killed. They ask him, where were you crazy punk? And he says he was doing tutoring to earn some extra cash. One guy goes, dude, explain something seriously. We've called multiple collection teams, but it's still not enough. This kid kills faster than we can gather. It's the first time they've ever had to call this many collection teams. Over 352 workers, asterisk, asterisk. Damn, man, how much are you killing? What even is this? One guy asks, did you check the payment I sent you, you bastard? He goes, oh, you sent it? Let me check it out. Wait, what the heck? They're 32 million, that's like 120,000 rias. That's it. He's rich now. No more crime. Our boy even asks, was I supposed to get this much? The guy says, yeah, he's been hunting so well they're even paying him a little extra. Our boy's emotional, but he remembers there's some shady stuff behind all this, right? Just then, a loudmouth shows up calling them. Whoa, man. Calm down, stop messing around. This bald guy with veins popping off his dome starts yelling at our boy, are you the manager of this bastard? Our manager asks, who are you, Carvo? He says he's a hunter whose prey was stolen. All the rabbits he was aiming at, this bastard snatched them. So now this guy screwed his hunt and has to pay for it. The manager's sweating a bit, then tells our protagonist, well, this might cause a problem. Our protagonist, confused, I didn't think something like this would happen. Then he thinks for a sec and gets an idea. Carvo glares at him. Well, I have principles. Hand over 10% of everything you earned. Our protagonist laughs. Carvo gets pissed. But the guy says, this buddy right here won't be hunting for a few days anyway, so relax. He's about to head out for coffee with the manager, but Carvo's not having it. He walks up and throws a punch at number one. Right then, say one and go. Punch lands right in the face. Whoa, he actually took the hit. I thought he'd dodge or something. Oh crap. He flew and bounced off the wall, bleeding all over. The guy's like, damn, I didn't even hit that hard. Our protagonist's like, what the hell? Pulls out his phone and records. Dude, what a scumbag move. Violence in a sacred hunting ground. This cannot be exposed. The guy looks around, nervous. No. Protagonist all smug. Man, if this video ends up online, your hunter career. Yeah, good luck. Now the dude's awkward as hell. Grinding his teeth, he bolts. At the cafe, a protagonist talks to the manager, who says that guy was probably from the High Song Guild. Protagonist's surprised, fat guy from that guild. Manager says it's a big guild, so of course there's all kinds of people. Protagonist asks, how'd you know he was from that guild? Manager explains since the second he arrived, the guy was glaring at him. So if you have to be from the guild that hates him. That's why GM agency is struggling. Every time they recruit someone, the guys from High Song show up and cause problems and people end up leaving. So the manager warns him. He can't promise that High Song won't try more sabotage. Our boy says he's not backing down. He knew what he was getting into when he chose to side with the manager. That guy's sweating, man. He's clearly hiding something. I don't know, huh? That's when our protagonist says he has a plan to get really strong really fast. And he starts explaining it to the guy. Won't get to hear it. The bastard hides it from us. After he's done explaining, he asks, what do you think, you rascal? The guy goes, damn, that's wild, man. I never even thought of that. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Deal. They plan to meet at the hunter market. Is our boy already about to start spending money? He just got his first paycheck. At this so-called hunter market, the story tells us the place has been active since the beginning of the hunter era. But some big department store brand entered the space and took over most of the industry because they had everything a hunter could want. Our boy's already getting kitted out, armored ninja samurai look, all serious. He even grabs a sharp Tramontina blade and orders 2 more of the same set. The manager asks, "Didn't you say you wanted some familiar type skills?" Our protagonist nods but says he's not sure if he'll find any. So they go to a shop called Heritage. Fancy name. Inside's full of glowing orbs and our boy is eyeing a few of them. One of them, for example, a familiar. It lets the hunter share senses and vision with summoned creatures and pets, but it costs 129,000. He doesn't have that kind of cash. Protagonist looks at the manager. Well, if we deepen our partnership, that'd be good for both of us, right? The manager gets it right away. "You sneaky bastard. You want an advance, don't you?" He says he's not sure if he can, but he'll try to get him 50 million as a loan. Sheesh. If that's him not being able, imagine when he can. Our boy thanks him and says, please split it into 12 monthly payments, no interest if possible. He tells the guy not to worry. If things go as planned, he'll earn it all back soon. Back at home, he's learning how to activate the skill. But for someone with no mana, all you have to do is activate it while in contact with the orb. Man, the thing even came with a joystick. This world is modern and magical. He touches the orb, presses the little button. It lights up, explodes, and boom. What's going on? Here we go, the familiar skill is created. Details. Share senses with the chosen target. He's now all foggy and the orb disappears. But now it's time for the test. Number 1. Number 2. Get over here, you rascals. The boys show up looking like skinny bodyguards, but they're starting to look kind of cool, right? Our boy's about to test it. But first, flashback time. That chat with the manager. Protagonist asks him, what did you think of the hunt, huh? Manager said he was impressed. He's never seen anything like it. He says he didn't expect it either. After all, given his reaction time and dexterity as clones with half those stats, shouldn't be able to take down 300 rabbits while he couldn't even get one. He also reveals that when the clone was about to get punched, he told it to exaggerate the hit to fly back dramatically. And maybe the clone could have easily taken down that bald dude. Manager's like, hold on. You're telling me that even with low stats, the clone can control his body way better than a human. Protagonist gives a thumbs up. Exactly, you sneaky dog, and I'm gonna use that to my advantage. How? He explains, we'll need 2 locations, a training field to practice long and close-range combat. One clone's gonna train with a buff guy with the staff. The other one will train at the shooting range. Protagonist putting them both through the ringer. This dude's ready to run a company. Buff guy's like, wait, you already want to spar with me. And the gun guy, you want to use a pistol already. They're like, what's with this guy? But hey, it's him talking. Not only does he want to train, he wants to train the hard way. Clone 1's got the staves. Clone 2's packing heat. Let's go, man. It's training time. Veiny old guy charges forward while the pistol guy launches a target disc for aiming practice. One takes a shot to the hand and drops his weapon, while the target above gets shredded. Everyone's stunned, but the clones are chill. That's why protagonist said he needed the familiar skill. The guy's just like us, right? Why do you want a familiar skill anyway? What are you gonna do with shared vision with those troublemakers? Our protagonist says it's not just vision, it's for all the senses. Smell, touch, and any sensation that needs to be sensed. He says, now imagine I use my familiar ability while my clones are fighting or doing target practice. Boom, activate familiar. He'll be able to experience everything. The fighting distance, the way the clone analyzes and dodges, the angles, body balance, every single movement, the muscle flow, head positioning, even breathing, everything. And for the shooter, the aim, visual tracking, recoil control, everything needed to land a clean shot. As long as the clones train and he absorbs their training with a familiar ability, he'll level up faster, and that'll help them evolve faster too. He's already staring at his hand, man. Those sensations I just experienced. The air pressure as the staff swung past, or the smell of gunpowder and the force of the recoil, even the clone's fatigue comes back to him. But the most important thing, now that he's felt movements from a clone with the exact same body, he feels like he could easily mimic them himself. Pop-up window appears. Your strength has increased. Reaction speed increased. Our protagonist goes, all right then, today's for combat and shooting training. He connects to clone number 1 and activates the familiar skill. He's already in the clone's vision, who's face to face with the head instructor. Everyone around's like, wait, he just got here and he's already sparring with the top dog. No stalling, whap, 2 strikes come flying. Boom, another one. Clone already dodges sideways. Protagonist starts noticing the guy seems like he's reading the clone's movements. Then clone gives him that look and whips out a side attack that catches him off guard. Whoosh, wham. The guy's stunned. He realizes the strike he used on protagonist clone earlier just got copied. The guy swings, misses, clone sidesteps and counters with a stab right in the shoulder. Man, that would have hurt if it were a mashie. The guy falls over, all twisted, smoke coming out of him. He looks back, there's nowhere to run. Clone's about to finish it. But wait, it was all part of the dude's plan. With a flashy backflip ninja move, he surprises the clone and smacks his hand, knocking the weapon away. The Jones like, well, yeah, I mean, he's the coach. Our protagonist realizes the flaw in his plan. That hit to the clone's hand really hurt. Coach goes, that was dangerous, huh? You still want to keep going, punk? Protagonist asks, you good? Number 1? Number 1 doesn't waste time. He copies the coach's exact move and does the same jump around the back attack. Coach is like, no way you're pulling that off too. Copied. Face to face again. Let's go one more round, coach. Coach is actually grinning. He's loving this stick fight. All right then, kid. Protagonist sees this whole thing is working out great, so he switches over to clone number 2 for gun practice. One target gets blasted, and this random dude's like, babe, did you see that? I'm so good. The girl praises him, you're cool, but really it's clone 2 who's sniping everyone's targets. Protagonist just ignores the lovebirds. I'll focus on shooting for now. Another target's launched into the air, bam. He stretches his arm out, Desert Eagle in hand and locked in. Clone does a movement read. Soon as the target hits the sweet spot, boom, perfect shot. He's very precise, and protagonist soaking up every tiny bit of the clone's practice. He needs to steal everything his clones do to make the most of their stats. Only problem, back in his own body, he's exhausted. This constant swapping from number 1 to number 2 is leaving him dizzy. He sits on a bench to rest and starts to understand why. While he was inside the clone's body, he realized the clones have no fear of failure. They never hesitate. They just do the move with complete precision. So now he's curious to see what'll happen if he tries those movements himself. But then a little foot appears. Someone's staring and says, Professor, look how she finds our boy in the city. He asks, what are you doing out here so late, young lady? She says she was studying at the library. But our protagonist doesn't buy it. No way a girl who only gets 6 and more 6 was studying at this hour, and says she lies without even blinking. From the corner, there are some sketchy-looking guys watching. Oh no, man, it's Vini Baldi, the guy whose rabbits got stolen. And in a little flashback, Baldi got chewed out for letting Junmo off easy. Junmo being our protagonist's manager. Worse yet, it was filmed. The voice on the phone says, if that video leaks, you're out of the Haisong Guild. Got it? You're nothing but street trash. Click. Now angry Baldi's completely out of control, man. That's when the buff dude runs into him. They're talking and he tells him the whole story. Then suddenly from the corner, he sees our boy with his waifu. He says, that bastard's the one who recorded the video. Are you sure? I'm sure. He's fuming. Hold on, you sure that's the kid you're talking about? The one talking right now? She says, Professor, what are you doing sitting on this bench? He says he was exercising. That's when someone calls out, hey, my brother says he owes you something. Man, a whole crew rolls up to confront them. Waifu's already in shock. Professor, who are these people? He's like, I've never seen someone that fat. But in the background, he sees Vini Baldi and quickly calls out number 1 and number 2. He tries to play it cool. Can I help you, gentlemen? The guy already yells, don't play dumb. Fat guy says, relax, let's talk to the kid. So I heard you have a video of our friend here messing up. Is that true, little guy? Our boy's quiet. Delete the video and we'll leave peacefully. Protagonist asks, you're saying you'll let me go if I delete it? Yeah, of course. We don't like this job, it's exhausting. Protagonist, kind of clueless, extends his hand. But do I have any guarantee that if I delete it, you'll let me go? The guy starts losing patience, gives a smug little smile. You're not an idiot, are you? You know I'm not letting you off that easy. That's the price for filming that mess. Our protagonist's face goes serious. He tells the waifu, wait for the right moment, then run. But man, he's brave. Gets into fighting stance. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you guys, let's go. Deep Web Tarzan charges in along with Vini Baldi, fists flying. What's he gonna do? Dodges the first hit. Tarzan comes in with the elbow and grazes him, man. But then, bam, a big kick to the stomach. Our boy staggers from the impact and gets smacked right in the nose. Waifu's super worried. He's thrown back. Man's spitting out barbecue sauce now. Okay, that plan didn't work so well. That's when she starts doing her little magic tricks. She already summoned his son in her hand. You guys move aside or else. Whoa, protagonist looks up. He's being defended by his student waifu, and at the same time, she's shaking all over. Man, what a situation. Tarzan and Baldy are like, you're an awakened too. The buff guy goes, get out of here, losers. You scared of a high school girl? Hey fatso, what are you gonna do, kid? They're all smirking, laughing like jerks. She warns, don't come any closer. One of them keeps walking, she bites her lip, throws something. Hits the guy's stomach. What's gonna happen? It explodes. Where's the boy? Smokes everywhere. Holy crap, I thought he was done for. But nope, nothing happened. The bastard tanked it. He's like, nowadays being awakened is super common. Why'd you brag about it? Already coming in with a cheek slap incoming. Grow up, girl. But our boy's a total Chad. He takes the hit for her. He even roasts the guy. We're not done yet, you bastard. Hits him with a clean right hook explosion. Guy's shaken, his hands trembling. Waifu's amazed. Our boy wants to know what just happened. And so do I. But the guy backed off, man, smoke coming off him, but he came right back swinging. Yep, my friend, now you're gonna have to hold on until the clones arrive. Facing off with Vini Baldi coming at him, he starts thinking, I need to retrieve all of number one's memories. Not just the ones I observed, but everything he did. I need to watch his shoulder and react ahead of time. He dodges. Nice. Also, an attack isn't just swinging your arms. I need to use my legs and waist. He's already turning with his hips, shoulder coming from deep in the back. Bam, lands a clean punch to the jaw. But no time to celebrate. Tarzan's already charging too. Our protagonist realizes, this one's gonna hit. No way around it. So he goes into a full-on brawl. Takes a punch, but also throws one back. Chubby dude in the back's impressed. So you do know how to fight, huh, kid? I was holding back because I hate hitting someone who can't even throw a punch. Our boy's trying to keep his cool, but the pain from the last hit is catching up to him. He's starting to feel dizzy. He remembers the hit he took hurt like hell. This bastard definitely has some kind of strength stat. If that's the case, he can't afford to get hit. Chubbo comes charging like a mammoth. Whoa. He swings a reverse underarm hook. What the heck? Lands another one on the jaw. Protagonist already staggering. Guy goes for a grab. But our boy sidesteps and leaves his face wide open. He goes for another grab. Again, protagonist slips under and lands another one. Damn jaw of gold. Tarzan's done, lying on the floor. But right then, the buff guy's face starts turning dark, with stuff coming out of his head. His muscles start stiffening. He's looking robotic now. Our protagonist knows he has to dodge this, but the bald guy's grabbed his leg, man, and the other one the shoulder. How do you dodge that? Boom! Took a stomach-flattening blow. He's about to puke up everything he ate in the past 7 days. Down on the ground, can't even breathe right. But no time, another whip-like attack's coming down from above. An explosion goes off. What just happened? It's the enemy who's hurt now. Whoa, this waifu's fierce. She launched an explosion even though she burned herself doing it. Tarzan and Baldy go in to hit her. Are y'all crazy? Guess who shows up? Skinny bodyguards to the rescue. Chubba's starting to sweat but didn't notice our protagonist standing right beside him. He stands up. Now we can talk. Chubba goes in to hit him, but protagonist uses that technique he learned from Woodpecker Guy. Face to face. Jumps up. Lands a flying kick, bam. Dude's doing flips now. Baldy and company finally get wrecked, and as a result, a bunch of protagonists' stats go up. And of course, best part, another servant unlocked. But it was too much for our boy. He passes out on the floor. The clones and waifu come to the rescue. It was tough, but look at that smug little smile. Sometime later, they're walking through town. She says, I was really surprised to find out that the famous beginner hunter is your clone. Then in the background, she goes, hey, isn't that the famous eagle eye from Mount Ujangson? Our poor guy's a bit shy. Protagonist says, it's true, but don't tell anyone. She asks, what? Don't you want to be famous? He says it's dangerous. Things like that are going to keep happening. She says his secret's safe with her. They arrive in her house. She lets out a little sigh. Didn't want to leave, wanted to keep talking to our boy. Protagonist asks, you think you'll be able to hold a pen and study with that broken hand? She says it's fine. She writes with her left hand anyway. But in a sulky voice, she asks, wouldn't that reduce my homework though? He goes, wait, didn't you finish your work back in the study room? She gets embarrassed. What were you doing in there? But protagonist just hits her with a smile. Thanks. Caught her off guard, look how red she gets. He says he's sure he only won because she stopped the attack. Now she's feeling herself. Hey, I'm kind of important, aren't I? Then she tells protagonist, you owe me a thank you in the form of a dinner. He says, I'll treat you to a dolly. And that's it. The promise is made. They're making all kinds of promises, these two rascals. And with that, she leaves. Right behind them, two clones are standing there, man. Like a proper boss, he orders the employees. Hey, you rascals, you're my clones, not my shadows. Let's get back to work. But the clones reply, it's late, the training grounds are closed. So he squats down, all right, fine then, and hands a little stick to each. Train in the park. The weakest capitalist ever, man. 1 month later, whoa, how much has changed? Junmo asked our protagonist, so how are things going, you rascal? He says everything was a huge success. Now even our little protagonist can hit targets with a pistol. Plus his clone ability leveled up and he's unlocked the third one. Junmo's like, wait, every time you get another clone, you're gonna learn even faster. He says, yes man, just look at his stats. They shot up. His strength doubled. Protagonist says Junmo is gonna be surprised when he sees and of course already asks for a third hunting field. The guy's like, wait, you want 3 hunting fields? He's like, yeah, is it that hard? Junmo's like, chill, I'll get it. But when? Protagonist, tomorrow night. All right then, man. He sends 1 clone to train upper body, 1 to train legs, and the other to do cardio. Dude, this is the easiest way to get shredded. And all 3 of them better be back before midnight. And drop those weapons, you punks. Everyone heads out. On YouTube for hunters, protagonist is watching videos on how to hunt different monsters. And he starts to realize most of the stuff they teach, the clones already do. As long as it's physically possible for the clone to perform, once it sees the movement, it can replicate it. He starts planning how to hunt any monster in the most efficient way. He watches videos explaining attack patterns, how the monsters move their abilities, so the clones will have that knowledge and wreck them. The clones come back at noon after training all morning, while he just stayed on the PC. He tells the punks to go shower. They're all stinky. He's thinking how he's already analyzed giant rats, alien fish, horned rabbits. He's watched most of the rank F guides, and now he needs to test whether the clones can really hunt following the strategies he planned. Also, he's going to try hunting using the familiar ability. The bad part is the mana cost. Just using it a bit already drains him. But no time, man. Junmo calls, I'll be there in 10 minutes, bro. He tells the poor clones who just sat down to eat, let's go, my children. Yeah, there's no time. Junmo, seeing the group arrive, is like, man, your clones are looking dangerous. Protagonist's like, even I'm getting uncomfortable around these lunatics. But yeah, the 3 hunting sites are ready. Junmo says he got 3 locations that aren't too far from each other. And get this, I thought protagonist was going too, but nope. He just drops the kids off at daycare. You're not coming. Even Junmo is surprised. Protagonist goes, I have to practice my familiar ability, man. Plus, he has to work on his mana techniques. So he just sends the lunatics off to the dungeons and says bye. And with that, our lazy boy heads home. Sits in the middle of the living room and starts practicing his mana. He remembers that when he used the familiar skill last time, his mana kind of leaked out of his body. So now he needs to make it circulate instead of leak, you know. He stays there practicing the chakra paths, focusing the energy, until he wakes up and the meditation skill is acquired. Stabilizes your mind. Mental fatigue will slightly recover. Mana regeneration and mana gain speed are increased. The effect of mana breathing is increased. Scene shifts to the alien fish cave. There's a trail of blood and some guy running asking, why is this monster here, man? This is just a rank F zone. It shouldn't be here. But behind him, there's a big fanged thing. He sees in the armor's reflection that it's already on his back. Look at the size of that buddy. Yeah, man, you got outplayed. Over by the alien hunting field, Junmo arrives to drop off one of the clones. The clone gets out of the car, says thanks, while Junmo goes to inform protagonist that he's dropped off the 3 kids. Impressed man, our boy's got 3 guys farming for him while he's in his room. This skill is kind of broken. What protagonist doing is gonna shake up the hunter industry, huh? Back at home, protagonist is all happy, thinking he awakened the mana breathing ability. But in reality, he only awakened meditation. What the heck? It's different. Damn it. Right then he gets a message from Junmo, saying, your clones have arrived, so let's go check the trading field. The familiar ability is activated. He suddenly appears seeing a giant rat taking a big stab from number 1. He gets a little startled. Woo, It's just number one hunting. But he doesn't stay calm for long because more sewer rats are already coming from the side. But the slick one remembers the videos he watched. The nerdy guy with glasses in the video said, "If you want to hunt these rats, you'll need a team. These are some of the most annoying monsters in rank F. But there are some ways to deal with them solo. First, they always charge in a straight line, so keep your distance and keep shooting. If you can't kill them all from afar and they get close, don't hit the head because their skulls are tough. Go straight for the neck and spine. The good thing is that just like regular rats, they reproduce fast, so they'll become tons of EXP for you." Another guy in the video says, "Yeah right, like it's that easy to aim at a moving rat." Shut up, man. This is my video. But for protagonists, clones, man, with those instructions, it's precise. Just bullets and neck stabs. Protagonist created the perfect strategy. He learns online, the clone executes what he learned, and he experiences it through the familiar ability. With 3 of these lunatics hunting, man, it's raining attributes. In all 3 fields, the rascals are cleaning up. Protagonist says that today he's gonna wipe out all the F-rank monsters in those spots. The guys coming to hunt are like, "Dude, where are the monsters? I'm not hearing anything today." "I don't know, man, but seriously, we should have seen something by now." As they walk around, "Wait, why are there so many rat corpses? These things are valuable. Who left them lying around like this?" "I don't know, but let's just box it all up." Protagonist's like, "Wait, everything's going really well, but am I forgetting something?" Oh snap, he remembers. "Crap, I gotta call the collection team for the corpses." He gives the order for the 3 clones to go back and pick up all the corpses they left behind. But Protagonist notices that Clone 3 isn't picking up some of the bodies and asks, "Hey, why aren't you picking those up?" The clone replies, "I wasn't the one who killed them." But the capitalist in him kicks in, hey, this isn't the time to be honest, you bastard." Clone's like, "All right then," and goes to collect them. Protagonist notices some of the corpses are really shredded. "We'll cut these guys in half." Then the clone says, "Huh, this isn't a rat, is this a fish? Should I collect it?" That's when Protagonist sees it, an arm from that guy who got shredded earlier. And behind the bushes, something's watching. A sound comes from behind. Our boy's clone turns and takes aim. It was a monster's head. Then he realizes it was bait. The real monster is behind him. He turns again to aim, but man, an arm goes spinning off. The only thing Protagonist thinks is, "Wait, why does my right arm feel warm?" He screams in agony, and when he snaps back to his room, his own arm is trembling. He's standing in his room, man, agonizing. The connection with the clone got cut off accidentally because of the pain. But he pulls out his phone. No time to dwell on this. Calls Junmo and asks which hunting ground was Clone 3 sent to. The ancient sewer treatment plant, the one with the fish. Protagonist already getting dressed in a rush, man. Tells him to bring Clone 1 and Clone 2 there too. When they arrive, he explains everything. Junmo asks what happened, something wrong with the hunt. Protagonist replies, "There's a problem, a big one." Clone 3 is already prepped for a 1v1 fight, knife in hand, against a jacked up fish beast with the great sword. Protagonist finally arrives at the base and meets up with Junmo. Junmo asks, "Hunter, what happened? I brought number 1 and 2 like you asked." Protagonist thanks him and explains that he lost connection with number 3, and it looks like a different type of monster appeared. It wasn't just an alien fish. Junmo asks what kind of creature it was. Protagonist explains, it was a fish, but it had arms and legs like a monster human. Junmo is already freaked out, saying, "Hold on, we need to alert all the authorities. That's not a monster that should be appearing here. That's a D-rank fishman. Not even all the E-rank hunters together could take it down." Protagonist says he understands and asks Junmo to limit hunter access. Junmo starts running off, but Protagonist stops him. "Wait, not yet. First, let my clones enter." Junmo, "Why?" Protagonist, scratching the back of his head, and says, "We can't just sit here and wait. At the very least, I need to enter the portal." After that, he heads to the portal, calls Junmo, and says, "Don't let anyone in." Junmo replies, "All right, I won't." But Protagonist adds, No, wait. 2 boys are going in. The other 2 clones are heading out to hunt man. Already inside Fishman Dungeon, headed to the area where number 3 got shredded. From the corner, he already spots the big fish dude chomping down on something. Is he eating number 3? Looks like Protagonist has taken over the clone's consciousness. He's watching and thinking he got lucky for finding him first. Looks like he can get a surprise attack in. Problem is, clones are good, sure, but they only have 50% of Protagonist's stats, so their strength is kinda meh. But the fish guy is distracted. Is it possible? Our boy is confident, aims for the head, boom, shot fired, right in the middle of the dome. But didn't do anything, man. Damn, look at his face. His skin is like gold, bullets don't even work. Now it's screwed. Fisherman's pissed. Let out a shriek, jumped, almost smashed him flat. But the clones got swag, dodged, and hit him with a B-blade move to the ear fins or something. I don't know. What the heck even is this thing? Problem is, dude's made of metal, man. Nothing hurts this freak who's coming in for a stab. But now I don't even know which clone is doing what. That's the thing with clone fights. I don't know who's dodging or hitting this thing. Everyone looks the same, man. Protagonist was celebrating that the monster missed and hit a tree, right? Missed what? That slash sliced through the tree like butter. Oh crap. Monster is standing there, glaring back like a demon. Coming from behind, are we about to see a beatdown? Punch to the arm. Did it land? Nope. Didn't do squat, man. This thing is solid steel. Now it's bad. Protagonist got no stats, comes in with a punch anyway. Clone gets thrown into a tree. Absolutely wrecked. But protagonist notices something. One of the bullets did some damage, while the others bounced off. That one hit left a mark. What if he shoots the same spot again? Boom, shot fired. Damn, this clone's got aimbot, bro. It's the exact same spot again. Protagonist even cracks a little smile. Feeling confident now, huh? He says he's gonna fill him with bullets, but honestly, I don't think this thing is gonna die from bullets, my dude. Fishman is already charging in. Protagonist's clone is spraying bullets left and right. It's a close-range shootout, dodging and blasting. Our boy's got swag, man. But I think the fun's over. Fishman's sword turned red and flaming. Oh, it's already at the clone's neck. Oh no, clone tries to block with his arm. Henny. Wham, he's launched, spitting out that black gasoline-looking stuff. Bro, I don't think he's gonna make it. Looks like Fishman's sword reacts to the amount of blood he spills. So the more he kills, the stronger he gets. Damn, but clone comes back and lands 2 more hits. These clones are tanks, man. Boom, another one. Let's see if he tanks this. Nope, stabbed in the gut. No way he's taking that. Oh, brace for it. Psychopath clone grabs him. If I'm dying like this, you're coming with me. Yeah, he's going down with him. No, clone, you're not doing this because you're noble. It's because you're a psycho, you little bastard. Already hitting him with several combos to the chest. The monster goes in for a grab. Protagonist brings in another clone. Man, I don't even know who's who anymore. That's the only issue with these fights, bro. It's clones over here, Fishman over there. Fishman goes for the stomp. Oh no, now it's bad. Got stomped hard in the stomach, man. Oh, now I get it. One clone's wearing a beanie, the other one isn't. This time, the one getting wrecked is the one with the beanie. He's already retreating. But even then, these clones are unstoppable. Slicing this way, slicing that way. Damn, Fishman's messed up. He stood up. Give up already, man. Just die. He drops to his knees finally, huh? Damn, Fishman. This was a lot of work. Our boy and the clones are all shredded. Will they be able to heal? That's the question. But me, as a good capitalist, I want to know how much he's gonna sell those things for, man. Protagonist goes to check the weapons. Everything's beat up, man. Woo. At least I got informed the agent. But when he looks, where the hell is that bastard? Fishman faked to death, got up and ran off. Where to? To the portal. Outside the portal, one of the guards is telling people that entrance is restricted. The hunters. Yo, what gives, man? I spent so much time getting here, let me hunt already. Genmo's just watching quietly until the portal starts reacting. Something's happening. Big Fishman comes barreling through. Man, he's crazier than ever. They'd open fire. Yo, are these bullets even gonna work? The guy hit the same spot. The sword's already passing through the portal. Protagonist's clone is behind him, grabbed a knife and threw it. Comes flying, hits. Wait, nope. That knife does nothing. Just bounces off again. But now, our real protagonist, the first and only, grabs the bounce knife and bam, sticks it right in the cerebellum. Damn, that boy's got swag. Full-on pressure moment. Man crushed it. Even the little clone's like, dude, you're badass, master. Next chapter starts with some dude arriving. Yeah, we've arrived. I'm sending the investigation report now. When he looks Fishman, wrecked. Wait a sec, this is a Fishman. Then a military guy shows up. Hey, are you from the association? Yes. What happened? Explain. Well, there was a D-rank monster here, but an F-rank hunter already killed it. The guy? Huh. You're saying a team of F-ranks killed a D-rank monster. Other guy, kind of awkward. Actually, it was one F-rank hunter. Well, not just him and his clones. Now the guy's really shocked, checking the wounds. All the bullets are in the same spot. How's an F rank that accurate against such a fast monster? Poor guy doesn't even know what he's gonna tell the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, our boy awakened a ton of stuff. Skill. Dash gives you movement buff for a short time. Skill. Projectile. Increases firearm attack power. Enhanced regeneration. Skill. Strike. Channels strength into a single blow. Man, he got a lot plus strength and other stats too. Our protagonists all happy, already thinking that Clone 1 and 2 only survived thanks to this regeneration thing. Junmo, dude, how are your clones? They're looking destroyed, huh? Protagonist, yeah, they're wrecked, completely trashed. But he's gonna have to wait a bit to summon them again. So is what it is, man. Junmo's stunned. Dude, you hunted a D-rank monster. That's insane. Protagonist like, yeah, I did. I'm kinda just meh now. But yeah, it was dangerous. Junmo says, dangers or not, this is nuts. How can an F-rank hunter kill a D-rank monster? That's not even possible. Maybe you could start hunting E-rank monsters now, huh? Protagonist says maybe, if he's prepared. Then he remembers something. Wait, the short sword. That monster had a little sword. Can I pick it up? He reaches for it, and Junmo's like, stop. Let your clone grab it, dude. That might be a cursed item. Protagonist didn't even know that was a thing. The guy says, yeah, sometimes it's bad, but sometimes the curse is good, you know? Depends on the effect. Protagonist's like, alright then, I'll let the clone pick it up. Junmo tells him to get excited, man, because a D-rank monster drops some pretty good stuff. Protagonist, right, this thing here fell from the fish head. Is it worth anything? Junmo goes nuts inside. Hold on, how am I gonna tell this kid? He's all happy, but that's worthless. Our little protagonist over there giggling. Yeah, it's rare. Right? Tell me. Sorry, kid, but that's trash. It's a crystal meant to boost your stats, but it has so many side effects that no one uses it. It's garbage. Throw it on the ground. What a bummer. With that, protagonist goes home. The boys are all bandaged up, man. First thing, he resummons number 3. Man, the kid's shredded. The weakest capitalist ever hands him the armor. Back to the gym. Poor guy just puts on the clothes and goes. Our boy sits down with the jewel and the sword. So these are the items I picked up. Protagonist checks the Hunter internet and sees it. Low-level jewel. Absorb it while activating your mana. Effect permanently increases strength by 0.005. Restriction. Cannot be used on a person. Warning. Using it will turn the target into a monster. Protagonist. So it can't be used on people, but can be used on an entity, turning it into a monster. Already cooking up a shady plan, man. Since he never suffers side effects from creatures, maybe if they turn into monsters it won't matter. But then he imagines himself walking around with a dragon head, getting shot at. Yeah, better leave that aside for now. Now about the sword. Junmo had said to let the clone handle it. Our instant noodle-eating protagonist wanted to sell it, and maybe eat something else for once. But okay, let's check it out. Hey clone, take this. Clone comes over, grabs it, lifts it up. Nothing happens. Wait. Clone says he's hearing a voice, man. Activates familiar ability. A desperate voice is speaking to the clone. Kill me. Give me blood. Hurry. Hurry. Give me blood. Bro, protagonist immediately cuts off the connection. What the hell is this, man? Get out of here. The clone seems chill with the screaming, though. Protagonist starts thinking, will it affect me if I hold it? Well, for now, better let the clone use it. Meanwhile, the regeneration status keeps going up because the clones got wrecked earlier. Protagonist sets up a triple meditation training with the 3 of them, until it's time to head to college, man. I thought he had already dropped out. He's practically a millionaire already. What's the point? Turns out he was home because of vacation. Checks his stats. They keep rising non-stop. Walking through the hallway, he remembers how lonely he is in this place. Nobody even talks to him, until he enters the classroom and sees the buff guy from the beginning. Hey, we're in the same class, bro. Good enough. Let's study, man. I didn't come here to study. I came for, already checking out the girls around. And the girls, man, they're going crazy. Wait, no way is that Sang-woo. Wasn't he fat before? I barely recognize him. The girls are losing their minds. So many girls in that classroom, man. Buff guy. Haha, you're popular now, huh, you rascal. Protagonist. Huh, I don't think that's it. I didn't change that much, did I? Buff guy says he should go see his parents. Probably won't even recognize him. And he says to celebrate tonight they're going out for drinks, man. And we're bringing some. Big time lady friends. Protagonist says no, that he already has plans. Buff guy. What? Protagonist says he made a promise and can't go out with the girls or the boys. Buff guy's shocked. He knows it must be serious if the guy's turning down this invite. Meanwhile, at the AMC, the World Hunter Association, thankfully easy to remember thanks to the abbreviation. Apparently, the Oracle gave a prophecy of disaster. President Michael Harris asks, "Disaster? Tell us." They say a portal will open and hundreds of monsters will invade. Harry asks, "Do you know the location and the date?" They explain that even A-rank monsters will show up, and the supposed location is South Korea. Meanwhile, some guy in a suit is arriving at a meeting, only to get headbutted by some wild woman. Man, it's Miss Mio. She's the master of the YOLO Guild. How wild. And the guy she headbutted is Part 1 Tae, the owner of the third-rank guild. She seems pretty crazy because she said he grew his mustache to flirt with her, and she found it sexy. Well, okay then, girlfriend. They head into the meeting room. Look at that bastard from Haesan Guild, the one who mocked our protagonist. Seems like nobody really likes the guy. He tries to act like he's ignoring him, but still throws out Odin's Tower. I heard your team went to Odin's Tower and nobody came back, right? Or were your results just not good enough? The white-haired dude tries to tell him to stop, that it's not the place for that, but he clearly loves the provocation. The other guy's already foaming at the mouth until an old man walks in. Must be one of those old guys who looks weak, but is actually the strongest dude around. He's the leader of the Korean Hunter Association. As soon as he walks in, everyone sits. He thanks everyone and warns them about the upcoming disaster. They ask, "Okay, so when is this disaster happening?" He says they have no details, only that it will involve A-rank monsters and happen in Korea. One guy slams his fist on the table. How are we supposed to cover an entire country? The old man, "That's why we're having this meeting, right, my son? To decide what we're gonna do." Everyone's got the same doubt. There aren't even enough hunters for regular work, let alone guarding a whole country. One guy raises his hand and suggests a plan. Each guild forms a group, each group guards a region, and when something happens, all groups move to that location immediately. No exceptions. Already dropping some heavy hints. Of course, any guild that doesn't cooperate will be severely punished. The old man, who now honestly seems kind of useless, just trembling there, asks, "Anyone disagree?" But nah, everyone seems to agree with the plan. Meanwhile, leaving college, our protagonist sees his waifu being hit on by some crazy guy. "Give me your number, cutie. You're so pretty, Daladol." She responds, "You're ugly as hell." Man, what's going on here? Protagonist arrives, she immediately plays it. "My love, you're here." 4D chess move. At the same time, she ditches the guy and clings to our protagonist, and they run off together. She explains the situation to Prota, saying the dude was bothering her, and she had to fake it. But don't worry, she doesn't have a boyfriend, just making it very clear for our boy. Our boy asks, "Why aren't you in your school uniform? You're in casual clothes." She says it's her birthday today. "Why? You can't stop looking at me. Want my number too?" In his mind, "Girl, I already have your number. I'm your teacher. Damn it." Right then, protagonist gets a notification. Earned another 50 million won. "All right, my girl, let's go eat whatever you want." Obviously, little Chad takes her to eat some premium steak. She's instantly smitten. But when she sees the prices, "Man, this is expensive, are you sure?" He says, "Don't worry, the boss is paying." And he orders another round. But just then, a warning appears on the TV. This is a real scenario, not a drill. A monster portal breach is occurring in South Korea, including this region. Everyone prepare food and supplies for the disaster. Repeat, this is not a drill. Now it's screwed, man. Our protagonist is still only rank F. There's no way he can do much. Meanwhile, protagonist's college friends are bummed he didn't show up to the party. Bet he's out with some girl already. And sure enough, they spot him, looking way too happy. "You bastard." But right then, everyone gets the disaster alert. Protagonist runs into them and they ask, "Yo, what are you doing here? You bastard. You ditched us to come here with your girlfriend." "Oh, war girlfriend?" She is all flustered, steaming like a kettle. Protagonist's like, No, she's just my student. I just paid for a meal to thank her for helping out earlier." Introduces everyone to each other. "Ohio gozaimasu, Oni-chan." Daladol hands her a gift. "Take this meat we ate. Share it with your parents." She thanks him while the boys are like, "Man, this dude is a legend. He talks with the girl without acting like a total fool." She's kinda like, that's all for today." Protagonist says her parents probably wouldn't like her wandering around the city with a disaster just announced. But friends wanted a little hangout, but protagonist's already like, "Nah, everybody go home now." Alright, we're going. Man, these irresponsible people. But then, bro, there are already some guys leaving the bar, drinking, laughing it up. Protagonist thinking, man, am I being too sensitive? Maybe this alert isn't that serious. He gets a call from Junmo, right? Hunter, you heard the alert, right? Protagonist says yeah and asks, you know anything about it, Junmo? Junmo shares that apparently the alert status will last for 3 months. Protagonist, 3 months. And Junmo explains it's because nobody knows exactly where the monsters will appear, and the monsters showing up will be very dangerous, even A-rank creatures. If they appear in the capital, there'll be lots of victims. Protagonist's like, man, if it's that dangerous, why don't they tell people to be more careful? Junmo tells him the truth. The alert will last 3 months. You can't shut down the entire economy for that long. The country would collapse. That's when Protagonist realizes the scheme. They're only announcing it like this, so if something happens, they can say, we warned you, didn't we? It's just a move to dodge responsibility by the Hunter Association. Junmo tells Protagonist to head to a shelter, since the hunting fields will be blocked for now. Protagonist checks with the clones. How you guys doing, 1 and 2? Clone 1 says he's fine. Clone 2 says he's not dead, but he's wrecked. Protagonist sees the cooldown's over, so he decides to resummon number 1. Not sure how he logs them out, maybe just by thinking about it. He dismisses the old one and summons a new number 1. Number 3 shows up and Protagonist heads back home to visit his parents. Opens the door. Mom, I'm home. She looks at him like, hi. Damn, she doesn't recognize him. It's me, Sang-woo. She's like, how come? Are you starving, son? His dad gets up too, adjusting his glasses. This really is Sang-woo? And bro, we got a sister entering the game. Look how she shows up, all tomboyish with her short hair. She says he should come find his cute little sister first thing after coming home. But Protagonist's like, wait, who are you? Then realizes, Kyung-do, you bastard. Nobody's recognizing me. The mom asks, you can come in, but who are these masked guys? Protagonist, they're not friends. They're my clones. Whole squad enters. Everyone looks like him. Already explained everything, right? So your ability is cloning, huh? That's right. I awakened a month ago. The mom says she never thought her son would become a hunter. The sister's already going nuts about it. The dad's like, so now we have a hunter in the family. Protagonist says he wasn't gonna hide it anymore. The mom immediately cuts in, that's dangerous. But the sneaky boy has the best argument ever. My clones do all the fighting. I'm never in danger. Relax. And it's true, right? Damn. Protagonist, let's wake up, folks. There's a disaster going on. Let's head to the shelter. The dad doesn't seem too convinced about the disaster, though. We were packing things, but why is this disaster happening anyway? And at any moment? That's weird. I have work tomorrow. The dad's skeptical. Our boy Protagonist realizes they don't know how serious this situation is. That's why everyone's still acting calm. They think it's just a small thing, like a few monsters showing up. Since they still have to pack everything, Protagonist decides to stay home with them today. He says he got a message that classes were canceled, but that's a lie. Damn, they didn't even cancel school for this. This society's totally broken, bro. The people aren't taking the danger seriously, man. After a giant cockroach comes crawling out of the toilet, I want to see who's not gonna run. But getting dinner ready, right? With the meat Protagonist brought, and someone asks, aren't your friends gonna eat too? The look on their faces, my god. Everyone thinking they're about to eat some steak. But Protagonist, nah man, they're just eating rice. Not worth wasting the good stuff on them. Dang bro, they were crushed. Big table serve, the poor clones stuck with buckets of rice. At Arakamasu, his sister asks, you got 4 of you eating. Aren't you gonna get fat again? He says no. He burns a lot of energy now. Everyone's happy. Like, man, it's been so long since the family ate together like this. This situation. And just when I was gonna say that, boom, explosion. What the heck happened? Is it a monster? No way. Damn man, caught me by surprise. What the hell? Protagonist already smashed on the ground. He opens his eyes, it's over. No more building. Bro, all the monsters came out and not little ones. Godzilla, dragons, man. For the kid who was hunting the buffed up fish, he's screwed. The story jumped from 0 to 100 real quick, man. It's literally Godzilla, charging up, giving off a hot breath, laser blast, burning everything. Our protagonist looks back, his whole family's passed out. Protagonist notices that number 1's items are all scattered. So it looks like they only survived because number 1 sacrificed himself, right? Protected everybody. Amid the rubble, number 2 and number 3 are there too, but number 3's missing an arm. Damn bro, everything went south real fast. Now it's just him, a clone without an arm, and another clone totally wrecked. Plus the family that's just gonna weigh them down. Dad, who just 10 seconds ago was like, I'm bringing everything back to my house. Boss, forget it. Protagonist says the portal opened. On the city streets, forget it, man. Big green dude holding someone, ready to eat them greedy. People crushed under cars. Dragons grabbing people and flying off. It's a nightmare, man. Let's see how he handles it. Already packing the supply bag, let's go, man. Put some armor on his sister. Daladoli ha. Let's see if she awakens some crazy power. She asks, your clone's missing an arm, is he okay? He says, yeah, he's chill. Boom, another explosion. Whoa, wait, a monster just crashed down. Wait a minute, the portal opened in the sky, so the monsters are just falling straight down. Yeah, man, if you can't fly, you're screwed. Protagonist got lucky he was on a floor that didn't get wrecked. Kills the monster. Mana restored. Tries to open the door, but it's jammed. He's like, Dad, I got this. Grabs a huge stick, uses strike ability. Bam. Breaks it open with pure strength. Throws a kick in there too. Man, the boy's a beast. Downstairs, bodies everywhere. Cars destroyed. Monsters shot up. It's real dangerous, man. Protagonist asks his dad, how far is the nearest shelter? Dad says about 2 kilometers, but already off to the side. You got slimes, skeletons, stone men. Damn, it's a whole zoo. Will they be able to walk 2 kilometers like this? Sister says she knows about an underground tunnel. It might be their only way. They start running, but then from the distance. Help! Somebody, help. Oh boy, someone's trapped under something, and right above him is a monster. Ain't gonna make it, buddy. This is Attack on Titan style. A D-rank monster. Troll. The guy's crying out, help. Dad's like, Sang-woo, you gotta be rational, kid. You can't help anyone now. We gotta get moving. Protagonist wants to save the guy, but number 3 is missing an arm. Number 2 is the only one who can protect the family. And protagonist can't just throw himself away and die, right? They need him. But the guy's still there, crying out, help. Mother, help. Protagonist's heart is pounding. Mom's urging, Sang-woo, let's go, boy. He says, go down and lock the door. Number 3 will protect you. Number 2's coming with me. Sister's yelling, you're insane. You're risking the family. You're out of your mind. Protagonist says he's a hunter and he's not gonna back down, man. Dan grabs the stick and charges in. In a situation where it's raining monsters, there's only one thing a hunter can do. Bam. Straight to the troll's eye. If we're hunters, he tells number 2 to take the guy to a safe place. Our job is to kill monsters. Man's gone full Chad mode. Come at me, you piece of trash. Damn, the monster's really coming for him, huh? It's a club fight. Only the troll's got the bigger club. And seems like some monster that was watching this fight repeats his words. Come to me, you trash. Whoa, bro, the monster's even got intelligence now. Damn, that's nasty. Number 2's there pulling stones off the guy, trying to save him. He asks if the guy can walk. He says he can walk at least. Normally he wouldn't survive something like this, but okay. Meanwhile, protagonist's there. The troll's massive. Grab that weapon. Number 2. Damn, are they gonna pull the sword now? Anyway, now's the time to use everything they got. Hits him with the devil's rock. No time to be picky. Eat this too, you damn brat. Number 2 eats it. Boom! Turned into a monster instantly. I thought it would take longer. Now he's all red and demonic, sword in hand. Crazy. Protagonist even asks, you're still on my side, you bastard. Clone says yes, of course. The big monster seems confused. Wait, is it a monster or not? But protagonist, on the other hand, just gained a ton of strength stats. And best of all, no side effects for him. Time for the 1v1 against Trollzilla man. Trollzilla drags his big old mace on the ground, ready to throw a boulder. Protagonist dodges, smashing a few. Damn, but now here comes the giant hand. The troll swings the sword, he's trying to cut him like butter. Bro, clone got messed up bad. Monster comes swinging again, protagonist so brave he charges head on. At least he's slower than the fishman was. Bam, he smacks the troll in the face, but the monster regenerates the hand and blocks. Then it's protagonist's turn to get smacked and tossed. Problem's gonna be that regeneration ability. He thinks fast and tells number 2 to take the troll's legs out. Number 2 slashes the muscle in the leg, monster drops to one knee. Protagonist, with sniper precision, stabs each eye. Clone slashes the other leg to keep him down. The troll falls all twisted on the ground. Man, he's crying in fear. What? Monsters have feelings now. But protagonist ain't trying to hear it. Activates strike ability. crushes the monster's skull. Man, Woo, our boy's exhausted. System pop-up, a ton of stats gained, but his hand's almost wrecked. That strike ability has its downsides, man. Protagonist stands up. All right, time to find my sister. Wait, where's my phone? Give me back my phone number 2. But then another explosion, bro. More monsters coming. Now it's a real mess. Spaceships flying around, armies arriving, a Godzilla still wrecking the whole city, smashing every building. Some torpedoes hit its head. No, wait, that's magic. Rank 9 magic from the Red Flame Guild. The hunters arrive, motivated, ready to earn months' worth of salary. Man, they're confident, huh? Bam, big shot. Will they kill it? Explosions left and right. The guy in the ship says they've arrived at the scene. Hatch opening. Who? Is it just the elites, man? It's Park 1 Ta, leader of the top 3 guild. An evil dives at the enemy, but the tank already has heavy weapons ready. This fight's looking pretty even. For once, humanity's actually using weapons properly. Some guy runs up yelling that Godzilla's getting away. Says there's already too many people on Godzilla. Let's go do something else. Golden armor pharaohs, piles of bodies. Some people happy, some crying. One dude lost his woman but's grinning like crazy. What's that smile about, bro? Oh, he was just a scumbag. Makes sense. They find some survivors. Those survivors surrounded by a gang. And it's our boy and his squad. One Taz impressed. Wait, a hunter? He's holding up pretty well. The only bad thing is, with just 2 people, they won't make it. Ah, that eye skill of his. He was seen way off in the distance, bro. Already tells them to head north and get ready for the rescue. Oh dang, activated Batman wings, people getting real modern now. First time the story's got tech working along with powers, you know. Sometimes in these stories, it's like humans went back to Neanderthal times, no tech at all. Our poor little protagonist is there, man, and the problem is, it's not easy. He's exhausted after taking down the big fatty. But there's a mom and daughter there. You think he's gonna run, bro? Everyone go underground. Leave me here. The crowd's like, no way. You're gonna die, man. He tells number 2 to cover the rear while he escorts the people. But goblins are coming. What's gonna happen? Oh, protagonist saves the man. It's not easy. Bullets flying everywhere. He can't even use his skills much now. That last big strike move drained all his energy. And now a giant black chicken squad shows up. He dodges a peck that starts blowing fire, smoke, or something. The attack's heading toward the people. He orders his clone to jump in and shield them with his body. Damn, these clones are basically Marvel heroes now. The big chicken's about to launch another attack, but then something else drops on it, smashes it. The giant tiger shows up. What the heck? Could it be Park 1 Ta? Man, is he the real deal? I think so, cause here comes the drama. Our boy protagonist collapses on the ground, exhausted, no energy left. When he opens his eyes, guess who's standing in front of him? The chat himself, all swagged out, barely touches his sword and a cut just appears. Man, this dude's stylish. Is everyone okay? He asks. Protagonist already like, who are you, bro? Boom, monster's head falls off. It's Park 1 Tae, the top guy of the guild. Just had to throw in a rhyme, huh? Meanwhile, down in the underground shelter, protagonist's sister wants to go find him. But clone number 3 won't let her. I don't allow it, he says, no orders given. She wants to leave, but the clone's too strong. The parents tell her to stop making a fuss. But she says she knows something's wrong. Why hasn't he come back yet? The dad says, when I saw him busting down doors, I understood he's a hunter. All they can do now is trust him. Then someone's banging at the door. Help! Someone help. Oh boy, I'm already thinking it's that monster, right? The one that was learning from protagonist earlier, for sure. The people inside don't want to open the door because there's some passcode only apartment residents should know. Who could it be? Oh, looks like the sister's about to do something dumb. Thinking it's someone protagonist saved coming to deliver a message, she opens the door. But it's someone all messed up who apparently was being manipulated by the enemy. He charges in. It's a screaming firefly, a Class B monster. Now it's a real mess. Everyone's running for their lives, and the sister's face to face with it. Protagonist Clone 3 rushes in to save her, but man, it's Clone 3. He's still missing an arm. He tries to stab the monster in the middle of its forehead, but something goes wrong. Boom, he gets impaled. Oh my god, the sister gets impaled too. Man, this is a disaster. Dan, now protagonist, probably gonna awaken some crazy SS class power after this loss. The parents are desperate. The sister collapses on the floor. Clone 3 grabs a weapon, activates the emergency fire sealing system, kicks the monster out with a big jump and locks the door to protect everyone else. Now the question is, will she survive? That was a deep stab, man. Back to Park 1 Ta, he apologizes for being late and holds out a hand to help Protagonist up. Protagonist recognizes the name. He just didn't expect him to be that strong. Protagonist introduces himself and thanks him for saving him. But it's Park 1 Ta who thanks Prota for saving so many people. Little does he know Protagonist couldn't save his sister. Protagonist, they're all shy like, it was nothing. Everyone's praising him. Man, this is gonna break our boy later. Right now he's all happy, but yeah. Park 1 Ta's like, calm down, hero. He remembers seeing the clone vanish right as he arrived, and now he's wondering, who the heck was that guy? What made something like that exist? But he asks Protagonist, right, are you a hunter? He says yes, but it hasn't been long. The guy then says, alright, tell me, what's your ability? Protagonist didn't want to reveal it, but come on, the guy saved his life, he can't really hide it. So he's about to say, my ability is... But wait, it's right then that he loses the connection with number 3. Already grabs the sword off the ground himself, bro doesn't care about anything else. Runs off screaming that his family's in danger. One Ta realizes something serious is happening. He calls for a rescue team to stay back and escort the survivors. Meanwhile, Protagonist is running like crazy, but the demon's sword keeps whispering to him, stab, kill, die. Damn, and even he's starting to lose it. He activates his dash ability, but then, scene change. Damn it. Some dude with a mustache is loading up a fire bullet, boom, shoots it at Godzilla. But nothing happens, man, that thing is a tank. Everyone's trying to focus their spells on the same spot, but it's not working. One guy who's using poison, bro, he can't even get his sword deep enough into the monster. People are starting to realize this isn't about competing to see who kills the most. They need to work together. But then someone shows up, work together, paft. Whoa, is he a badass? People are like, bro, what are you doing here? He says, I just came for the money. There's a paycheck waiting for me. Someone with absolute power doesn't need teamwork, he says, already launching a rain of meteor torpedoes. Meanwhile, down in the shelter, Protagonist's dad is trying to stop his daughter's bleeding, begging for an ambulance, anything. The mom's desperate, but man, it's looking bad. Something sparks at the door. Dad looks. Something burned past it. Bam, some monster slipped through. The sister, lying on the ground, tells him to run. There's no saving her at this point, but the cursed Fireflame monster speaks through her, like she's begging not to die like this. The parents clearly aren't gonna leave her behind, bro. But look who shows up. They lock eyes. Protagonist looks completely unrecognizable to his dad, like he's possessed. It's only when he sees his sister broken on the floor that he snaps for real. He had calmed down for just a second, but now he was full rage mode. He sprints forward, slashes the monster. Looks like he cuts off an arm but gets hit too. Protagonist writhing in pain, but the monster actually seems to enjoy it. And just like what happened with the fish monster, the more blood the sword tastes, the crazier the user gets. Round 2 is about to start, but the monster's got like 200 legs, and it's right up in his face. Then suddenly, he gets saved by a colleague. One Tae arrives too. The monster's still there, but Protagonist collapses right into One Tae's arms. Nice. One Tae launches a flying kick at the Firefly, blasting it far away. The girl who helped Protagonist says he's seriously injured. Now that I'm seeing it, dude's missing an arm, is it just me, or what? Apparently he's going into berserk mode. She activates a mana transfer, throwing energy onto him, but he's still spiraling, Koringa style. One Tae asks how he's doing. She says he's not doing well at all. Kill that monster now, she says. Man, he really is in bad shape. Then he barely mutters something. Save my sister. She's over there. He tells them to forget about him. Damn man. One Ta promises him that neither he nor his sister are going to die. Yeah, bro, but you're gonna have to get through that monster first. Tells Protagonist to rest. Soon, it'll all be over. Looks like Protagonist finally passes out. At the Hunter Association, the situation is spinning out of control and everyone's wanting to evacuate. That's when that villain-looking dude, the top guy from the number 1 guild, shows up for a meeting. And this was before the official disaster announcement. He was the main one against making the announcement public, saying the whole city would shut down, and since they don't know exactly when the disaster will hit, it would be terrible for the country. Above all, they'd blame the association for making everyone lose so much money. Then the old man says, so what do you want us to do? The guy replies that we just can't tell the public there are going to be classic creatures. That way they dump the blame on whoever refused to evacuate. The association's leader disagreed with this. After all, a lot of people would die. But the Sekko said that's the best part. Besides, anyone who hasn't awakened or isn't at least rank D is useless nowadays. Then he threatened him, man. He put his hand on the old guy's shoulder. You think I'm asking for this? Damn it, man, does this guy run everything? The scene cuts to the protag or the clones, and I never know who's who anymore. While the clones train hard, he just snacked on chips, man. Junmo called him and said he shouldn't leave only the clones training. He's wasting his chance to be one of the best hunters. The protag says it's all good. He doesn't really want to be a hunter. He just wants to make money. That's when Junmo's expression changed. So that's why you've ended up like this, right? Is that enough for you? He's already seeing everyone in his family who died. Could it be? It can't be. Even his sister begging to be saved when he finally wakes up in the hospital. It was all a dream. He woke up completely drained, man. One-tae asks if he was having a nightmare and tells him not to move too much. The protag agrees, man, but all he feels is pain. One-ta says the doctor explained his condition is pretty bad. The wound was very deep, but he was lucky. The protag just says thanks, but One-ta tells him it was nothing, and that he wants to talk to him about something, though it's not time yet. His father and mother rush in, desperate, man. Did we lose our daughter? That's what I want to know. The scene switches to a doctor saying the surgery was a success. They just need to keep monitoring him since he's still recovering. Protag, surgery. Calm down. How many days since the portal? 4 days. All the big monsters have been killed. Only a few low-class ones remain. The protag says he doesn't remember anything before he passed out. Then he asks, man, where's my sister? What happened to her? No one says anything. They just hang their heads. Our protag presses, why isn't anyone talking? Is she in the hospital bed? The doctor explains they treated the abdominal wound, but she was infected by a mana virus. Sometimes when someone is wounded by a monster that came through the portal, they get this virus that drains all their energy. Most of the time, it doesn't cause many problems. People have different mana traits, so most of these viruses die without absorbing or breaking down any mana. But very rarely, someone's mana matches the virus perfectly, and then they can't live normally anymore. The protag asks, how do you cure that man? The doctor says, man, there's currently no cure, unless he gets help from an S-class healer like some guy named Bless, or he acquires certain healing items from the other side of the portal. But you know all that, man. It's going to be extremely expensive. Yeah, kid, you're screwed, huh? Now the protag is beating himself up. If only he hadn't helped the others. If he prioritized his own family. Honestly, protag, you really should have helped your family, dumbass. You think you're the hero of a webtoon streamed on YouTube? You're just a kid, man. Just thinking, man, if he'd been a bit stronger, remembering how strong One-ta was and how strong that beast was, if he had the ability to save everyone, maybe he just needed to work a little harder. Back in his room, man, a light appears. Finally, a moment of joy. She's shown up all beautiful to visit the professor. The protag asks if everyone in her family is okay. She says yes, they got to the shelter quickly. She found out the protag was in the room getting that muscly friend's contact info. He passed along his parents' contact, and that was it. She's a bit embarrassed that, right? She asks him to get better soon because she still has a lot to learn from him. But protagonist already says, bro, I need to talk to you about something. I'm dropping out of college. Yeah, my boy's about to start dungeon grinding. It's time to begin solo leveling in this mess. We're gonna get strong. 2 weeks later, our boy already disappeared from the hospital. His recovery was super fast. Look at him, bro. Shredded in muscles and shredded from being shredded too, right? He told her what happened to his sister and said he wouldn't be able to keep tutoring her. He apologizes, right? She just stands there a little awkward, says it's okay, arigato, and leaves. She even says she knows maybe he won't reach out to her, but he's going to regret it because she's going to get into the college he told her about and get herself a boyfriend. She says it's good that when that happens, he better not come running back. Damn, he's totally red-pilled. No wafers here, man. Regret? He doesn't even have time for that. Damn, he's heading to the dungeon. Already in the taxi, looking up some info about One-tae, crazy to get into a good guild. The boy's already standing at the front door of Kana's HQ. The receptionist walks up. How can I help you, sir? He says he wants to meet the captain. She asks, you got an appointment? He's the real deal. He says the captain invited him, but the crazy lady still says, look, without an appointment, someone cuts her off, big bearded dude. Are you Sang-woo? Damn, dude's like 13 meters tall. Yeah, I'm Sang-woo. Beard guy turns around, he's a guest. All right then, go ahead. The captain's waiting for you. Captain's there staring at a painting on the wall, obviously mourning someone too. Someone knocks as the boys arrived, and the captain tells him to come in. The guy says he's happy to see protagonist made it back safely. Just curious how he recovered so fast, right? Protagonist says it was thanks to being saved by One-ta that he didn't get worse injuries. The guy says, I just did what anyone should have, kid. But protagonist doesn't accept it, says it was way more than the obvious. He didn't just save him, he saved his whole family and rushed everyone to medical care super fast. Saying thank you isn't enough. Protagonist curious though, why did the guy go so far for him? He heard at the hospital they even got a private room. Not to mention his parents received support for staying at the hospital, and Jiwoo got a special man invasion ITU. Protagonist wants to know, what do you want from me? The captain clenches his fist. He says he also has a sister, and she disappeared along with her team members. Maybe one Ta saw himself in Protagonist who almost lost his sister. Protagonist says he's grateful but feels in debt. So why did the guy want to meet him as soon as he got better? One Ta says he wants to know the ability Protagonist couldn't tell him last time. Your clones are real bodies, aren't they? Including that one that threw itself in front of the attack to save a civilian. Protagonist says he wasn't planning to hide it, but yeah, that's his ability. The guy then says he'll be direct, he needs Protagonist. Please help us rescue the first team of Canis Guild. Just like Protagonist saved other survivors without expecting anything. He's not asking his payback for what happened before. He believes Protagonist is the only one who has a chance to save his sister and the others. He even bows to Protagonist, who remembers when he was desperately begging to save his sister. So right, you saved my family once, so right, it's my turn now. I'll do my best. That's it, bro. Now tell me, what do I do to rescue them? You already all geared up? Wait, what place is this, bro? You're going to train, dude. The guy says he knows the faster a rescue happens, the better the chances. But they're not rushing, because his sister has an ability that guarantees survival supplies for 8 months. Second thing, the dungeon level is really high. Even a team with B-rank combat ability couldn't escape from it. Protagonist gets it now. You're too weak for this yet, man. There's only one way to fix this. He's standing there in shock. What you're missing are stats. You can't depend only on battle sense in a fight, especially since yours already reached its limit. Protagonist is there laughing, ha ha ha, wait a minute, man. The guy just says, it's a shame, but that's just how it is. Endure it. Bam, he went for it. No, he's about to get beaten up. Junmo was watching the conversation with Protagonist, who asked not to go hunting for a few days and hasn't contacted him, until he shows up looking destroyed. Dan, what happened to you? It's me, Sang-woo. Dude, what the hell happened? I got beat up, that's it. They chat a bit and Protagonist tells him everything that happened. Junmo's like, your sister got infected, and you're okay. Protagonist says he's fine and explains he accepted the mission from Canis Guild. Junmo says he gets it, and Protagonist tells him to update his contact info to clone number 2 because he's using another phone since he lost his old one. The guy's like, dude, you don't need to, just back up the contacts. Protagonist says he's not gonna back it up. Junmo goes, why not? How are you gonna find your friends, the people you knew? Obviously, the waifu is harder to lose already missing her, but Protagonist says it's for the best. Then Junmo asks, wait, then why are you so wrecked? Protagonist says, well, I have to train with one Ta. Junmo even wants to call the guild to complain like, who beats up a kid like this? Protagonist's like, nah, chill. He understands that one Ta is desperate, wanting to save his sister. Today he got beat up, but he's planning to use the clones for attacks too. Junmo just sighs, kid, next day, here we go again. Brought a friend today, brought your clone. How you punk? Yeah, man, they both went at it and both came back wrecked. Next day, now there's 3. Came back 3 wrecked. The day after that, now it can't be right. The clones. Okay, man, we got 4 now. Will it? Nope, nope. Everyone came back wrecked. Ah, crap. Junmo goes to talk with the gang. Everyone's beat to hell. Protagonist says the guy's just way too strong. Even copying the guy's movements, there's not much he can do. The stat gap is way too big. He needs to think of something until he gets an idea and asks the guy, can I? Or something like that. Yeah, sure, man. Are you sure? Protagonist says yes. We won't find out what it is. He says, okay then, let's try it. Next day, Protagonist comes in. Hey, sir. All of you tired of getting beaten up yet, kid? When he looks, Protagonist fed everyone with the devil's stuff. Who got him that mess? Obviously Junmo, right? Bought more than enough. The demon squad is standing face to face. Taewon wants to know what he did to the clones, but he just wants to throw hands, man. Enough talk, come at me. Took a hit to the back first, but retaliated. Thought it was gonna be easy. He says Protagonist mentioned clones have half his stats, but with this stuff, they're almost on equal footing. However, Bam, he says, your clones are stronger now, but their greatest advantage, precision, dropped a lot. Looks like you gave them too many jewels. Protagonist slashes through, at least I didn't become a monster. Bam, even pulling the Glock. Bam. Damn, he tanked that too. Oh, fire. The guy even says, a man a bullet won't hurt me. Damn, he needed this beating. Pulls off a super stylish move. Beats them all up. Just hitting hard isn't enough. You need to concentrate your mana between you and your sword like you're one. The little Shopi knife even shattered. Poor protagonist laying there on the ground. No chance, man. But he has no intention of stopping at rank C. The dude's at rank C, and I didn't even know. What I know is that he charged forward, man, thinking that his decision to get stronger wasn't because that guy asked. It was the feeling he had when his eyes opened in the hospital, a feeling of helplessness for having to trust his family's life to someone else. That changed him. Now he hates himself for having been weak and has no intention of stopping. Man, we fast forward 6 months. The boy's gonna be scary. Already at the Seal Dong Station hunting grounds, a kid took one in the jaw and collapsed. Some thugs were heading into the hunting grounds, but someone else was arriving too. The Guardian. Oh, can't you see the situation, man? I paid for my entrance. The guard, you stupid idiot. This hunting ground belongs to the Silver Moon Guild. Not sure if it's protagonist or a clone. All I know is next second, the punk's already on the ground. Damn, they're all writhing. Thinking you're gonna block the capitalists from making money? You're crazy. The punks started surrounding protagonist. They got mad, but come on, man, background characters are hopeless. Talking trash. We're all D-rank hunters. Think you can handle us alone? Protagonist's like, alone? Who said I'm alone? He calls his squad. What's that about alone? Bam, they got wrecked. Meanwhile, Junmo meets with Won Ta. What's going on? Won Ta came to visit him late at night. Junmo's like, what you want at this hour? He says he's got a little thing, that business. Here it is. He stares at the paper. So these were his initial stats. He evolved all this in 6 months. Won Ta's like, yeah, I think he's a different species. Does he already have enough to execute the plan? Won Ta says he had thought of a backup plan in case protagonist didn't grow enough, but man, this growth is monstrous. From 1.4 strength to 19. Regeneration from 0.4 to 18. Damn boy. It's time to start the rescue mission. Won Ta is still thinking, not to mention that the clones are stronger than their stats suggest. How strong is this punk now? Who's there beating up extras at the dungeon gate? Until the guard says, enough kid, stop that. Protagonist's like, stop what? You know they started it, right? The guy grinding his teeth. Protagonist even tells the clones to break the punk's phones so they can't call for backup. The ones who wanted to go into the dungeon are like, yeah, let's go to another one. Already inside Seal Dong Station's hunting ground. Who's there? Who are you? A collector. Holding a gem? What's going on? Oh damn, it's bald, angry guy from the start. And apparently he's someone's slave now, just gathering items. He heard footsteps and went to apologize. Yeah, I'm almost done. A protagonist takes a look. Oh, look who it is. Long time, old man. The guy's like, wait, you're the Chifuno rabbit guy? What are you doing here, man? Protagonist already face to face saying, let me ask you, you're way too weak to be in a D-rank dungeon. So what are you doing here? Judging by your equipment, you're not here to hunt. He sees another guy gathering stuff too. I get it. You guys are trapped here by the Silver Moon Guild, weren't you? Well, I don't pity you at all, but explain what happened. Don't even worry about those guys at the gate. Already showing a picture of everyone wrecked. The guy's like, what's that, man? They were all D rank. Protagonist's like, shut up and explain. Okay, damn. The guy explains that in some dungeons, monsters fight each other. And what the guild guys do is trap the weaker people inside just to collect stuff, because it's not worth it for them to farm. And to get out, you have to meet a gem quota, which takes forever, basically trapping you inside. Especially if you join the wrong guild, you end up with a pile of debt. Not to mention that if someone dies farming gems, it's just another lost hunter. Protagonist compares it to when he had his clones gathering, and these guys doing the same. Protagonist just tells the guy to leave before he changes his mind. The guy thanks him and leaves, but wait, leave the gem, buddy. What? You thought you were keeping everything. Protagonist already tosses it into number one's hand, eat it all. Damn, all of it, man. Well, what can you do, right? He's already there, the glutton. Our boy's gonna take the chance to gather some gems. But right there, a crazy person comes running, fleeing from a rank C abomination in desperation, or maybe it's a crazy woman. Guild operator Kim Hyen, buddy? Maybe? Or not, man, I don't know. The artist only draws women with short hair, so I'm confused. They almost get hit, but our boy shows up just in time to save them. Throws them aside. Who are you? Just your savior. The monster's coming, man. The buddy. They're desperate. Why'd you bring that thing here? Protagonist says, relax. Oh, and look, his clone's jacked. What the hell? The buddy tries to run away again. Protagonist grabs them. Don't run. Explain everything. Explain what? Look at that thing. They're terrified, but the clones are over there fighting, explosions going off. Protagonist all calm, but then it looks like the clone gets smashed. My clone lost? How? He even roasts him. Oi, clone, how'd you lose after eating so many gems? He says, stay put. I fed you so much, let me concentrate. The madman pulls out the cursed sword, no fear, cuts into an arm, sliced it off. Protagonist going psycho, slashing all over on the poor girl, pretty sure it's a girl, is just confused. But he's still affected by the curse, flashes back to the monster that killed his sister, almost loses it, but calms down. Monster's hand comes swinging, but he spawns 50 clones, pulls the sword for a heavy blow and cuts it down. Protagonist still mutters, I hate using this sword. The girl is like, did you beat that thing alone? Protagonist like, told you I would, then checks on number 1, you okay, man? Number 1 isn't looking good. His wound isn't healing. The girl explains that the abomination's bone sword has a curse. They'll need a healer. Protagonist all, damn. But she asks, wait, is that guy even human? Protagonist says yes. She thought it was just a troll in a cap. She hesitates and hands him something. Give this to him, it'll help. Protagonist looks at it. There's a skull floating in here, you sure about this? But he has no choice. Dumps it into the clone's mouth. Some smoke and venom come out. Oh, protagonist says, looks like it worked. Clone looks healed. He thanks her. But she says he'll only be fine for a while. His life force will drain. Her ability is poison conjuration. The higher the level, the more potions and poisons she can create. That thing she gave was more potion than poison, technically, but still dangerous. She warns that his life force will drop dramatically. Protagonist like, oi, you heard that? You're gonna die, so go hunt quickly. She looks at protagonist from above. Well, I told you my ability, now tell me yours. What are you? Why do you command these monsters? She's never heard of someone this strong at rank B. Protagonist says, of course not, I'm rank E. She's like, rank E? No way. How could someone at rank E hunt here? But protagonist not here for chit-chat. Relax. I'm the one asking questions here. Oh damn, that's cold. Meanwhile, back at the YOLO Guild's warehouse, some guys are hauling boxes. They call over a cute girl who might make protagonist smile. She's all blushing. What's going on? Another girl asks, you weren't like this. Why are you gathering stuff? The cutie says it's because one tag asked for a favor. Why does he want so many of these stones? Man, is protagonist gonna eat all of it? What a glutton. Back on the train after protagonist slash the girls all, man, he reacted like that just because I asked his ability. She's wondering if maybe he's bad news. Maybe she should show some trust. You can talk to me if you want, she says, trying to stay cool. Protagonist turns around, seriously? The idiot was just a fool. Protagonist stands up, saying that when she was running away, she mentioned the High Song Guild. So right, what's the deal? She says, you're a hunter. How do you not know that? Protagonist says he's a hunter for just a short time. He doesn't know the guild's shady dealings, tell me. She explains that Silver Moon is a puppet guild for the High Song Guild, and they do all kinds of dirty work. High Song Guild, which belongs to the top one guy, that mustached psycho. Protagonist, so you were also caught by the High Song Guild? Or you? I don't know. Suddenly remembering someone who got wrecked, right? And she says protagonist doesn't need to know that. Now I'm confused, a guy is appearing, but strong like a girl, I don't know anymore. Protagonist stands there. She's freaking out, kinda shy. What's going on? Protagonist just leaves. I already got my info, arigato, adios, I'm off to hunt. What? You're leaving already? Well, if you don't want to stay, head to the gate. Alright then. And he left. But man, I thought she or he was going to follow, but she clung back onto our boy. He says he thinks her ability is impressive. She says she doesn't like it though, since it has a lot of side effects and is basically just for killing. Protagonist hands her Junmo's card, saying, if you're scared of High Song Guild and don't have a better place to work, contact here, okay? The agent there also hates High Song. Damn, now goodbye to you, my dude. Off to wreck some monsters. Thinking maybe he should have tried harder to convince her since that poison ability would be useful for his clones. Protagonist referred to her as he, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Number 1, who is in the middle of the fight, collapses and disappears. That's the side effect of the poison, right? It's not all that great. Since he was outside of cooldown, he resummons the dude who shows up naked. Put some clothes on, you punk. Alright, all set. Now back to hunting. But someone's watching, man. These beefy guys, what are you staring at our boy for? Looking shady, aren't you? These two crazy dudes seem like other guys who are gathering gems and are pissed that protagonist kicked everyone out. They decide to keep hunting for valuables until they find a puddle of refined liquid crystal. Dude, one small puddle of that stuff is worth 100 times the other gems. It increases stats by 0.5, but obviously it turns you into a much crazier monster and not the good kind. Blondie says it's better not to eat that stuff even if it boosts stats. Not worth turning into a monster. But the guy talks about DEP, a place that processes these items so humans can use them. Of course it's illegal, but who cares, right? Since DEP is buying all the gems, whoever sells them is making bank. That puddle is a pool of gold. Tomorrow they're coming back to take it all. They shut the door and leave. That door immediately opens. Dude, look who's there. She was being followed by the clone but managed to lose him. Or did she? She's already looting everything, shoving it all inside her clothes because she said she's weird now. If it were a guy doing that, it'd be even weirder, right? Meanwhile, there's a crowd running chaos. She blends in and runs along. The nearby clone didn't notice a thing if she escapes happy as can be, and protagonist keeps stacking up this cash, man, until he gets a message. Tomorrow, come to Canis Guild. It's time to explain the mission. The next day, the guys who found the liquid crystal in the dungeon went back, and it's all gone. Damn, dude, the guy even strangled a guard. Damn, guards are useless. Already yelling, who the hell did you let in here? The guard getting wrecked says that the only people who entered were the guys who beat him up, meaning protagonist's crew, and the people who were evacuated afterward. He lets go of the guard, remembering those crazy dudes. How the hell am I supposed to fight those monsters? Meanwhile, the girl is fleeing through the night, thankful that she met Prota. Otherwise, she would have been finished. At least she got some gems out of it. She crouches to check her loot, and the little business card falls from her pocket. She looks at it and remembers protagonist saying, your ability is great. If you ever need a place, call this number. But then, damn, she trashes protagonist, calling him an idiot. She even says she won't go just because he praised her. Damn, why the hate? Anyone remember? Odin's Tower, the jumper George Lucas. Mom, you're good at jumping, George, right? During the meeting, Ta-Won says it's in Odin's Tower where Team 1 is trapped, including his sister. Jun-Mo is confused and protagonist asks what Odin's Tower even is. This guy's the most uninformed hunter ever. Ta-Won explains it's a different dungeon, it has an entrance but no exit. The only thing connecting this dungeon to the outside world is mana, and the only way to contact them is by using telepathy. Besides, the only way to leave that place is either by finishing the dungeon or using a teleportation skill. Oh, that's why protagonist and his cloning are so OP. He can send his boys in to collect info and transfer it back. Is that the plan? Can he pull it off? Protagonist asks, but wait, couldn't Team 1 escape with their strength? Ta-Won lowers his head, saying they had given the team a way to escape. Protagonist, then why didn't they? Luffy closes his face. I'll explain everything that went wrong with Odin's Tower. Damn. 5 years before the big disaster of 2005, his sister unlocked his skill, right before the disaster ended. Damn, at 16, he was already chopping rats. His 9-year-old sister came to give him some food. Those were humanity's dark days, and his sister's subspace storage skill, basically Minecraft inventory, saved them. They survived near-death experiences together. She could store things and even people inside. One time she caught a fish. What was that fish face? A few years later, she slapped her brother upside the head. She became Team 1's leader, and damn, she was fierce. One Ta said it was only safe to enter Odin's Tower with someone who could teleport. But his sister said they had scrolls ready and had already tried to recruit teleporters, but nobody wanted to come. She convinced him, if not now, then never, or else their guild would fall behind. One Ta didn't want to agree, but she insisted, showed him the million supply stock, said they were ready, and they set out. He couldn't believe they actually went. His friend said it was fine. Trust your team, you're the guild master, right? He hesitated. That same day, he made that announcement. The one from when protagonist was still a fat kid who had just awakened. He says it was a coincidence. Jun-Mo asks if they tried contacting the team. Jun-Mo explains they took 10 telepathy scrolls to pass information. The first few weeks were fine. Third, fourth week, still fine. But after a month, something went wrong. In the communication tent at the entrance to the tower, a guy was cutting the scroll to receive a message. But he got something unexpected. He just started crying, desperate. The guy looks like he's losing it. Their teleportation portal starts opening next to them. But dude, the only thing that came out of there was like this video, folks. You remember that the last chapter ended with Tae-won telling the story of the tower. He talked about the day they broke a scroll to contact Team 1 that was inside. However, when the first person came out, they weren't asking for likes on a video. They came out shredded, with their guts bleeding and their mouth covered in Heinz ketchup. He looked around wondering what was going on, saying that at that moment, the confidence everyone had collapsed right in front of their eyes. His buddy with glasses falls into his arms. He calls for a medical team, but something strange happens. The portal looks like it's about to collapse. The girl there asks if the telepathy is still connected, and the guy says yes. So she tells him to warn them that a rescue team will arrive at 2 p.m. and that they shouldn't leave. The guy being healed, who I think is the teleport guy, is apologizing, saying all the scrolls were used up. A new monster appeared inside, something unknown. The healers, even SF rank, are doing their best, but man, what happened that they can't heal the kid? Tao-won is there, stunned, unable to say anything. The guy with the telepathy connection says he'll repeat their words. And then he speaks. Sorry, I think we failed the mission. I thought we could pull it off. I can hold on, so don't rush. We'll try to come back alive, no matter what happens. Damn, those were their last words. After that, they tried to hire many hunters, but nobody wanted to enter a tower where only the jumper George Lucas survived. The ones they tried to recruit were like, I'm not going into Odin's tower, bro. That's crazy. Another guy in the background says, if you can get out the teleport scroll, then where's your team? Huh. Damn, this chick here is fierce. She and her pet can't go beyond 5 kilometers, but that's enough. They just want to get a centimeter away. Then he met our protagonist and now he gets it. So you think I can at least get as far as where the team is trapped? Tao-won says yes, and that now he's ready to execute the rescue. The guild will escort him to the entrance. No time to waste, but first they're stopping by Paradise. It seems like a bar. Someone there got punched in the mouth who's hitting who? It's those jerks who were imprisoning the weak guys underground to collect stones. Damn, Yang, the boss of Silver Moon, is not happy about this, just beating everyone up. The guys even say a weird hunter showed up who wasn't even on the Class D list. What's up with that? Boss, wait, listen. So you got your ass beat by a Class E? More beating ensues. Damn bro, they get beaten just for existing. The guy's ordering it up, saying the High Song Guild isn't gonna wait for them forever. Yep, the usual shitty schemes. And since that's the case, he says, I won't repeat myself. Find that guy and bring him to me. Damn, they're coming for our protagonist now. But this boss is shady. He's thinking those guys will fail anyway. So maybe he's considering sending someone else. Maybe that stylish dude. Damn, he's got major swag, 3 rings. The dude looks super chill. It's over now and he's gonna mess up protagonist by pretending to be friendly. His name is Kang Xian-sion, the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. Seems like a nice guy, I'll call him Kangwon. The next day, protagonist talking with Junmo, saying he feels like Tao-won didn't tell him everything. Junmo asks, like forgot what? Protagonist says, why they want to clear Odin's tower. Protagonist says he doesn't know much about the tower, but he does know it was already cleared in 2012, according to jumper George Lucas. Everyone only talks about him, bro. When he finished the tower, everyone asked, so what was inside? What were the rewards? How was it? George Lucas said Odin's tower is empty. The only thing left is a monster. No treasure, no items. I advise no hunter to risk their life for something useless. Damn bastard, apparently you left the final boss behind and are whining about treasure. That's not how RPGs work, man. Gemmo goes, want me to check why? Protagonist says, nah, no need, it's fine. But the door's already opening and look who's there. What the hell? Where'd this luminate come from? Apparently he was sleeping outside the JM agency like a hobo. Gemmo asks, who's this crazy guy? Protagonist says, I called this crazy one to come here to JM. She was all sleepy, but Junmo approached looking like a pervert. Seriously, the girl even recoiled. I got scared too. First thing this crazy girl says is, let's eat. I think her stomach growled, but I can't read Korean, man. They're already at it. Eda Akamasu Dale Dole, she's devouring everything. Protagonist already handed her a number and asks, so why'd you come here to JM? Want to work, huh? She says yes. Gemmo asks, what's your ability, dummy? She says it's item appraisal and potion making. But protagonist exposes her, whoever drinks her potion dies. Damn, he roasted her hard. Yeah, girl, your potion just kills people, not much use. But damn, protagonist got a haircut, bro, not even my barber works that fast. The kid got all swagged up and tells Junmo her potions would actually be very useful. For his clones, of course. Junmo already gets it. You want to use it on your clones, you bastard. Exactly. Junmo seems to accept it then. getting her some gear to make basic potions. Protagonist stands up. Y'all keep chatting. I got better things to do. She asks, where you going? Dungeon hunting. You're going hunting again? Nope, this time it's not about hunting. She's all confused. Then what are you doing, idiot? But she tosses him something, some mana and strength potions. Arigato for the food, dude. Protagonist thanks her. Gemmo asks, what's the side effect of these potions? She says, the strength potion melts your muscles and the mana one makes you explode. Beautiful. Great potions. Outside, Protagonist gathers the squad. Let's go, kids. He even promises them good food when they get back. They get all excited. Next chapter starts with a thick-thighed lady. Damn, Chumley's descendant right there. She says she's almost done moving the jewels to the guild. She's about to call in when she spots a mess. Shocked. Who would dare rob your low guild? She activates a detection ability like a free fire minimap, finds the goons, says she knows exactly where they are, and dashes for the portal. But grabbed before she could get there. Damn, she says she detected someone inside the storage. Who is it? She's getting beaten so bad she can't even feel it. Oh snap, it's Kanjin. The dude is so nice, he even apologizes, sorry, but we need those jewels. Throws her down. Did y'all get everything? Yes, sir. All right, let's clean up properly. Damn, they're stealing the jewels Protagonist needed for his mission. You bastards. They even set fire to the girl's house. Meanwhile, somewhere in Iceland, we see a spaceship. What's going on? It's the squad arriving, Protagonist and company in front of the portal to Valhalla, the one linked to Odin's tower. At the portal, the guards tell him, one Tau is waiting for you. Protagonist is fired up, let's go. He appears in what looks like a stone path, stars around. What the hell is this, bro? He's confused. Fists the entrance to the tower. This doesn't even look like a tower. And damn, it's freezing. But right there is that supply depot from the guild, where the two of them chat, right? Damn, it was well planned. All the jewels they collected disappeared. They heard what happened. When Protagonist walks in at that moment, they all get excited. Oh my god, he's here. Come here, buddy. Yeah, they're eager to have him go out and die with the clones, right? Those bastards. They don't want to do anything themselves. They even put some little jackets on the boys so they don't freeze, and off they go. The place where Team 1 disappeared is 40 kilometers away from the entrance. Damn, the place must be huge, man. But Protagonist says it's not as far as he expected, considering it took them a month to travel. One Ta says they didn't have problems with food. It was just because of the monsters and the battles. He also prepared 3 scrolls for the clones to keep them safe. Protagonist gives them to 4, 5, and 6, who he says are important to the plan. Protagonist asks, how do you use this thing, bro? Just rip it. It's linked to a fixed place. The girl says they asked Team 1 to check a place at 2 p.m. So all he has to do is go there and there should be battle traces. You want to know anything else, you rascal? Protagonist asks, what will you eat for dinner if I come back with your sister? Damn confident? One Taz says he wants a homemade meal. The clones grab the swords, grab the potions, and let's go squad of 5. Touches the wall, and let's roll. Our boy sits in a chair, activates the familiar ability, and goodbye, folks. One Te is already sweating. Now everything's in your hands, sang Wu. At least the familiar ability is working perfectly and the warriors are moving. But you can already feel the snowstorm is super strong. Even with cold resistance, it's not easy. Seems like there's a frozen city there, bro. Protagonist finally reached Odin's tower. Protagonist feels something weird. It's like he's fully controlling number 1's body. That's because his familiar skill reached level 17. You don't just share senses, now you control it directly. Damn, now it's good, huh? Before it felt like giving mental commands and the body obeyed. Now it's really like being inside the body. So let's go, squad. Time to rescue waifu. Protagonist quickly notices the way he came from his clothes, there's no way back. First creature appears, big ice bat. Smashed it, easy mode. While the clones fight, he just analyzes, bro. Class E monsters showing up at the start, always in groups. He doesn't do anything, just watches. The key feature is that there's always a bat boss. Class D monster, bat boss. Damn real creative name. He pulls the big sword. Actually, he doesn't even need to, the clones already destroyed it. Damn, that was easy. Fine then, moving on. Bats here, bats there, bats everywhere. The guy's already walked 13 kilometers. Wow, that's faster than expected, a quarter of the way. Time for new monsters, some Yetis appear with clubs in hand. But our guy is super equipped, shoots a magic projectile, probably hit the head. 3 provide support from behind and 2 fight up front. The Yeti squad's coming, but the guy is too well prepared. This is way too easy. Feels like trouble's coming. A shot here, a slash there, another swing there. and more sword strikes. Our boy's confident, saying it's perfect. If it keeps like this, well, of course, right, bro? He started talking too much, the ground, crumbled. Got wrecked. Back at the tent, the girl asks Won-ta, are you sure this crazy dude will be fine? He says, don't worry. He'd even planned a secret infiltration operation to rescue at least a few people and later bring another group for the rest. But bro, the growth rate of that madman far exceeded expectations. The maniac increased almost 20 points in each stat in just 6 months. His stats are already at the level of a rank B hunter, but bro, he's not just a hunter, he's a CLO in user. She says, wow, so he alone is like a rank B team. Won-ta says that's how he sees it. If the Yolo Guild warehouse had been raided, he would be even stronger. She says that besides the ice golem, no other monster on the first floor will be able to stop him. Won-ta says, I already warned him about the golem. He'll handle it fine. Look where the rascal already is, bro, right in the devil's palm. He's a little scared, but he's going crazy, already made a little cut with the blade on his finger to coat it in blood and go nuts. Swung his sword, will the golem tank it? The big guy stared. Damn man. Did absolutely nothing. The golem didn't like that, almost headbutted him. He dodged sideways. Now we're screwed. His best sword doesn't even scratch. And the Yeetus are still there. It's chaos all around. Damn, but the golem ate the Yeetus, stretched out his palm, and protagonist caught it immediately. Dodge, big bomb incoming, rock incoming. The guy's killing more Yeetus than protagonist clones. That's suspicious. He says Won-ta warned him he has to hit the core, which is right there in the middle of the chest, right yellow. The question is, how are you gonna break that, bro? His magic bullets don't even scratch it. And now the golem's coming with a hammer blow from above. Protagonist tells the clones to dodge that. He dodges some falling stuff, but now he's in trouble. A punch to the face incoming. Tanked it? Nah, number 5 just got hasta lugoed. That's when protagonist thinks, we gotta deal with number 5 quickly. He had a teleport scroll. Oliver the rascal thought of something. He charges forward. The golem looked like he was pulling number 5 by the leg, bro. He activated his leg power. He's almost getting eaten. It's attack on Titan style on the bite. Protagonist threw himself. Looks like he wants to grab the scroll. Oh my god, you're gonna get eaten. Big mouth shut. What now? Is he inside too? What's going on? The clones outside are looking curious. Protagonist isn't inside though, he's still outside. Fell on the ground, looked at the golem, who's angry, and said, did you like what you swallowed, bastard? What did he do? The rascal made the golem eat a teleport scroll. Oh mother, where's this beast going, man? Are you gonna send him to the base? Little flashback. Right when number 5 was falling, protagonist thought, if I can't break the core, I'll teleport it. Started a portal inside the beast, opened it, and X appeared, a cross in the middle of the chest. Since the only living part was the core, it just teleported and bye-bye. And with that, no core, the beast died, and our rascal gained tons of stats. Strength, vitality, dexterity, mana, and finally, the clone skill leveled up. Protagonists, they're like, whoa, finally. Different from all of his other skills, this one wasn't leveling up at all. But he says he's not summoning another one now. Yue, bro, I would. No cooldown, would have been good to have one more in the squad. Meanwhile, we see George Lucas the Jumper taking a bath. He gets a message from a digital assistant saying, here are the people who want to see you this month. He sees something that makes him sweat. None of them from any South Korean guild. None, sir. He says, that's absurd. Looks like things changed. Reject all requests and proceed with the Academy inauguration ceremony. This George Lucas knows something. The rascal's full of secrets. Wants to open an academy, talking about 100% of the population. The scene switches to Baldy again, man. This guy's been beaten up too many times. The chubby guy that protagonist beat up the start is talking to him. Finally found you after that incident, right? Incident meaning getting beaten up by protagonist. The guy asks, how'd you escape the Silver Moon bastards? He says he got help. Not gonna say it was the guy who beat him up. He says, our buddy Chang-won's a little tired, you know. Help him out. And then, boom, 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 knocking at the door. He opens it. And who is it? Just saw a fist. Bam, threw the chubby dude flying. And look who it is, it's Kanjin. He just walks in and asks, who's the guy that beat up Silver Moon in the hunting field? Let me warn you, you're the third one, they asked. The other two said they didn't know anything. Let's see if you also don't know. Hey, you guys better fail, kiddos. Chubby doesn't know what he's getting into. Bro, he activated his power and went to punch Kanjin-ho, who blocked it effortlessly. Yeah, man, he just gave a little stare, that handshake grip, and Chubby's already on the floor. Pulls him straight up. Damn, that was a punch, and blood rained everywhere. Exploded the dude's head. No way. The bald guy said to stop, that he would tell everything. But Kang Jin-ho isn't nice at all. He makes a dumb face like, huh? What do you mean? Bam, took another hit to the mouth. You're gonna talk whether you want to or not. Why are you acting like you're being generous? Damn, I thought he was more chill. Dude just looks nice. And he still says, why are you protecting that fat guy? He's gonna die anyway. Don't you feel bad? Took another hit and fell to the ground. Kang Jin-ho coming in with the king of stomps. The guy screams, stop, I know who it is. Oh, he's gonna rat out our boy. I know who attacked Silver Moon, he cries on the ground, just begging for mercy. Kang Jin-ho turns around the psycho face, saying everything can be solved with fists. Bro, I think that nickname doesn't suit him at all. He's not in. Back to the icy mess, the clones are full throttle, until protagonist decides to slow down because everyone needs to stay alert in this area. It's been a while since they've seen a monster, but they're seeing a lot of corpses. Protagonist realizes it's hard to recover bodies in this place, but who killed all these people? He asks a clone for their location, and it says they're already close. From now on, they'll look for any battle traces left by Teen 1. After all, they check everything at 2 p.m., right? So how many minutes left? The clone is coming to stab. What? Madness. Blood splatters. What happened? Blood falls. Actually, the clone defended a stab coming at Prota. There's a big monster right in front of him. Protagonist confused. How did this monster appear out of nowhere? Maybe he has some invisibility ability? You can only see some footprints on the ground. Bro, suddenly an army is surrounding them. Now it explains the corpses. Bro, he can't detect these creatures and they're trapped. He tries to pull his dagger. Bro, the monster shoves him backward, but right behind him, a clone slices the thing. Let's go this way, bro. The problem is that while they're fighting, more and more are appearing, or disappearing, right? You can't see them until they attack, apparently. What protagonist finds strange is that the clones are blocking the attacks. How is that possible? Seems easy for this rascal. Then he says, you know what? Let number 1 take over the body. I'm just gonna watch. Number 1 pulls out the cursed sword, bro. He's affected but doesn't care. Let's wreck some stuff. An invisible attack comes, he blocks it. Another from behind. He senses it and strikes too. Protagonist quickly realizes. As soon as the monster swings, he hears the wind from the blade and can react. Now protagonist realized it won't be so easy to copy what the clones do. He still has a long way to go. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon's subdimension, someone's talking to the captain, who's kinda down. When the guy talks to the captain, it's almost 2 o'clock and they need to check the situation. Everyone's like, yeah, alright, I wonder if the rescue team already arrived. Don't know if they arrived, but some kids are there struggling too. The captain stands up, biting her lips, saying she can't even say any hopeful words anymore. She's sure today will be the same, and the sound of chilling ice will be the first thing they hear. But she's hearing some other sound, while protagonist is there just trying to learn how the clones are detecting these monsters. Monsters that don't even have that much stats. Bro, the problem is they're super sneaky, but without the invisibility, it wouldn't be that dangerous. The clones are getting shredded though, slaps here, cuts there, injuries piling up, and the number doesn't seem to be decreasing. The worst part is that there's no way to estimate, are there 100 more, 10 more, or maybe a million more? Until the subdimension starts showing up, bro, and protagonist knows it's the attack team. He already sends all the clones running in that direction. She sees that there's someone outside, there's a person. Everyone's like, damn, I thought everyone would be excited, but people are kinda like, so what? But the crew is running up, bro. Now yes, some of them are impressed. They were basically dead. She activates some vision skill there. Damn, the crew is coming. Bro, he's bringing all the monsters. What is he doing? But our boy's coming, shielding his eyes. Guys, I came to save everyone, so please save me. The captain hesitates but gives the order. Let's go, squad. Throws the shield, throws the magic. Help this rascal. The dome pops up, probably someone's skill. The guy starts chanting some incomprehensible stuff. Magic arrow skill activated. A bunch of powers hit the monsters. Our boy's still running. Finally, the first clone makes it in. Our clone was saved just in time, and the crew falls to the ground. Then she closes the entrance and the shield. Woo, she thanks the boy standing there. I'm from Rescue Team 1, hey sup. Guys don't seem too excited about him. Then after a while, the old man asks, you're from Guild Canis. He's like, yeah, kind of. Let's say I came here at the request of Guild Master Part 1 Ta. The old dude seems happy, saying they really didn't abandon them. The captain immediately asks if a guy named Seong Ta is okay, the glasses kid who escaped. Protagonist says he knows he's alive, but he's not awake. And protagonist notices she cares about the team, right bro? First thing she asked, but he cuts it. My warrior, we gotta get out of here. After all, crazy one Ta must be biting his fingers outside waiting for you all. We're gonna leave because I brought teleport scrolls. She says, actually. Protagonist's like, what now, girl? Already noticing that if there were 10, there should be 9 left. So where's the rest? She all shy, wants to ask a favor. These siblings always asking, help us out one more time, rascal. Protagonist asks, what do you want, girl? She explains that one of their comrades died during the mission. While they were walking, bro, an ambush happened. And their healer was the first to get her head blown off, bro. The old man too, damn if I had defended. Protagonist sees how much she cares about her team and understands. She wants to retrieve the girl's body. She says when the ambush happened, they opened the portal. But it was chaos, everyone ran, and without realizing it, one of those invisible monsters slipped into the portal and killed the teleport boy. So to survive, he just teleported instantly. Protagonist gets it, she wants to save her dead friend's body, so she won't be abandoned and asks, where is it? She opens a spatial dimension, shows it, like, here it is. Protagonist sees it's not super far, but it's also not close enough for it to be easy without dealing with monsters. But as the rascal uses clones, he doesn't mind. However, he lays down some conditions. He'll try to rescue, what if he sees any chance of failure, he's pulling everyone out immediately. The crew kinda agrees. And secondly, only he will handle this. The guys are like, no way, you're alone. How can we let you recover our friend's body by yourself? That doesn't make sense. He says, relax, we're not people, bro. We're just clones. She's like, clones? Scene switches outside just because it was getting too peaceful. Damn, no way that bastard Kang Jin-ho went and hit Jun-mo, knowing protagonist was at his agency. Damn, bro, you're gonna die now. Protagonist gonna come for you. Don't you dare break that little arm, man. Oh, that mother. He broke Jun-mo's arm. Protagonist, get out of there and kill that bastard. Jun-mo didn't want to say protagonist's name, that's why he was being tortured. But apparently the guy found a paper there, right, with information about our boy. Hunter from GM Agency, named Jong Sang-woo. Damn, the worst part is now that they got the name, they'll know his family. They'll know everyone. And worse, right, the cloning ability. They already know they have to find the real body. Damn, everything's blown up now. Man, it's screwed. Already sends guys to that address. Look who was there just spying on everything, bro. Crafty, she's gonna grab the information. Arigato, girl, save our boy. But she knows it's Silver Moon, right? Will she want help? Or will she be too scared to act? What's it gonna be? Jun-mo, beaten up, asks why they want our boy. Kang Jin-ho just says he defeated our crystal gathering boys. Ever heard about it? Jun-mo's like pretending he doesn't know anything about crystals. But Kang Jin ain't dumb. You're stubborn. Huh. You're not gonna tell us. But I know he took our crystals and ran away. We are the victims here. Now it's a whole complex mess, because the one who actually stole what they really want was her, right? That pool that was worth billions and millions. While our boy only took a bag of crystals. But she's caught up in the situation now. Let's see how you act, you rascal. Back in the subdimension, the sister says, the cloning ability I know isn't like this. Protagonist says, relax, as you can see, my clones aren't illusions. And no need to worry about their lives, I can resummon them. And he lays out the plan. Number 4 and 6 will stay at the door, holding the teleport scroll in case things go wrong. While he 2 and 3 will go get the body and return. She's like, not really accepting it. The old man says they can help, but protagonist says, I'm responsible for getting you out safely. Then she goes, man, you brought a bunch of monsters, what kind of safety is that? It's true, right? But whatever, that's the plan. Either you trust me, or it's not gonna work. She kind of agrees like, fine, whatever. Protagonist pulls the cursed sword after 6 months of boosting stats and eating crystals, and even got this skill, Passive Monster Devour. Absorbs a part of the monster's stats when killed, 12% chance. That's how he's been growing his attributes so much, but he's not satisfied yet. At the door, he says, alright, let's do this. Open the portal. Damn, it's consuming even mana explosions. Crazy. Number 4, pass me the knife. Alright, number 4 throws the knife. He throws the sword and the demon venom too. Already warns, as soon as we recover the body, you immediately evacuate everyone. The girl says to protagonist, don't know if you noticed, but even when no one was here, those monsters just stayed put waiting for people. So all those he brought will still be in the same places. Crack of fingers, bro. Alright, opens. Let's go, family. Protagonist dashes, the body's right there, let's move. Already sees the first footprint, knows a bastard is coming. Inside, they guard the space and tell no one to get close. The people are like, are you sure? Shouldn't we help somehow? But the sister says, this place is 40 kilometers from the entrance. He didn't get here just running. We have to trust him. Protagonist on the move just hopes it works. But there's already a slap coming from the right. He blocks it. Even the monster got stunned. Damn, the rascal blocked it. And that block was protagonist reacting with his instincts. He's learning to sense the attacks. The bad thing is there's a whole crew around the girl's body. He located it, heading there, but Clone already took a pass-through slash right in the back. Now the monsters are coming from all sides. Time to use that trick already, opening the pot and drinking the potion. Now with mana extremely boosted, he's gonna fire a huge shot toward the corpse to clear everything out. Man, that was a good sweep. Huh, guys? Inside, everyone's in shock too, right? The guy's got clones, a sword, a knife, a huge shot. The guy's got everything. He already asks number 2 if he can move even with the injury, and he says, yes, man. Then pick up the body, dude. Protagonist feels that the body's mana won't stop flowing, almost exploding. Damn, it's turning into some cursed sorcery crumbling apart. So he's just gonna draw attention. What's he gonna do? There's an aura coming from above. He's surrounded on all sides. The 2 clones are collecting the body. He tells the boys to run, stomps the ground, throws everyone into the air. The 2 clones take advantage of the launch to land in front and run toward the portal. Whoa, they made it like it's nothing. That's way too easy. She says, arigato gozaimasu, the boys arrive. They're already cutting the scroll. The old man says, don't cut it yet. There's still a crazy one out there. Protagonist says, it's fine, bro. It's just a clone and that one can't be saved anymore. Oh man, that's sad. I mean, yeah, it's just a clone. The poor guy, he did so much and now got wrecked. He even looked back. The girl didn't even want to abandon the protagonist's clone. Damn, that clone seems super conscious. Not sure if he shed a tear there, tipped his hat. See you on the other side. Bring my clone back and revive him already. But with all that explosion and those shots, the monster devour skill activated several times, absorbing the ice essence from many creatures. Strength, reflexes, mana, cold resistance. It just doesn't stop. Next chapter starts with someone slicing an apple and saying, Mr. Seong-tae, today's the day they'll execute the rescue mission, and it might already be over, so it's time to wake up, dude. His finger even twitched a little. I saw it. Meanwhile, at the guild base inside the tower, a portal is opening. They run toward it. Bro, will it be the team? A hand is coming out. This montage reminds me of the guy who got wrecked. Is another wrecked guy gonna show up? They're scared. Hand over the chest. When he opens his eyes, Oni-chan. He's speechless. Bro just crying all emotional. Meanwhile, protagonist waking up in the chair. First time he did a kamikaze move. The sister tries to act tough. Obviously, who else would it be? Saying stuff like, I bet you caused trouble while I wasn't here, huh? But he just hugs her. Shut up, you idiot. Everything's fine now, okay. And then she cries too. Especially because it's her fault that the girlfriend exploded. She says she was sure nobody would manage to save them. She was so scared. Now both are emotional, everyone's watching. And the crazy guy at the hospital woke up too? Huh. Bro, you were waiting for them to come back just to get up from bed. Slacker. Protagonist, they're looking at his stats and the clone comes bringing his sword back. All happy that he gained a ton of attributes. Until one Tao says, Mr. Hunter. And he turns, what's up? Arigato gozaimasu. Nothing else he could say. Protagonist like, what's this, dude? I only accepted the job because you guys paid well. One Taz says no from now on. Whatever problem protagonist has, you can call him and he'll help. You better call him soon, protagonist. Actually, you don't even have to call, just tell him. Cause you don't know yet, but they're beating up Junmo too. Protagonist goes to return the scroll he didn't use, but Junmo says, relax, anything you didn't use on the expedition is yours. Protagonist says, you're crazy, man, this belongs to your guild. I'd feel wrong keeping it. The guy accepts it back then. Protagonist, maybe you should have kept it, but too late now, and the greedy guy took it back. The sister says, wow, he was here the whole time, and one Taz says, yeah, he stays here while controlling his creatures with familiar skill. Poor girl finally believed it. She thought it was all a lie, just to calm them down. And one Ta just watching, wondering how strong this kid is gonna get in the future. But for now, he still looks like a fool. Outside, protagonist like, ah, you're gonna get busy now, huh? One Ta, yeah, I need to check everyone's health and also prepare the funerals. Protagonist then gets flooded with notifications because, well, the phone didn't work inside the dungeon. Huh, what's going on here? When he looks, he's already in shock. we got a problem. Junmo was taken by Silver Moon, guys. She's following them right now at location XXX. Protagonist already grinding his teeth. Sir, I have to go somewhere else. One Tal. Why? Protagonist already says it. Junmo was kidnapped by Silver Moon. He asks, but why by Silver Moon? Protagonist already knows, man, probably because I fought with them at the hunting field. One Tae, being a smart guy, pulls a scroll out of his jacket and says, if you're heading to Silver Moon, take this with you, bro. Protagonist says no, but One Tae insists, I told you before, we'll give you full support. Bro, if you were giving full support, you go with him, but okay. At the entrance of Silver Moon, all the fools waiting to get beaten by Protagonist are already lined up. Meanwhile, our potion girl is just watching. Someone calls her. Whoa, she got caught. Man, I thought it was Protagonist arriving to save her, but no. It's some crazy guy asking what she's doing there. She's screwed. Or not. Wait, Protagonist comes out from a portal behind them. Man, how do you pull that off? But it's too late. The dude looks back and Protagonist already chokes one guy out, two clones surrounding the other with knives. The girl hasn't even reacted yet. Protagonist already wrecking them. Where's Junmo? The dude's almost crashing windows. She even says, stop, you're gonna kill him? We can get info from him. Yeah, let's go like, I was about to kill you, fool. Then he just ties up the guys and asks, where is he? She says he was taken to Silver Moon's storage, bro. Protagonist, alright then, wait here. Damn, he's bringing the whole crew. Run, everybody, run from the storage. Inside the storage, Junmo is waking up after being beaten and sleeping. Kangwin's there. There are so many guilds, dude. Why'd you have to mess with us? He even wonders if that buddy of his, Sangwoo, is gonna come help. Another guy says they heard Sangwoo went abroad, so it'll take him a few more hours to get back. They're even thinking about ordering iFood while waiting, but then bam, a huge hit at the door. Now you're screwed. Don't panic. It's already being sliced from the inside out, spinning. Boom. Hey, are you guys from Silver Moon? If it were me, I'd say no and just run away. But henchmen love getting beat up, right? Kangwin's like, oh, I thought you'd take a few more hours. Didn't expect you so soon. The guys who already know about his cloning ask, hey, where are the other masked guys? Kangwin says, capture those clones already. Haha. You all think those clones are a joke, huh? Junmo's screaming for Protagonist not to do anything, but he's barely holding it together. Not much help. Our boy who's traumatized by losing people he loves, you think he's gonna go easy? His face is pure rage. The first fool tries to swing down on him, but Protagonist elbows him in the chin, leaves him crooked, grabs his arm, and snap broken. Another guy in a suit comes in for backup, but Protagonist breaks another arm. It's just crack sounds, dude. Kangwin's like, ah, you useless bastards. The whole gang's already broken on the ground. Protagonist hasn't even moved from the spot yet. Kangwin tells everyone to hold on a sec, says he just wants to say something as a precaution, and he asks Protagonist where he hid all those crystals. Protagonist doesn't even know about crystals, man. He just remembers picking up some stones, and he tells the guy he crossed the line. This won't end peacefully. But Kanjin says he's the damn arrogant one. He found some things about Protagonist while checking the office, and he admits that he's strong. Considering how he beat up the guys, he must at least be class B+, he has good stats. He can beat most guys in this field, but his skill is cloning, right? That's why he's here, acting all tough, fighting without even using any skill. Man, he doesn't even know he's going full psycho like a fool, saying Protagonist a loser for having such a trash skill even with good stats. His only power must be concentrated attack and that's it. That explains why he stayed with that trashy jam agency. Trash hangs out with trash. Protagonist's like, alright then, let's see if my clones are weak. The crew has arrived. Damn, now you're screwed. The minions are all sweating and the guy says, hey Kanjin, the folks at the back got beaten up, you know. He says at least he can sense that, idiot. Damn, but at least now Protagonist isn't at a disadvantage. Damn, he's got a dagger that looks deadly. Better be careful, Prota. Protagonist also getting a bit cocky now, man. Let's see how good this so-called skill is. Wow, he's got invisibility just when our boy finished his 10,000-year Goku training, running with 1 billion pounds on his back. You're screwed, my boy. You're gonna get wrecked. The big side character says, our Hyung's got stealth skill. He's definitely gonna win. Only someone with class A detection could stop him. Kanjin's there, invisible thinking, feeling presence, sensing aura. That's all bullshit. My skill erases everything. You ever experienced this before? Just sneaking up behind, but the clones are already kinda looking at him, bro. The fool's confident. You won't even notice me. The fight's gonna end here. Protagonist, the moment he comes, yells, grab him. The mad lad actually got grabbed, man, caught like a fool. What the? The clones' faces say they're gonna have some real fun. Yeah, Kanjin, you're Screw's son. Next chapter starts with protagonist's college friends at a bar having some beers. Everyone's happy they're in third year. One dude even says, how come it's just the three of us after 3 years, man? Nobody gonna get a girlfriend or what? Damn, killed the vibe. The glasses guy's like, by the way, anyone seen Sang-woo? It's been a while since anyone heard from him. They say he changed numbers, and even when they tried messaging him, no response. The buff friend says he heard news that Sang-woo's working as a hunter now. They're like, damn, Sang-woo actually went into that line of work. He seemed like such a nice guy. How's he out there killing monsters? The buff guy says, hey, you say that 'cause you never saw Sang-woo angry. The guy in the white shirt, weren't you his neighbor? Did you ever see him lose his cool? He's like, maybe in third year. He explains that back then he and Sang-woo used to walk home together, and once on the way he got mugged by some gangsters. Surrounded by the thugs, he saw protagonist showing up and told him to leave, but actually protagonist just came back and headbutted someone. He went for the sneak attack. They ask, Sang-woo saved you. The guy, you think he saved me? We just got beaten up together, and I found out he'd already been mugged by those guys before. Glasses dude, so he already got beat and still went back for more? Buff dude says he was always weird like that. Even though he looked innocent and chill, when he lost it, he would charge forward without thinking. The punks were even surprised. You can tell he's merciful when people mess with him, but not when they mess with people around him. Back to Kanjin, man, he's all twisted up. Protagonist already sending the clones to take Junmo to a hospital. Bro, Kanjin's there like, how did you see me? All shocked. Our boy's like, you were real confident in that skill of yours, huh? Too bad, I just came back from a group of monsters that had the same one. The poor guy's all desperate now, can't understand it, man. Protagonist says, you talked a lot of crap, didn't you? Said my skill was trash and I shouldn't have come here. But at least you got one thing right. I do have amazing stats. 242 notifications when he fought back at Odin's tower, bro. The boy gained almost 10 points in each stat, not to mention cold resistance up to 19. Looking like Bakugo from Boku no Hero Academia. I.e. going straight for the gut. Wait, no waiting, man. Take this. Damn, he threw the dude far while he followed up with a beatdown. The clones say one escaped, but they already handled everyone. Protagonist just says for them to take Junmo to the hospital. He's like, don't worry about me. Go get treated. Kanjin's there, man, can't even get up, all wrecked. Thinking, no way, the report said he had 19 strength. This is totally different. Not to mention the clones aren't weak. If two catch you, you're screwed. He's getting up like, no way someone boosted stats that much. There's gotta be something. He noticed the potion in protagonist's pocket. Damn, is he gonna drink the dumbass potion and get strong only to melt? Classic side character move. He tells protagonist he admits he underestimated him. Didn't expect him to react. But there won't be another mistake. I'll show you what a real class B hunter is. Damn, he's not that weak. Either 25 strength, 35 reflex. Damn, I thought he was more trash. You haven't seen everything I got. Rushing in. But protagonist says, I really don't want to see everything a man has. The guy's running thinking, they're not detecting me. It must be. No matter how insane it sounds, they're sensing the air currents around me. So he starts stirring everything up to make it noisy. Protagonist's impressed by his speed. It'll be harder to react now. But he turns to the side, man. Something's coming. Bam, blocked it. Damn, called him stupid and hit him on the head. Now, with all this smoke, it's even easier to see you, idiot. The poor guy's on the floor, bro. I've seen him like this 3 times now. But he's laughing all crazy, ha ha ha, bro. Protagonist asks, what's so funny, clown? Oh, look what he did. Man, you already knew it. I predicted it. Protagonist looks, damn, you grabbed my pocket? The guy's like, I knew something was off. Your stats were different than expected. Opening the potion you boosted with this, didn't you? Protagonist honest, I'll give you some advice, kid. It's better if you don't drink that. But man, he swallowed it all. Strength already rising to 29. Dude's freaking out, 37. Damn, one stomp and everything's cracking. 51 damn, and he's saying to protagonist, I can't hear you anymore. I'm too strong. Protagonist's like, yeah, better not blame me, bro. But the kid's there exuding Dragon Ball level aura. Impressed that his strength doubled. Not even a top-tier potion does that. He even says to protagonist, if you tell me who made this, I'll let you walk away with at least 2 arms. Protagonist looking already sent 4 and 6 to the hospital, so now it's just him, 2 and 3 left to handle the guy. They lock eyes, bro didn't like it and comes charging. But the kid's not playing, grabs him, and the guy's like a freaking train knocking the clones down. Protagonist went to slash, Gam took a hit from the sword too, all shaky now. Kanjin's feeling himself, asking if Protagonist realized where he messed up, and he reveals he didn't just read Protagonist's stats. Damn, they're also targeting Protagonist's family. Then it's over, guys. His mom and dad were just making dinner all chill when someone knocked on the door, and oh boy, what happened? We don't know because we're back to the fight with Kanjin coming in with the stabs and Protagonist getting a billion cuts. The stabs are hitting so hard the kid's being dragged across the floor. 2 more coming from behind, you bastards. Take 1 each. Protagonist starting to bleed onto the blade, bro. He's going crazy. Came in for a big swing, sliced the whole thing in half. Damn, even Kanjin's sword got wrecked. Furious, he activates the strike skill right in Protagonist's face. Came in with the punch. Damn, Protagonist took that too. This one's rough. Thrown back, wall shattered. Dragon Ball style, the kid crashed on the other side. Meanwhile, another clone took a hit to the gut too. Damn. One tried to grab him from behind, but he just ducked and spun with a jawbreaker move. Damn, the clone got wrecked. Protagonist feeling the potion's effects. His friends at the side, bro, you were acting so cocky and now you're getting wrecked. Shut up, I'm gonna win. Kanjin asking if he's thinking about a plan B. Protagonist tells everyone to hide. Kanjin's like, you're still gonna fight, bro. Doesn't like how Protagonist refuses to give up. He's just waiting for the potion to kick in. The guy pulls out his phone. Let me order some pics to help you understand the situation. Yo, you guys arrived yet? Cut their fingers off and send me some pic. Phone drops on the floor, bro. Looks like he lost control of his arm. Well, he falls on the ground, bro. Looks like a melted slime. Protagonist's like, finally. Flashback to the potion, but we already knew. His muscles are melting. He's all confused. Protagonist. I told you not to drink that. His phone right there, he scrambles for it. Tries to call in reinforcements to bring Protagonist's parents as hostages to stay alive. Tells Protagonist if he lays a finger on him, his parents die. But look at the dude's arm. Just bones and skin left. Says if he doesn't get an antidote, his parents are dead. But someone on the phone says, sorry buddy, you grabbed the wrong family. This is the Canis Guild. Damn, the bearded guy wiped everyone who showed up at the parents' house. Kanjin, you should have died rather than go through all this. Who knock on Protagonist's parents' door, bro? The giant. Just saying, hey, everything's fine, while holding a dude in one arm. Chatted with Protagonist's dad, who asked if his son was okay. Yeah, he's good. Damn, dude treated a thud like a balloon, just popped him. The guys outside still want to fight. Bro, in this situation, man, life's worth more than that. That's when he got the call and passed the message. Kanjin bro staring at his phone. Bastard, screaming, melting away. Protagonist doesn't even need to do anything. Kanjin's already zombified. Protagonist grabs him, bro. Better save your energy just to breathe, huh? Damn, Protagonist went psycho. Didn't think he'd go that far, but he's not stopping. Grabbed Kanjin's arm like it was a stick. Don't touch anyone close to me. Hoo boy, it's over. Waifu girl, staring in shock. Yeah, you messed with the wrong guy. A while later, Protagonist shows up at the hospital to talk to Junmo, sneaking in through the window cause visiting hours were over. Junmo sees Protagonist with blood on his face like, yo, what happened? Protagonist says he's fine cause his regeneration's OP, but tells Junmo, bro, better watch out, Silver Moon's not done yet. Then he asks, Junmo, do you think I should redo my hunter ranking? Junmo's like, well, yeah, cause after he saved people back at the portal, he got a rank increase, but he hasn't done any official reclassification tests since then. Protagonist says that before he wasn't interested in having power, he just wanted to get stronger to protect the ones he cared about and have enough money to pay for his sister's hospital bills. Junmo asks what changed then. If I had rank A, for example, would Silver Moon even have dared to do this? It wouldn't even touch the JM agency office. That's why he wants it now. Junmo says it would be great for the agency too, because having a high-ranking hunter is always good publicity. Protagonist says then it's decided. But Junmo says he'll attract a lot of attention. As a side effect, situations like this might become even more frequent, but well, it's up to Protagonist, who says he's already decided. The scene shifts to Protagonist going to retake the evaluation. The guy there, name, Sang-woo, skill, cloning, and you came alone? Usually you take this test in a group. Junmo explained to Protagonist. When you're low rank, you get classified in a group that can kill a monster of a certain rank. Because normally if a monster is rank B, it's stronger than a rank B hunter. But that's not the case with Protagonist, who's got the bond to do Safado, the badass squad. Protagonist already says, I'm but alone. The guy says you just have to kill a monster one classification above yours and bring proof. With that, you submit it to the association, and they reassess. Protagonist asks, can I skip the D, C, and B tests all at once? The guy's like, this punk's messing with me, wants to test solo and skip everything. No, you can only sign up for the test directly above your rank. You can't jump all at once. Protagonist, a bit embarrassed, okay then, tell me which monster. The guy says, go kill a fishman. That trash with a cloning skill can't do it. Just so you know, it's got extremely tough skin. Bullets don't even go through it, got that punk. So Protagonist leaves, right? Poor guy has to hunt that fish dude again. He walks to a chair, sits, starts scrolling on TikTok, watching a girl's dancing. 2 hours later, the guy's eating. Like, why hasn't this punk gone hunting yet? Did he just come here to mess with me? Protagonist stands up, walks back to him. What's he back for? Kid, you want to cancel the test? Nah, bro, I already hunted it. What do you mean you hunted it? Yeah, I caught the fishman already and sent the proof in. Register me as a Class D hunter. The guy's like, bro, this psycho's crazy. He just sat there drinking coffee. How? Obviously, right? It was a clone who went. The guy's all confused. I didn't even see you leave. Protagonist, check it already, man. The hunting ground already sent confirmation. The guy's like, fine, I'll check. Sigh. He looks and there it is. Jung Sang-woo Fishman, number 5, confirmed. What the hell is this? Protagonist, all good, right? The guy, no wait, what the hell? Calls the hunting field, hey, did Jung Sang-woo hunt there? Yeah, verified, he hunted and killed here. Damn, what's happening? Did the system glitch? Protagonist just waiting like, yo, got an answer? Okay, fine, I'll upgrade your rank. The guy's thinking this bastard must have pulled some dirty trick. Congrats, you're Class D. And I'm gonna report this as soon as I get out of here. Protagonist's like, cool. Now register me for Class C. Haha, poor guy's gonna be stuck there all day doing this. Meanwhile, on the streets at night, our girl is walking with that crystal bag. Girl, you stole that just for fun? Are we selling it? Doing something with it? She's all embarrassed talking to Protagonist, right? I'm sorry, she says. It's her fault Jam got attacked. She admits she's the one who stole the crystal jewels at the field. Protagonist's face goes dark, bro. Face to face. So that's why he said all that. She's in shock. Why did I tell him? I just saw what he did to that other guy. But Protagonist is a good guy. He just says, it's not your fault. It's their fault for trying to mess with me and my family. So yeah, she doesn't have to worry. And the crystal thing, that's between her and Silver Moon. He's sure she didn't steal him just for fun. She doesn't even know what Silver Moon and Hai Sion did to her, but he's not gonna get involved in her problems. She just grabs her hat, trembling, throws it over her shoulders. Arigato, bye. She runs off, back at the association. The guy's like, man, how? Did someone see this? That's impossible. The guy says, congratulations, you passed for Class C and Class B. Protagonist gets up. I think that's good enough for today, right? The guy's like, for today? Another dude pops up, finally he did it. The guy's like, wait, you know this kid? The guy says, yeah, he's that crazy one who has permission to enter multiple hunting fields at once. The doctor who evaluated and went crazy, telling everyone about what he saw, such a unique skill. The strange thing about him was that he hadn't ranked up yet. But yeah, putting that aside, the Hunter Network's gonna freak out. Someone going from E to B in one day. A week later, all the newspapers were talking about the Clonudo, from Class E to B in a single day. The big surprise of the association, fastest rank up ever. Who is Jung Sang-woo? JDM agency interview. The news reported about a newbie hunter who became B in a day. Some said he joined a doomed agency. A lot of people learned that the clones weren't illusions, and our protagonist got a deposit of how much? 5 billion? Bro, he could buy countries with that now. He's even bugged out wondering how many zeros are in that. Taewon said, that's your payment for success. Protagonist said, that's too much. The guy said, man, I only used the word favor to convince you, but it was just a job. He didn't want to accept it, but Taewon said, dude, if it weren't for you, no one else would have accepted this job and they'd still be stuck there. Come visit the guild someday. Everyone wants to see you. Protagonist falls to the ground in happiness. Now the kid doesn't have to worry about money anymore. Now he's got enough to take care of his sister. With that money, he'll be able to get that guy, the S-rank healer, Bless. Oh man, there are still some big bads out there, cause our protagonist is Chad now. But he's still just B, bro. He's already imagining the guy like, just you wait. The moment I see you, I'm gonna grab your legs and beg like a maniac. You'll have to say yes. Meanwhile, the leader of Silver Moon wasn't happy that Kang Jin-ho got wrecked. What's the logic behind stealing everything from the YOLO Guild? Now there's no one left to work on the crystals. He needs to destroy the documents so nobody finds out. But then another badass chick shows up. Yang Ju-cheol. Damn, our warrior shows up like, you're strong, huh? So Shikurgi's the one who stole the stash. The guy's like, I think there's a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Already swinging punches, but she just slashes with her claws. She's badass and hot. Boom. At the Canis Guild office, Jun-mo went to talk to the crew. He thanks Taewon because he heard he sent the boys to protect protagonist's family. Taewon says, so it was Silver Moon who attacked you. The guy says yes, and that he doesn't think it's over yet, especially since Kang Jin's son, Kang Jin-ho, got involved. Taewon knows he's the Silver Moon vice leader, and that our protagonist left him in a state that's impossible to recover from. Now comes the plot twist. Bro, the hunter Jun-mo used to take care of back when he worked at Haesong Guild was this same Kang Jin-ho. Everybody already knows about the ties between Haesong and Silver Moon guilds. Then our baddest chick shows up dropping the DEP bomb. Those bastards from Silver Moon were manufacturing crystals and jewels and supplying them to Haesong Guild. She even hands over the files, bro. Tells Jun-mo, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, crazy dude. He gives her a little shout out, right? Says he heard she visited Silver Moon. She says it's all good, she just went there real quick to grab some stuff. Taewon's there like, DRP. What's that? She says it's a body-enhancing drug that uses the jewels, and the Haesong Guild is deeply involved in producing it, which means it's something extremely dangerous. Oh, our little crystal carrier's back on screen. Here comes a little backstory. The hunter profession was only legalized after the catastrophe ended. Managing the hunting fields through soldiers, taxes on hunting profits, buying monster drops. All that was legalized. So the hunter job seemed pretty stable, but not everyone agreed. Some hunters were against identity registration and restrictions during hunting, so they went into hiding and created their own society. This way, they could use illegal weapons to protect their income. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to give money to the government either. Taxes are theft. And apparently our warrior girl here is part of the shady side, huh? She shows up at a bar with the crystals. Even the bartenders bug out, bro. She brought way too much stuff. He told her not to go fetch it. She smiles, all happy, saying it was all just lying around at the station. He frowns. Sorry, Wu Haiyan. Oh, some shady guys show up. You hear Haiyan, you're coming with us. Guaranteed they're from that guild. She tries to ask the bartender for help, but he's like, sorry, they got my family. But guess what? Another madman steps into the mess. Some random dude, who are you and why are you wearing a suit in this bar? The dude steps up in his face, back off. He tries to say something but takes a punch right to the jaw. The guy's about to back off when he sees who showed up. Man, he's everywhere. The badass himself, bro. Then we get a flashback. Our protagonist said now that she's part of the GM agency, he's gonna help her. Told her to try selling the crystals she grabbed. Told you they'd bite the bait, didn't I? Another scene shift. In some undisclosed location, the master of the Haesong Guild gets frisked and told he's got 10 minutes. He's laughing like a psycho. They open the door and he steps into what? The Oracle. Damn. She says, you're here again? Shin asks if she wasn't expecting him or if she likes to mess around. She says she knows what he wants and that her answer's the same. Give up. He better be satisfied with his current life. The dude's raging, saying that once she told him every powerful person would bow to him. But she says his fate has drastically changed, specifically because of someone. He demands to know who messed with his destiny, but she just says she doesn't know. Back to protagonist's scene. Hey, is this your phone? Tell me your password, idiot. The guy says, kill me. I won't say it. Protagonist's like, man, relax. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hand you over to those fine gentlemen over there. Looks like they do some crazy stuff. The guy's sweating bullets. Meanwhile, the leader of Team 1 of Haesong, Shin Jin-wook, gets a call. Yo, got the crystals. Cool. Take them to Factory 3. Why's your voice sound weird? Nothing, man. We're heading there now. All right. Oh, yeah. Keep an eye on the DEP production, all right? Yeah. Meanwhile, protagonist was just listening to the whole thing, bro. He says, perfect, now tell me where the factory is. The guy's like, I'll die if I tell you. Protagonist's like, well, boys, he says he wants to go with you. The dudes whip out knives. Damn it. So now they got the factory location, and protagonist tells her to send it to Junmo. She thanks him, all blushing, but protagonist's still super sigma. Hey protagonist, wanna play a game? She says she saw the news about the Clonudo. That's why your homies at home all look the same, right? Protagonist, yeah, girl. Seems like you weren't paying much attention, huh? Do you even know my name? Of course I do. You're the potion maker. She's fake choking him like, sorry? She says her name is Kim Woo Hyen. Pouting, she asks, where are your clones? Why are you alone? Protagonist says they're busy. Man finally treated the boys right, left them grilling beef at a BBQ while he handled the errands. Getting the audio from that conversation, Junmo instantly recognizes the guy's voice. It's Shin Jin-wook, the dude behind all the shady business. So now, right, both of them are sure those guys are totally involved. Our homegirl says there are 5 crystal suppliers for Haesong. They already took down Silver Moon, but there's still Red Tail, and some other guilds too, all at least rank B. Junmo's like, why don't we just take down Haesong? Selling crystals is illegal. Our Hardglass girl says she'd love to, but you know, it's Haesong, man. It's tough to topple the guild with the strongest hunter in Korea at the top. One Ta tells Junmo to be careful, like, bro, don't be walking alone out in the streets of Korea. Junmo's like, yeah, you're right. I'll tell Sunwoo to be careful too. Taewon's like, I don't know if Sunwoo needs that much caution though, doesn't seem like anyone could successfully kidnap that dude. Junmo sends a message confirming to protagonist that it's a raw material for a drug called DEP and tells the girl to stay put at the office until everything's sorted. She's like, what office? You already fixed the one Silver Moon trashed? Protagonist's like, you haven't seen the new office yet, huh? You're gonna be surprised. And look who just showed up too, Junmo. New cough, meeting rooms, everything looking fancy. The boys went all in, bought the whole floor of the building, real gluttonous with it. On top of that, there's a special room just for our potion girl, alleged lab. Now let's see if she actually brews something that doesn't kill people when they use it. And Junmo even says, there are rooms in the back too. You can crash there if you want, you know. She's a bit shy about it, thinking nobody would actually treat her like some street hobo. But bro, it's right when Junmo gets a call. Man's face drops instantly. Already warning our protagonist, bro, you gotta smash that like on this video. You guys remember how the last chapter ended with them showing Mendiga the new office? When Junmo got that call and his face totally dropped, right? The call wasn't telling him to smash the like button, nah, it was telling him something happened at the hospital, and protagonist had to get there immediately. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon's storage room, there's a nice puddle of ketchup on the floor and that super suspicious dude just standing there, telling someone to come out. From the ground, something like a Resident Evil slime rises up, and those masked guys start coming out. The guy asks, where's Yang Ju-chil? Yang Ju-chil, if you forgot, is that dude who got wrecked by the pretty girl earlier. And the guy says, yeah, he's locked up in the basement of the YOLO Guild. They even took everything, and he asks, the crystals too. The masked dude says, yeah, based on what we talked about, it looks like they knew where the factory was too. Thanks to our boy protagonist, right, who went there and dug everything up. The masked guy tosses some little vials into his hand and says, you know who you need to use these on. The guy just nods. The masked boss dude, acting all evil, says that if they want the ED so badly, he'll give it to them, even if it's not perfected yet. Just more crazy dudes handing out potions that only end up killing people. Meanwhile, in the YOLO Guild basement, Yang is still tied up. But man, that Resident Evil slime shows up out of nowhere. Yang's completely freaking out, but you already know what he's gonna do, right? He's pulling out the ED with a syringe. Bro, you're about to get jabbed with benzetacil, whether you want it or not. Ain't no way out, my dude. He jams it into his neck. Goodbye, bro. Outside, one Ta and the girl are walking, talking about how they're gonna get some info out of Yang. She's teasing him, saying, you're only coming with me so I don't get kidnapped, huh? Girl loves teasing the boys. But then she says she smells something burning. Yeah, with all that smoke, it ain't hard to notice. Both of them start running. And right there, in the middle of all that fire, there's a monster that's transformed. No doubt the benzetacil didn't sit right with the guy. They find some civilian wrecked on the ground. What happened, dude? The guy just mutters, a monster showed up in the basement. Not even the Class B squad could stop it. So yeah, that means we're dealing with at least a rank of monster. The weird thing is there was no portal, so where the hell did this demon come from? But she sees that scar right in the middle of his face, so yeah, she knows. It's Yang Chil. Meanwhile, Kanjin's still all dried up in the hospital, but the masked guy shows up too. Man, dude, stop with the benzetacil already. Leave the boys alone, here he comes again. Boom. another shot. But another friend shows up with her digital panel saying he's not gonna do whatever he wants in this hospital. The guy just disappears. Wait, no, he reappears right beside her saying that I'll use it on you. Man, this is some crazy plot twist after twist. But bam, shoulder slam to the chest. Protagonist arrived. Meanwhile, over at One Tae's fight with the big beast, it's just explosions everywhere, buildings breaking down. Both of them are in shock because Yang Cheol wasn't supposed to be rank A. He was a strong rank B, but not A. And she's sure it's him because of the scar. So what the hell happened down in that basement? Why are humans turning into monsters? Then she remembers that convo about DEP being used to enhance the body. And seeing that big beast? Yeah, she gets it now. Our smart girl says they're probably trying to wipe out Silver Moon too, so Kanjin, who's lying there in the hospital, is gonna get the same fate. Good thing Siona, the panel girl, contacted Junmo, who contacted our boy protagonist who came in clutch to save the day. The beast lets out a roar. You guys gotta deal with this thing first. Girl summons a 9-tailed fox-type deal throwing Ares Ball, full League of Legends mode. The shot goes straight through the beast's chest. But oh no, a punch is coming her way. Don't you dare hit my waifu like that, you crazy. Good thing One Ta cut off his arm right after. Man, you don't go smacking the waifus. Now he's throwing in another hit too. Wait, the guy's got a cybernetic arm now. What's going on? Takes out both of them, launches them flying, dragged by the sheer power. Yeah, no doubt now. That move he did, that was Yang's signature move. But suddenly, boom, someone appears with a flaming sword slash right down the middle. Old dude, what rank are you, you crazy badass? Turns out it's Gon, the leader of the Sol Guild. The two of them move in to talk to the old man, who immediately asks, where the hell did this thing come from? Explain One Ta. Meanwhile, at the hospital, our protagonist is telling the masked guy, only doctors get to use needles. I thought he'd land a clean hit, but the guy actually blocked it. He's staring him down, all serious. How'd you even know I was here? Girl tries throwing her flame, but the guy just stretches his hand and undoes her magic. Bro, teleporting, going invisible, and disabling powers. Pick one, man. Protagonist comes from above. Boom, big kick. Sends the dude flying. Snap, broke the dude's arm. Protagonist, buddy, can we get some clones up in here? Where's the gang? Let's go 7v1 this fool. Now both of them are standing there. Girl thanks protagonist for coming so fast. The masked guy, he gets it now why Kanjin ended up the way he did. Protagonist strong, and just looking around, he notices the clones showing up. Man, they're all chunky now, look like protagonist back in the first frame of the story. They're all glaring at him. You trying to run? But the masked guy's not dumb. He says, yeah, I know you're provoking me. I'm not stupid enough to fight all of you. Already disappearing. I'll see you again. There aren't too many shadows here anyway. Veish is heading toward protagonist's sister. He means the mana absorption intensive unit downstairs. Your sister. Ooh, protagonist snapped. See, that's how you provoke someone. Damn, our guy's a beast. Everything wraps up super fast after this incident. The monster outbreak that hit the middle of the city, resolved by the power of 3 guild leaders, Sol, Yolo, and Canis. Gon tried warning everyone that it was that damn Haisong's fault, man, but people just said it was a breach. Some monster got out, you know, and that Haisong had nothing to do with it. Even our little kitty tried to explain, but I swear this place's government is all bought off by that lunatic, so it was useless. They tracked down the crystal's location, but by the time they got there, the place was empty. And at the EDP production site, no one was left. There were reports of humanoid monsters popping up in the city, but they were all killed. And after a while, it just stopped, so people forgot the whole thing. Once every last one was taken down, it faded into a mystery. The prodag tells Junmo they need a bodyguard. He's been thinking about it since the Silver Moon incident. Even if it cuts into hunting efficiency, safety comes first. Junmo goes, let me guess, you're using your clones, right? Of course, damn. What do you think? I've got cash to burn. The kid's got to remember, he has to pay an S-rank hunter to heal his sister, and any hunter strong enough to protect them is gonna cost a fortune. So there'll be 1 clone guarding his parents at home, 2 at the hospital for his sister, 1 at Junmo's agency, and 2 more training and exercising, while he does whatever he wants. Junmo asks, if you can summon 7, where's the last one going? The prodag says, I'll dispatch it. To where, man? To a familiar spot, the Canis Guild's usual place. Oh, you're sending a clone to Odin's tower. That clone's already in the tower, shouting through a megaphone. Hey monsters, I'm here, trying to lure out the invisible ones. and they charge at him. Then a horde of Spawn V30 shows up. He grabs a potion. Boom. Explosion. Hell if I know what happened next. Cut to the opening ceremony of the Korean branch of the Hunters Academy. What a mouthful. And its president is that mustached weirdo, Won Hak-soo. This academy's mission is to help low-rank hunters deal with monsters, teach them skills for free, and boost their drop rates. No matter your rank or talent, anyone can join. Train with veteran hunters and you'll enter dangerous territories with confidence. Plus, whoever performs the best by year's end gets an elixir. What does it do? Nothing was said. Meanwhile, at Shayam Agency's private gym, where the protagonist clones train, you can't tell who's who because he never labels them. They'd only got 250 kilograms dumbbells. No one sells a ton. Poor protags struggling with those. They're not enough to up his strength now. He sees the branch opening on TV, but thinks it's a joke until they reveal the legendary elixir, coveted by hunters worldwide. Now he's intrigued. An elixir, but he doesn't even know what it does yet, you sly dog. But there it is, the Hunters Academy, a gorgeous European-style castle. Its motto, believe in the sacred system, even if you lack skills. Whatever your weakness, you can learn it here. Suspicious, right? The protag wants to know, can you really get an elixir? Junmo confirms it's true. They've made it the grand prize to draw academies from every country. The protag asks, it's a branch, so there are multiple worldwide. He finds it odd. How does a mere academy have an elixir? Junmo snaps, it's not just an academy, man. It was founded by the one and only jumper George Lucas. You bastard, trying to rewrite history? Showing up like you're the big shot. Get lost, old man. Protagonist finds it pretty curious, right? Why would George Lucas, owner of one of the biggest corporations in the world, open an academy and start handing out elixirs? Junmo says, yeah, it's weird. Seems like they're trying to shrink the gap between low rank and high rank awakened. By boosting the average hunter's ability to fight monsters, they'll reduce casualties when accidents happen. The strange thing is, looks like the worse and weaker your skills are, the better for them. Protagonists just they're like, damn, if he'd known that, he wouldn't have rushed so much to rank up. Junmo tells him, sure, your rank is high, but you can still meet other admission conditions. Like the fact that every single one of your skills is trash, lol. Bro's got strong strike and magic bullet, both F-rank dumpster fire abilities. Usually by B-rank, a hunter's packing like 70 skills of all different grades. Poor guy's carrying himself just off stats and clones. Junmo pats him on the shoulder. Kid, not only do you have barely any skills, but the ones you got suck. You're basically a guaranteed pass. Protagonist's like, please stop. Then Junmo mentions something called the donation-based admission system. Protagonist's like, huh, what you mean? And Junmo's like, you still got that prize money from Canis, right? Bro's about to blow that W5 billion bag, huh? Makes sense though, he needs to cure his sister. And if an elixir can do it, it's worth it. Meanwhile, big mustache president over there is giving a speech. It's an honor to greet protagonist. Protagonist all embarrassed. Ah, no, I'm not anyone special. But the prez insists. You're the GOAT, bro. Donated W 2.5 billion to the school. Protagonist just says thanks, but inside he's thinking, man, this whole thing's sus. I basically bought my way in. While the director's up there talking, protagonist's thinking, 5 or even 10 billion. If it means I get the elixir, it's worth it. Everyone's whispering around him. Is that Jong Sang-woo? The clone guy? Maybe it's just one of his clones. Who knows? Protagonist thinking that with his current level, he can at least make it to the end of year competition. Then boom, director drops a bomb. How lucky we are to receive 2 B rankers this year. Protagonist, 2. Yeah, another B rank hunters enrolling too. Can't reveal who, but they're apparently just as famous as protagonist. Protagonist already feeling the heat, now there's competition for the elixir. Meanwhile, they introduce Professor Kang Hee-suk, who's gonna teach something called basic food magic. Bro, what even is that? First day is just orientation, no real classes yet. Protagonist is curious about who the other B rank is, but thinks, whatever, as long as I get the elixir. Later that day, a girl announces there's a welcoming party for the new students at Bar Goryang. Let's go boys, first day and we already getting lit. Protagonist wonders, will that other B ranker show up? Should I go check out the competition? At the bar, it's packed. Everyone's crowding around Prota, especially the A-girls, of course. They're all over him. You're the clone guy, right? You killed the monster, right? You're amazing. The background dudes are salty, obviously. The girls. Can you show us a clone? Protagonist, cool as ever. Not right now, they're on a mission. Let's all chill out, ladies. He tries to get info. Hey, besides me, there's another B ranker, right? Who is it? The girls just blink. B ranker? We don't know about that. Nobody's heard anything about a second B ranker yet. Online too, only news about him being admitted. So if whoever the mystery person is, they're playing it lucky. Protagonist figures. Alright, guess he's not here. Time to bounce. He stands up. Alright ladies, I'm heading out. The girls beg him to stay. There's so much alcohol left. They even shove a big old drink at him. Protagonist just downs it. Thanks for the drink. Peace out. Sigma move. Left the girls, totally dazed. Real reason? Protagonist got poison resistance. Alcohol doesn't even affect him. Chat moment achieved. But he leaves remembering when used to hang out and have fun with his friends. Yeah, life's serious now, no more fooling around, man. While he was on his way, a guy with a cap comes asking if that was the way to the student party. The protagonist says yes, just go in, it's not over yet. The guy says, huh, you're already leaving, dude? The protagonist says, well, I don't know anyone, so I'm heading home. Then he recognizes the voice, and the person says, want a drink with me? Who is it? Ma'am, the Braba is back. Oh, I missed her. She even says, right, professor, you know who I am. He knows. The protagonist already like, ha 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 yan. Why are you? She goes, huh? I'm also a student at the academy. He asks if she failed the university entrance he had helped her prepare for, and she's like, oh, it's cold, trying to change the subject. I just really wanted to drink. The protagonist catches on, right? They'll have to stay and drink to find out the information. She asks for a little drink, and the protagonist asks, so what happened? You failed. She says, no, of course she got in. So why are you here, crazy? She says becoming a hunter was always her dream. She only tried university because it was her parents' dream, but hers was to get a license right after graduating. When this academy was created, she managed to convince the crazy folks to let her come and do this madness. They warned her it was dangerous, but she kept nagging until they agreed. Then she says, now it's your turn, professor. Explain why you're here. He says, stop calling me that, I'm not your professor anymore, all embarrassed. Will there be a little class session? Then she says the truth, right? Now that they enrolled at the same time, he's not her senior either. He's her appa. His face. Didn't like the nickname, huh? All shy boy. She even says she's embarrassed. Look at me, Sangwoo. Man, she's playing her game. After several drinks, the warrior is no longer healthy, right? Asking for one more, please. The protagonist says, stop it, brat. She's there, face down on the table. She lifts her face saying, oh right, cell phone, give me your new number. She's all happy. Phew, I got the new number. Now you have no excuse not to contact me. And she passed out. The protagonist will have to pay the bill, right? But he's got millions in the bank, so whatever. But she wakes up on the boy's back being carried. Why am I on his back? Did I fall asleep? Are we going home? She got all shy. The protagonist, you awake, girl? She's all dizzy. I fell asleep, right? Yeah, you slept at the counter. Now wake up. Damn, I think I'm a bit dizzy. Can't walk. She's clinging to the boy and doesn't want to let go. Oh boy, she's stuck. Sangwoo Appa, why didn't you contact us these last months? She asked the boy. Even if your number changed, you could have found us. Her plan was to punch the boy out of anger, but when she saw him, she couldn't. She says she had a lot of fun today. And you? I mean, I'm never going to talk to us again. Man, the protagonist says he had something to do, and that's why he enrolled in the academy. And if he got fun today? Yes. It's the best day of the last 6 months. Man, the night barely started and can still get better. The protagonist explains that he's a lazy person, and he was afraid his determination would vanish if he kept living the same life, which would lead him to make the same mistakes and regrets. People don't change easily, so he cut all his relationships to stay focused, right? The guy was on his Sigma Grand set. But know that you're important to me, handing over her cap. Oh man, they arrived at her house. She says she misunderstood things. Where did you think you were going, little warrior? Put on the cap and I'll forgive you this time. And he leaves. But before that, she says she won't forgive him again, huh boy. Protagonist, don't waste the chance. Meanwhile, the high song guy is there thinking hard. Man, he's just thinking about what our protagonist is stirring up in this world. The white mask even says, sorry sir, but the Clonudo is stronger than I expected. Damn bastard. The high song is there, so that guy was Jong Sang-woo, huh? I should have gotten an autograph back then. Until someone next to him says, I'm here. Why did you turn off the lights? It's dark. He just asks if everything is ready. He can start next week. You better show results worthy of the effort it took to put you into that academy. And the guy responds, yes. Father? Vic's son, the other rank B at the academy, is going to be the spawn of the devil himself, Hunter Shin Junyum, who says he won't disappoint. Haesong just says, you better get that elixir. With that, a little week passes at school, and they're finally going to start learning elemental magic. In protagonist's classroom, look who's already there. She doesn't waste time. The professor says the first ability they'll learn will be Fireball, the versatile magic everyone loves. Sounds like a crazy ad guy, dude. Man, I thought the friend was farther away, but she's sticking close. The protagonist, focused in class, questions if he should even learn this kind of magic. He remembers how he learned Strong Strike, right when he punched, so how are they going to teach this? The professor says they'll hand out skill balls. Man, it's just go get one if you don't have any. The protagonist even man, the guy's just giving them out. The story kind of explains what a skill sphere is, but there's no secret, right? You just pour your mana into the ball and you get the skill. The only thing is you need mana to maintain the skill activated, but even a kid could learn. That's why, right when these appeared, all the hunters went crazy trying to get tons of skills. But it didn't take long to see the harsh reality. The price was ridiculously high. Welcome to capitalism 2.0. Not to mention that the price just kept going up since production was difficult and resources were complicated to get. Basically, if you were a poor hunter, you were also a weak hunter because only the rich guys could buy these spheres. Of course, with the increase in efficiency for high-rank hunters, more and more people wanted their spheres. And this time, not only did you have to be rich, but you also had to be a hunter and have money to even get one, which made the gap between high and low rankers way bigger than it should be. However, the professor's there at the class showing the collection, saying they don't even have to worry because they got plenty. The protagonist's all bugged they're just going to hand it out. Really? He knows that the fire sphere is the cheapest, but still one costs 8 million. Dang man, look at her dumb face there. Got real ugly, huh? The protagonist activates it. You obtain the skill Fireball level 1 from Invocation. Gather fire using mana and mold it into a sphere shape. The protagonist's damn, it actually works, still in disbelief. The professor, so kids, you learned it? Yes. Then let's practice now. Everyone's already at the Ability Training Academy. The professor asked a question. What do you think we should do to increase the power of a skill? Throwing more wood into a fire doesn't always make it bigger, right? I don't know if for me it always works, but he says it doesn't, so okay, let's pretend it doesn't, huh? First, you need delicate mana control, and with that, you change the traits that will strengthen the magic. And he already says the most important thing is make the fireball in your hand, smack it into the ice block, the practice. Well, you already know what's gonna happen, right boys? If practice is the most important thing, who can practice 7 or 8 times more than everyone else? The professor says if you check your status window, you'll see your skills also have their own level. The more you use it, the more the level goes up and the stronger the skill gets. Today, we'll learn to level up the fireball. Yeah, we're gonna be tossing fireballs everywhere like lunatics. Our friend already makes one in her hand. I remember she had a power like that, didn't she? Threw it there. Made a little explosion. The guy says, oh, but it was weak, girl. Well, congratulations anyway. She's there thanks, I make mana spheres pretty similarly. So right now it's the next person's turn, and we already know he's gonna be trash, I'm sure of it. Everyone's like, oh my god. It's saying, woo dude. Man, he's the great rank B. He must have 20 times more mana than everyone else. Even a teacher has high expectations. But dude, guys, I think he's not gonna do anything amazing, right? Let's see. The protagonists, they're focused. Calm down, gather mana into a sphere. Already forming it in his hand. It's just like when he uses the Strong Strike skill by concentrating everything. Man, he made a ball of energy there instead of fire. I'm gonna unleash all the power at once. We already knew, man. Who thought he was gonna be badass? No one, right? Everyone's like, dude, you're garbage. Even the background characters are holding back laughter there. The teacher's like, well, folks, it's like this. Sangwoo didn't do anything wrong, it's just that he's so strong that the amount of mana he has overloaded and put out the flame. Oh yeah, was that really it? Or are you just playing it cool, huh? Protagonist got a dumb look staring at his hand like an idiot. The teacher says he just has to trust the system and practice, that soon he'll manage a big fireball. She's there dragging him along, laughing at him too. I can see it. Until someone arrives saying, sorry I'm late, I got confused with the other room. Whoa, it's the villain. Everyone recognizes Shin Junyun from the Haesong Guild. The girls say he's handsome. Protagonist's a bit on alert now, right dude? Wait a second. Rank B from Haesong Guild? This is the other rank B who enrolled with me. He's acting all good guy. Hey guys, sorry for being late. but it's all good. The teacher asks, did you grab the skill? Nope, it's okay. I already know how to use fireball. Yeah, you knew this was coming, right, boys? He tossed a meteor the size of a house, 10 times bigger than the teacher's own magic, blew up everything, and protagonist was left in shock. He even looks all smug. Was that enough? The teacher's dumbfounded face. It was perfect. Everyone learned from him. Look at this bastard drinking water now, man. I already don't like this damn guy. He even threw a glance at protagonist and said, this is nothing for a rank B. Yeah, let's see you go 1-7 against the boy, huh? By the time you toss 7 fireballs, the clones have already wrecked you, bro. Don't mess with my boy. The whole class is sucking up to him now, right? Our friend is telling him to get over it already, dude. Wake up, you've never trained this stuff. I'm useless, bro. Even your being Sprout must be more useful than me. She's looking at him like, dang, his confidence just evaporated in 1 second. Then she gives the little hint he should already know. Like a professor said, frequency of skill use is super important. Just keep using it over and over. Practice a lot until next week, or she'll teach him if he wants, doing the little Kuei hand gesture. Protagonist says, actually, repeating isn't a big deal. I just have to use what I already have, dude. He activates familiar skill, calls the boys in the hunting squad, number 5 and number 6. You guys also unlocked Fireball, right, you fools? Yeah, we did. Then try it out. They make little fireballs there. Damn, they're even juggling the fireballs. Damn, the protagonist's all depressed. Everyone's better than him. Hold up, pull yourself together. He already sends a message to all the clones. From now on, keep Fireball activated 24/7. You don't have to shoot it. Just keep mana flowing, keep managing it there, bro. Wait, you background fools. Being able to level up is skilled just by repeating it. It's the best condition ever for him. Everywhere, the boys are practicing, even in the corner of the hospital. The hunters killed the monster all burned up, and now they can't even sell it. And so the progress barely even started, and the Fireball level already went up to 2. He's been practicing so much he even had to wrap up his hands. But he's there. Fire resistance increased, regeneration increased. She's all feisty. Of course it hurts. Did you burn yourself, you crazy? You're even in the same room? What madness. She sees that he's got one hand wrapped up and already started practicing with the other. She's like, are you out of your mind? He says he has to keep practicing. She asks, your clones are already practicing though, so why are you doing this too? The protagonist decided that from now on, he'll do everything together with them, whether it's hard or fun. Man, this guy is changing, huh? Seems like she gave a tip about concentration to the protagonist and it's helping, and he thanks her. Thanks for the tip there. She says she practiced her own ability too, after understanding it a little better, and tried to add mental force to increase mana output, but it just made things worse. Maybe it's something related to those system skills the professor talked about. Maybe innate abilities are different from acquired ones. Let's see, right? The protagonist kept thinking system. She says, well, don't push yourself too much, let's go to class. Yeah, right, let's go to class, my children. In class, the professor says it's good that they practice a lot, because today they'll keep using the time to increase their capability. Aye, that Shin guy is feeling super confident, saying he's feeling great. He already showed everyone the difference between him and the protagonist, and how much more valuable he is. Look at this bastard, he said. He pretended not to know what a classroom was, and as soon as protagonist went, he went right after to show the difference. By doing this, he grabbed attention and showed the power gap, just to try to wreck the protagonist's mental state and stop him from trying to get a better grade. But the guy says, it's nothing personal, but I can't let you get the elixir. Doesn't seem as bad as the dad. Let's see how it plays out. But the protagonist walking forward, and the other guy's thinking, I just have to destroy anyone who stands in my way. He's already shining PUM through an explosion, man. The professor's like saying, woo, it's only been 3 days. And he says he practiced a lot. And when he says a lot, it's really a lot. Still throws a jab. I heard that's the bare minimum a rank B should be doing. Well, this Fireball was just as good as the other guy's, damn. The background characters are all like, man, I couldn't even make a Fireball and I still can't. The girl too, me neither. The teacher praises him. Wow, you've evolved. The protagonist says he got inspired by Mr. Shin's talent, and that motivated him to train harder. Boo, he tried to demoralize him, and now he's eating his words. Take that, sucker. Outside, the hard glass friend says, dang, everyone's shook. The protagonist seems like my hard work paid off. But she tells him it's enough now. She doesn't want to just keep helping him with bandages. The protagonist says it's fine, his hand already healed. You know what regeneration is, right, my friend? They chat and start heading to class, but someone shady is lurking around. The protagonist's like, By next week, I'll have this skill at level 20. When a dude steps out from behind the wall saying, money, a building, if it's a skill, I'll give you whatever you want, just say it. The protagonist, so Shin Jun-young, what's the vibe? The guy's already like, stop pretending. I'm asking what you want to give up on the elixir. Right in protagonist's face, now the jokes are over. I don't know about you, but nothing is more important than that elixir for me. Vixie, it's on. I'm not giving up even if you give me a ton of buildings. Shin Jun-young says he's gonna regret it. Man, the protagonist just showed the middle finger saying, careful with what you say, kid. I don't know of anyone who messed with me and got away with it. Vixie, dude, the boy is becoming a Chad. Jun-young punches the wall, so you're the one ruining my plan, saying woo. The scene shifts to the protagonist talking with our Mendigina, potion girl, who made another potion, right? And it boosts his resistance to poison, and it's the only way for him to improve that stat. She says she's been practicing a lot and the side effects even decreased a little. The protagonist even teases her, saying that now her potion doesn't do anything anymore, and bam, she smacks him right in the face. She's choking him there. Stop saying my potion sucks. Then it shifts to him asking her if she's okay because everyone who was involved with the DEP disappeared. She lowers her little cap and says that they did their part. Eventually, they'll get another chance. The protagonist gets curious about her story with a high song and takes the chance to ask if she knows that Shin Jun-young guy, you know, the dude who's competing against him at the academy. She says yeah, she knows him. He's the second son of Shin Hae-song. The protagonist gets startled like, man, he doesn't look anything like his father. The protagonist asks if she knows any news about him, if she knows anything. She says yeah, because ever since he was a kid, he was all over the news. Since the first son, Shin Jin-wook, didn't have a good ability, all the attention went to the second one. He awakened before elementary school, so everyone already thought he was gonna be the heir. But then suddenly, one day, the news about him just stopped and nobody ever talked about him again. The protagonist's like, that's sudden. She says she also thought it was weird because his skill was pretty much cheating. The protagonist asks what it was. She says, if she remembers right, it's called Great Sage. Every skill he learns instantly gets maxed out. The protagonist's like, UA, but that really is cheating. She's like, yeah, but yours isn't exactly honest either, huh, buddy? The protagonist catches on. That's why the fireball of his was so insanely powerful. Already eyeing the man a potion, he's gonna need a plan to beat that crazy guy. Meanwhile, at Wamisen, in the hunting grounds of Area B, the red-haired guy's like, dude, what are you even talking about? The other guy's like, shut up and just look. And what do they see? The protagonist's squad beating up monsters with fireballs in hand. The dude's like, that's Sangwoo's clones, bro. The other one, nah, not that. Look at the ground. The guy, what about it? It's just a monster they killed. The dude says, no, hang on. You suggesting we steal from Sangwoo? Are you nuts? Didn't you see the news? Those clones are heartless, man. The guy says he's got info. They only call the cleanup crew after wiping out the entire area. And then he says, if they don't care about the corpses, it's really a crime for us to take them. Imagine how much money we'll make. The scene jumps to the two clones calling the cleanup crew about all the monsters they've killed. The guy on the phone asks which ones, and they say, 10 spider-sucking queens, 3 troll bosses, and 20 scorpions. But the guy on the phone's like, wait, we're not seeing any monsters at Area B6. The clones, wait, what? Hold up, we'll go check. Meanwhile, the protagonist who is working out gets the message, and the clones explain the situation. Looks like someone's stealing while they're cleaning up the area. The clones even ask, should we go after them? The protagonist authorizes it, fine. Just don't kill them, geez, just go get our money back. The thieves are there, hyped up, confident. Told you, bro, we're rich. Now just sell it in the black market and we'll never get tracked. Then bam, they get a call. Who is it, Fi? The guy just asks, you got it. He says yeah, and that everyone's probably panicking right now, so just keep doing good work. Turns out it was Jin Young who gave them the idea. Bro, are you out of your mind, trying to mess with our protagonist like that? He's still remembering from 6 months ago when the protagonist made that mountain of horned rabbits. He knows the protagonist hasn't changed since the rank F days. He knows that for the protagonist's clones who work like machines, sticking around guarding corpses is a waste of time and efficiency. Back in the day with the rabbits, nobody would risk anything for a couple coins from a rabbit. But a scorpion that's worth a lot like that, yeah, it's worth the risk for some people. The protagonist's got a grumpy face and Junmo asks, what's wrong, Fi? He tells him, they're stealing the monsters I killed. Junmo's like, getting robbed? Hasn't this happened before? The protagonist explains that they had already stolen some giant rats from him, but this time they're stealing everything. Bro, it's really well organized. As soon as the clones call the cleaning team, everything's already gone. The protagonist's curious if there's any kind of punishment for that. He remembers that the only time he ever did something similar was when he stole fish that had fallen on the ground. So yeah, he can't really say much because he's done the same thing before. Jetmo says, then why don't you ask her for some help? He's like her. Who, bro? Guys, from this angle, she looks weak, but you know she's strong. She answers the protagonist all happy, even saying, what took you so long? I told you to come visit me, bro. The guild guys are like, man, look at the boss right there. Yeah, that's him. The protagonist says he's got something to ask, but if she doesn't want to answer, that's okay. She says, I'll say what I want, my guy. Then it cuts to her saying, you want to learn my spatial skill. The protagonist says that when he was following a breathing technique he found on the internet, he ended up getting the meditation skill. So now he's curious. Is there a way to learn subspace skills? She apologizes and says she doesn't think so. The protagonist's like, yeah, figure, right? It sucks asking people to teach skills. Sorry about that. She says, it's not that. I'd love to teach if it was possible, but this kind of skill doesn't work like that. It's impossible to learn a awaken skill from other people. One Ta has the indestructible weapon. Its strength, durability, and speed are multiplied according to the skill level. She, on the other hand, has active dimension. She can summon a dimensional space where living organisms and objects can be stored. It's a unique skill for hunters, and even she doesn't really know the full mechanics behind it. Second reason the protagonist can't really explain his clone skill either. He says there are people who have awakened skills like teleporters and jumpers. She says they're a little different. No one has exactly the same awakened skill. For example, one guy might have a very short teleport he can use every 20 hours. Another might teleport very far and carry a lot of people, but only every 72 hours. So even if two people have similar teleportation, it's not the same thing. But she says he can go check out Heritage, that company from the start where he spent a fortune. The poor guy shows up there alone, thinking she would come along. At least he got himself a translator bracelet so he could talk to everyone. He takes the elevator up to the 170th floor and gets greeted by a girl. That's CEO Aria Verschel. She's got a huge inventory of products and she's personally there to welcome our protagonist, bro. Our boy even got a bit stunned by how beautiful the girl was, and she just goes, welcome to the world of spheres. Scene cuts to the clone squad, bro. And it's Tramontina time. Sidestep cuts. Fireballs to the head. Oh damn, he's sending 4 of them at once, blowing up everything. The squad's getting OP, bro. The dudes sealing the monster bodies are like, why are they throwing so much fireball? We can't even sell the bodies anymore. And let's just follow them a little longer. Carrying a bunch of stuff. Wait, where are the clones? Well crap, bro. The guy's like, huh, it's all quiet. Maybe they're gonna stop hunting? They see some people gathered around a body and come over all aggressive. Who are you? Why are you touching that? Are you guys after Sang-woo's clone leftovers too? Bro, apparently everyone's hearing this info and trying to mess with the protagonist. Oh, even worse, the thieves decide to make a deal. Everyone's gonna rob from the clones together and split it equally. If anyone else shows up to steal, they'll band together and kick them out. The little medic guy thinks about it and seems to agree. They start walking along, but bro, look, the clones. They just stop there. Hey, hold up. Let's wait here while they go farm some more. They pretend to split up, each one going a different way. And then, bam, knife right through everyone, bro. 28 centimeters, 29 centimeters, shoes from Company D, and others of 27, 26, and 25 from Company T. These are the footprints we saw where we cleaned. The clones, bro, we want to ask a little question, so come with us. Yikes, but the side character decides to yell at the clone in anger after the clone threw a knife. He even says he's gonna call the guards, but bro, he already pulled out his phone. Our little potion beggar is already in the chat talking. You stole our hunts. You knew there would be consequences, so you used the black market, didn't you? The guy asks, do you even have evidence? But our potion girl is already at the black market, where she knows everything well. She says she already located the corpses, bro. The clone says, you really gonna call the guard? Now the dudes got complicated, bro, what are you gonna do? Scene switches to the clone saying, here's good bro, taking the guy to a deserted field. He asks, what do you guys want? The clone says the protagonist thought carefully and decided that if they returned the money they stole, he let this one slide. Not sure if the guy was being ironic, but he said it was in merciful condition. But he says, if you want the money, why not call the guards already? The Maniac Hunter clone says if they call the guards, collecting the bodies from the black market would take too long, man. Easier if the dudes just give the money back and they go back to hunting. That's the best proposal for everyone. The guy says, really? But I don't get it. How can a clone, just a skill from a hunter, be this confident? Already pulling out his sword, he says he's got a better proposal. How about you die here? The red-haired dude behind him is like, are we really gonna do this, man? Are you sure? The guy says, bro, you want to give it back? There's 5 of us. No way we lose to this freak. The clones already pulled their knives, saying this method is good for them too. Meanwhile, at the black market, a guy asks Wu Haiyan what she's doing there. She just wants to know who sold those corpses. The guy says it was a group of 5 Class B hunters. She warns, those are stolen bodies from Sang Wu. That's the dude the protagonist punched in the face, bro, and humiliated that other one. The guy is already like, boo boo boo, that guy, man. Who's crazy enough to steal from a dude like that? Yeah, he explains that it was his clones that got stolen since he's over siege right now at the Heritage headquarters. Our boy's inside the Skill Sphere factory, where 80% of the world's skills are produced. The protagonist told her he learned meditation and mana flow online, and she says you can even learn fireball that way. The protagonist's like, huh, makes sense. So why do people buy skills? Why not just learn them? And she says, yeah, you must be thinking that. The reason is that it's extremely hard to learn certain skills, from gathering mana, changing its property while keeping it stable, to providing constant mana so the skill doesn't disappear. All that already takes 6 months just to perform once. And that's just for a basic skill like fireball, bro, imagine the others. The protagonist already knows, yeah, it would take like 10 years. That's why skill spheres are used. Since the information inside the sphere is connected to the system, it makes it possible for even amateurs to release the skill instantly. Of course, the reason it's expensive is because it's very hard to make. Now the protagonist starts understanding why it's so pricey. She says, you're looking for a subspace skill, right? Luckily, we have one left over. She points at it, it's the subspace sphere. It costs, what, 10 million? The protagonist says that 10 million won is cheaper than he expected. But then she drops the bomb, bro. $10 million. In Korean won, that's like 12 billion. The protagonist got bugged out. She even warns him. Just for your information, this is one of the cheapest among all the subspace skills. The protagonist's like, dang, I knew it would be expensive, but 12 billion? Then comes the offer. She says depending on his answer to her proposal, she might even give him a discount, maybe even for free. How delicious. Our little protagonist got all excited. What do you want, girl? Say it already. She just says, your body. I want your body, Sang Wu. What? Warrior from heaven, just like that? Is that even allowed, guys? Back to the side characters that are all lying on the ground beaten up. The clones are going easy, they don't want to kill, but the guys can't handle it. They're desperate to die, throwing punches into the ground. Here comes an arrow shot from the friend girl, the clone blocks it and redirects it. She's baffled. How can someone block an arrow with just a dagger? Makes no sense. The other fools come swinging with a double slash, but he dodges again. Then he goes around kicking them each in the face. Another one, who's supposed to be the mage of the group but looks more like a village fisherman, tries to shoot an ice spell, but the clones dodge again. They pull a knife in hand. Damn, he grabbed her bow before she could shoot. Man, this kid's got crazy aim. Even broke her little bow. She's disabled now. Fell behind the mage. Well, he gave up, right? It's best not to resist anymore. The guy who started all this, he's like, impossible. But he's not completely blind either. He admits defeat and says he'll return everything. The clone says, all right then, please make the deposit immediately. The account number is, but something's coming. Bam. Who's this warrior girl? She shivers up shouting, fraud detected in the name of the Comet Guild. Crimes won't be forgiven. Guys, you can tell she does ab crunches, huh? Tell us, warrior girl, what's your skill? Li Haiyan? Suddenly, all these little sparkles around her eyes, right? And we cut back to the other girl who asked for the protagonist's body, saying she was talking about the clones. If he allows her to research his clones, she'll hand over the skill sphere for free. The protagonist thought she wanted to touch something else. Oh man, he's the Chad. She says she didn't believe it at first when she heard about his skill, since usually clones are just illusions. The information about him hasn't spread outside Korea yet, so this is the perfect moment for this proposal. The protagonist asks, why do you want to research it? She says, isn't it obvious? To make a skill sphere. Boom, did you hear that thunder just now? Man, it was crazy. She says that to make any sphere, you first have to understand the skill, activation methods, mana flow, properties, and so on. Maybe it would even be possible to create a clone skill, even if a downgraded version of the protagonist's. The protagonist looks a little nervous, wondering if this is really the right thing to do. It's a 2.8 billion won sphere for free, and besides, he really needs the skill. But right might mean his cloning ability would become available on the market. The protagonist asks what's the difference between an awakened skill and a skill sphere. She explains it depends on the understanding of the ability, but usually there are a lot of restrictions. She gives an example. You saw Park Yuna's subspace, right? He says yes, he even entered her subspace. She explains that among all subspaces, hers is one of the best. The space is huge, no mana cost, no entry or exit restrictions. Meanwhile, the one created by a skill sphere can't hold any living creatures except the owner and their summons. You can store items inside, but you have to constantly feed mana to keep it active. So if they duplicated his clone skill, it would be something like that. And does he accept the offer? The protagonist, she's up to no good, huh? She says it's great news. Oh, but he says there's a condition. If she agrees, he'll even summon the clone right now. Cutting back to the clones who got wrecked by the ab cruncher girl. The poor guy's beat up, and she's impressed that he even tanked a hit. The dude who started everything asks who she is. She says she's a hunter here to stop acts of violence and advises them to leave. The guys are leaving, but the other protagonist, clone, warns them. Sorry, but you're not leaving before depositing the money. Bro, she was about to kick him, saying the decision's not his to make. She went for a slash, the clone ducked. She's impressed. But here comes another flying kick to the face. He barely blocked it. The side characters are fleeing, and the clone says, "We're recovering the earnings from our hunt. You won't interfere." She came charging in, stabbing hard man. She activated something that exploded inside the clone, saying, "What's the point of recovering if you're gonna die here?" Back to the other powerful one, who's saying he's going to lend the clone for 3 months. During that time, he'll have to cooperate as much as possible. However, if they destroy the clone, he doesn't have to provide a replacement. And even if they can't create the skill, he keeps his own ability. And the protagonist adds, lastly, you gotta take care of the clone's clothes too. She feels like she's getting the short end, but the protagonist says it's that or no deal. She seems to agree and tells him to summon one man. He stretches his arm, summons a naked guy. Here, take some clothes, dude, get dressed quickly. He tells her she can call him number 7, and he was supposed to be out hunting somewhere right now. She pulls out the big orb. Okay, checked your clone. It's real man. Now it's her turn to keep the promise. The protagonist activates it, throws his mana in there, subspace skill created. Information. Expands a space proportional to the skill's level. Mana is consumed to maintain it. Entry restriction applies to all creatures except the owner and summons. She congratulates the protagonist and asks if he wants to test it. He activates the subspace and a black hole opens in front of him. He puts his hand in, sees it's small, and it's burning a lot of mana. But since it's just to store corpses, it'll do. She asks, so what do you think, you rascal? He says it's perfect, just let him see if the clone can use it too. She's like, huh, what do you mean? The clone throws his hand out, boom, opens another portal. Your clone can use your abilities. He says, except for the clone skill itself, yeah, they can use everything he learns. Man, now she's drooling, saying she has to win him over. Okay then. The protagonist tells the clone to enter the subspace, and their plot twist. The clone enters the clone's own subspace and pops out from the protagonist's. Basically, it turned into a portal system. Since the clones and the protagonist are connected, all portals are too. He gets clocked on the head though, confused about what just happened with number 7. Her bat flew inside the portal. Look at the protagonist with the clone laid out. He's like, don't die on me, number 7. I'm still alive. All right, man, I'm gonna avenge you. Already grabs her weapon. She's like, Opa, wasn't expecting a surprise. The protagonist glares, was it you who threw this thing? The clone says, it was her. Her eyes shine. She says, I didn't expect the real Sang would show up. What are you gonna do? Number 6 is all busted up. Number 6, are you okay? Number 6 says, well, bleeding stopped, I can't move my legs. Protagonist tells him to rest, cancels his summon. Then he asks the clone, who explains everything that happened. And it looks like she's involved with the High Song Guild. The protagonist's like, High Song, again? Always High Song? She's mad, saying the protagonist is too arrogant, doesn't know the limits of a rank B. Our boy ignores her and just says, number 5, cover me, and goes for another round. The scene cuts to Shin getting the message from the guys, saying they failed and almost died. He's losing it. How can 5 rank B hunters not handle 2 clones? At least he sent the leader of Squad 2 as backup. That woman is a real monster. Oh man, she blocked the blade bare-handed. Excuse me, just because they call you a super rookie, you think you're all that? Whoa, you blocked protagonist's attack, but you hurt yourself too, girl. Man, she's got 67 strength, 45 endurance. This one's gonna be tough, protagonist. She even says, and I was wondering why the clone was so arrogant. Turns out the master is too. If you're rank B, you should be crawling. Already swinging a massive punch. Boom, explosion, ground cracking. Good thing he dodged sideways. Right away, protagonist realizes she's a rank A, but when she tried to block his counter, she broke her arm. Alright, maybe he can do something. Manhwa's already leaking out and she says, give me back my weapon. The thing zaps protagonist's hand and flies right back to hers. She says it's a high-class branded weapon. And what are you gonna do now with that little pistol? The protagonist's like, wait, wasn't her arm broken? Whatever in this situation. Man, now it's getting really busted, guys. He pulls everyone out from the portal. Dude, now it's over. She's even like, is this endless? The clone's like, we brought what you asked for, boss. Number 3's at the hospital. Yeah, that I got nothing to worry about. That demon-eyed mana sword all glowing. She says she's confident and charges in. Protagonist orders, grab her. Good stuff. Chaos happening, explosions going off, she's rushing forward. His aim's all messed up, the skill's glitched. How the heck did a dimensional pocket skill turn into a portal? Meanwhile, she's thinking. She can't interfere in his personal matters, but isn't this the perfect chance to make him her one? And thinking about that weapon that flew toward the protagonist, it's a Tron company weapon. She can't miss the chance to mess with the Trons. Already calling, Dubert, you there? Bring the prototype. Guys, the real heavy gear is coming for protagonist now. Man slashing his thighs, his ribs, smacking his face. He's getting beat up. She says, protagonist, you're fast. But he's regenerating everything thanks to the fuego. She asks, you know what my skill is? Protagonist confused. Damage manipulation, level 64. Transfers a set amount of damage taken. Distance and transfer amount depend on skill level. Dang. She just wiped out a bunch of clones, protagonist, and the gang went rolling away. She's charging in like a psycho. He barely dodges. The weapon had some other function. Now he's floating in the air, can't dodge, and took a giant blast right to the face. Poor guy's completely wrecked, and her wounds are all healed again. Must be abdominal powers, no other explanation. She says she wants more or she's not satisfied yet. Protagonist whips out a little pouch, tosses it to number 5. Here, eat this. What did he just eat, man? Protagonist says, you should know, right? Aren't you from High Song Guild? He ate a crystal jewel. She's kinda shocked, acting all innocent. They were the ones who ordered Silver Moon to produce those. Mindigana was the one who handed it over. Protagonist tested it on clones and it doesn't work the same. Doesn't raise any stats for him. Plus, it turns them into monsters that won't listen to orders anymore. But she surely knows exactly what that stuff does. Now she's sweating bullets. Busted warrior girl. And the other girl didn't even bring a new weapon for protagonist. Demon eyes glowing, fists tightening. She tells him to stop getting cocky, says the crystal won't change anything in the fight, but he's already charging in. Dang, they're gonna clash face to face, and boom, she went flying. Girl bit her tongue, or what? Protagonist says, you thought you understood the stats boost, huh? But the power of turning into a monster is totally different. Of course she wouldn't know. She never ate one. Protagonist dodging another attack, man. The bad part now is that the clone doesn't even recognize him as master anymore. He already tells everyone to stay away from number 5. Meanwhile, the fallen girl is scheming something shady, whispering kiss fuego and hoping the guild handles it even if she ends up killing the clone. Whoa, what's she planning now? Jumping face to face, can't figure it out. Boom, took another hit, got knocked down. Dang, she's up again. Jumps again. Smacks him on the head. Protagonist, totally in shock. What the hell is this crazy chick doing? She's right up in his face saying, if I kill you, the clones disappear. The 2 clones rush in to save him, one behind her. Whoa, they even hit her. But she says it's not enough, she's tanking all of it. Wham, punches him again. Man, this girl's too damn strong. She even says she noticed the clones don't aim for fatal spots, meaning protagonist has never killed anyone. Because of the fact he's not taking it seriously even with the risk of death. Man, he made a little cut, saying he's changed his mind now. She sees he cut his own leg and asks if he's lost his mind again. But the kid seems like he's not messing around anymore. Man is already face to face, she hasn't even reacted yet. Blocked it, got pushed back. Almost got slashed on the neck. Yeah, keep thinking you won't go for the fatal points. The devil hits her with the King of Stompers, man, she barely survived this time. dang, but managed to toss him upward, and 2 fireballs coming at her too. Yeah, my warrior girl ain't easy, huh? 30 versus 1 is tough. A fireball straight from his mouth too. Sus. Wreath the Flame man, she's shouting protagonist's name, and the crazy dude closed the sword. What the hell? Throws it again at protagonist. Now it's serious, long range, can't dodge it. Something appeared, a little cape. What's that? Explosion happened, smoke everywhere. What is this? Locked it. Oh, look who it was, the other bestie. When they're enemies, it's all tension, but when they're friends, they get all soft-faced around protagonist, huh? She says it's the new prototype from Heritage, a lightweight cape with absorption and shield skills. She's certain it's 1,000 times better than the weapon that chick's using. Protagonist just says thanks, man. The warrior girl fell on the ground. Gonna give up now, girl? Demon boy's above her, sure you wanna quit. She seems stuck, can't activate the damage transfer weapon. She's getting worked over, needs to transfer the damage, but has no chance. Already wrecked on the floor, boom, a soccer kick sent her flying. Thought you had time to rest? Look who's already on top of the girl. You did good, huh? Bam, right in the face, protagonist turning Marxist on her. A little flashback, when she left the guild to come here. White Mask says, thought you were done today. She says the young master is looking for her. White Mask asks, Shinju Young, he's in a lower position, why are you helping him? She asks if he hasn't noticed the vibe. This guy's gonna be the future president. White Mask says the eldest son, Shin Jun-wook, we haven't met yet, is his son too. She says that dude doesn't even deserve the seat. Shinju Young isn't perfect, but he's more capable. Plus, he's handsome. Well, that solves it, right, warrior girl? He asks what the job is. She says he wants me to wipe out some dumb hunter called Jian Sangwoo. White Mask's shocked. Tells her she better not go. She's like, why not? He's suggesting she shouldn't poke that beehive. Just stay loyal to the president and chill. She says she doesn't care. She's loyal to the future president too. He tells her she's acting like an arrogant kid and warns, you don't know Sangwoo, you're gonna lose. Haha, she lost all right. Looks like she's got more ketchup on her face than the pizzas I eat. Protagonist right next to her, all Chad-like. You woke up? Class of hunters really are different, huh? She asks why he let her live. He says he didn't. It was just coincidence that she's alive. She's like, you should have killed me then, you bastard. He says exactly what she said. He hasn't killed anyone yet. She chuckles and says his mentality is weak. And if he keeps going that way, bam, she gets the flat of the blade across her cheek. This is your last chance, he says. No one dies so you can go back. Take care of your life. And that trash at the High Song Guild. Protagonist warns, he doesn't like killing. But if needed, he's got 7 different ways to make it happen. She's like, ah, yes, sir. Opens up the subspace and everyone bounces. She's left lying on the ground thinking, should I really leave? Guys, you knew this would happen, didn't you? She says this was the sexiest thing she's ever seen someone do. I'm not complaining. After that, the thugs who were stealing the corpses of protagonist monsters disappeared. Number 7 was sent over to help with the research, and a bunch of new classes started at the academy. A lot of people who were hunting him stopped trying to mess around after finding out he took down that classic girl. But protagonist realized the timing was way too convenient, right when he entered the school. So right, someone from High Song here must have a conflict with him. Who could it be, huh? What's the secret? Protagonist already threw a, hey, where do you think you're going? Man, out to nowhere. He gets so much scolding. Turns out he was just talking to a student, but the guy got so scared by protagonist's face that he totally panicked. For sure it was that punk. Scene shifts to a chapel where what looks like a priest with a big old star is telling everyone to sit down. Today is the day to pray with gratitude to the system. Protagonist sitting there like, man, what a weird class. Why are we praying to the system? She explains, didn't you check the syllabus? We're gonna learn about the system's history and have a system mass. Protagonist's like, and what's that got to do with hunting monsters, girl? She says she doesn't know, but hey, it's mandatory. The dude up front yells, silence. Oh dang, alright then. Protagonist stands up and says he's going to the bathroom. He doesn't want any part of this man. Heads to the bathroom, jumps into the portal, switches clothes with a clone. And look who's back. She's there like, Sangwoo? Yep, it's Sangwoo, that's me. I'm back now. I'm Jung Sangwoo. Haha. Protagonist walking around all chill, clone style, until he sees Shin talking on the phone, all pissed off, complaining that a Class A hunter failed to take down some Class B guy. Protagonist shows up. What's with the Class B talk? Boom, Shin gets startled, caught spying on someone else's call. Protagonist's like, you got some nerve saying that after trying to mess with my hunt. Shin tries to play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, please. Right, of course you don't. You all read from the same script? Shin's like, huh. You should have taken the money when you had the chance, Shin says. Don't come crying later when you lose your hunts. It's your agency that's trash. Protagonist replies, I know you were born rich and looks like you got your dad's discipline too, huh? 'Cause you're acting exactly like him. Man roasted the guy in front of his own dad's shadow. Shin didn't like that one bit and says, you want to fight? Protagonist, you think I don't? Dang, man. Shin says, last chance. Tell me what you want so no one from the guild bothers you again. Protagonist, the only thing I want is the elixir. Shin raises his arm, starts forming a giant fireball man. Looks like he held back earlier in the chapel to not destroy the room. But then a voice cuts in. Stop. Boom, a big circle shatters his fireball. What the heck are you two doing? Dang, another character shows up. This work is too friendly. So much carrying my eyes you can tear up, man. This is the Braba herself, Wang Yun Hai, one of the 4 biggest like droppers on this video. But the scene shifts to someone else talking. Is that the ability? The other person answers, yeah, that's the footage from the weapons camera. Looks like there's a scientist there, man. He's amazed at the movements. He's never seen a living machine like that before. And what is that monster? How does that thing safely consume crystal jewels? They say they need a sample of that thing ASAP. They also mention they caught someone on video when the weapon went into another dimension, and they suspect they have a good shot at getting sampled there. Where's that other dimension? At the Heritage Company. Man, if you try going after our buff purple waifu, protagonist gonna get you, better be careful. The old guy seems to know her, saying she really needs to learn to share her toys. Get the storm drones ready, boys. That old man is Trevor, CDO of Tron, the one who made the Abs Girl's weapon. Scene shifts back to the boys' brawl. He looks back all pissed off and instantly recognizes the leader of the Phoenix Guild. She even says, been a while, no master. The guy's sweating bullets. What are you doing at the academy? She says, I'm a professor here now. Protagonist's just curious, right? Who's this lady, bro? She says they need to head somewhere else first because they're drawing way too much attention. At the cafe, she tells them to spill what happened. They look like 2 elementary school kids getting scolded by their teacher. The dude tries to play it cool, saying, sorry, it's personal. Oh, a protagonist spills it all. This bastard sent someone to steal my hunts and now acts like nothing happened. He's garbage. They both stare like, okay. The guy cuts in saying, you're a teacher, right? As far as I know, most professors here are rank B and C. She lights up the prison ability, saying that now the academy doesn't just have F and D rank students anymore. So to control the stronger ones, they needed the Braba, the badass. Being 100% honest, she says she's here to keep an eye on these 2. And the reason to stop them? Because soon they'll have the chance to fight all they want in the next class. Scene shifts to protagonist's clone inside a big cylinder being examined. The scientist checking the blood says it's something unexplainable. Doesn't make any sense. They pulled real blood from protagonist's clone. It's got real cells, same blood type, literally a perfect copy. They could even do a blood transfusion from the clone to the protagonist. The scientist says this is all made of mana. She says it doesn't make sense, but yeah. And the weirdest part, the clones actually seem like real individuals. They have the same skills as their master, but they have their own mana, not the master's. She's stunned staring at the panel. No summit has ever been like this before, but then something happens. Everyone, the scientists, they're looking at a mess. An aircraft crashes into the building. Holy crap, man, a terrorist attack incoming. Everything's exploding. You see red eyes glowing in the darkness. What the heck is that? And the big robot says, mission accomplished. Prioritize securing the target. You already know what they're after. The Heritage people try to activate the defense system to repel the invaders, but the robots immediately start wiping them out, shooting and burning everything. The scientist even warns her, there's robots all over the place. She says, evacuate everyone now. Protagonist's clone stands up and asks, which floor did they crash into? I'll help push them out. Man, calm down a bit, you're not that badass yet. The soldiers, poor guys, are getting wrecked. The robots are way too advanced. One of them tries to play hero, saying he'll draw the enemy's attention. It'll only buy some time, but it'll help evacuate the upper floors. He charges up electricity in his hands and blasts a robot straight in the face. Did it work? Looks like it did, dang. The man's a beast. But, well, there's like 40 more coming at him, my dude. And the robots. As soon as they detected his ability, switched weapons to adapt. So these aren't your regular robots, no sir. These are custom designed to deal with awakened ones. He's shooting lightning, robots are jumping all over the place, cuts and punches flying everywhere. But there's 4 blades coming at him at once. No way he can hold out. Until, slash. Something slices through everything. Who was it? The beast himself shows up, cutting it all down. The guy asks, "Who are you?" "I'm number 7. I'm here to eliminate the invaders." Dang, number 7's acting all independent now, the boy's grown. The guy thinks protagonist's clone is the head of the 7th floor. No, it's not protagonist himself, it's its clone. And he says to be careful because there are still tons of robots around. One of those robots, upon seeing the clone, says, "Executing behavioral orders." It opens its big belly up, man, and says, "Prioritize obtaining the target." But we're back at the school where the strong lady is saying her name is Yunha, and they're gonna learn how to do sparring now. Basically, a little practice fight. From now on in her class, it's gonna be simple. 3 versus 3 fights. All equipment and skills are allowed, and the team that defeats all 3 opponents first wins. The grading system is based on combat power, contribution, and teamwork. No secret tricks. Her class is straightforward. Protagonist immediately catches on, man, so that's what she meant by "you'll get your chance to fight." The lady bro, his bestie, is just eyeing protagonist. When his clothes change, naughty girl. "Any questions, you fools?" she asks. One guy's all awkward like, excuse me, we're hunters that catch monsters, why are we practicing fighting against each other?" Even protagonist says he's curious too, but you should have already known why. Protagonists face tons of shady hunters. She just pulls a face like, "Yeah, whatever," and says she was only invited to teach a class, so she doesn't know the exact reason either. But based on her experience as a rank hunter, it's not just monsters you gotta worry about. From loot distribution to conflicts on hunting grounds, illegal portal crimes, and so on. A hunter's life is full of trouble with other hunters. Or do you guys really think you're just gonna smile and settle everything peacefully, Keep in mind, everything happens inside portals. The Trembolona user, or maybe it's the user, hard to tell in this series, asks, "Since you said trios, is there a limit on the hunter's rank?" She gets what he meant. Since there are 2 people way above normal rank, the 2 troublemakers, they don't need to worry about it. If someone's way stronger, they'll get an appropriate penalty so they won't beat the crap out of everyone like fools. Now that's cleared up. 400 groups, fools. See you in next class. Man, these college classes here are so quick. 5 minutes of class and poof, see ya. Protagonist standing there like, I wonder what this penalty's gonna be. Meanwhile, the lady bro right next to him is like, "You're gonna be on my team, right, you punk?" Protagonist, of course I am, no doubt. But our boy gets a call from Miss Burchell, the girl from Heritage who's under attack. He answers politely, "What's up?" She's all nervous and sweating. "Mr. Sangwoo, I need to tell you something." Protagonist, "What's wrong?" She says, "Number 7 mistaken. They stole the big boy. Come on now, go get our guy back." It was supposed to be simple, but what kind of trickery did they pull so the dude couldn't just open a portal? Protagonist even asks, "Who would do this?" No, better yet, how did they do this? Everyone's looking guilty. We see the flashback, man. Our guy, clone, slicing robots in half. The robots trying to defend themselves, but there's no way against the dude. The lightning guy even gave him props, impressed by number 7's strength. That's when one of the robots recalibrated itself, restructured resistance modules and circuits, and bam, grabbed him by the neck. Number 7 drew his sword, about to strike, when the robot pulled a hostage move. "I'll kill this man if you take another step." Man, no way the clone hesitated just cause of that, right? But yeah, maybe. Because the guy being held captive works for Heritage, and the standing order protagonist gave was to always support Heritage, so the clone can't go against that. Looks like that's what happened. Number 7 even took off his armor, saying he couldn't let Heritage suffer more damage. And in that moment of hesitation, the robot caught him in its open belly module. That's the story, man. Protagonist says, "Don't worry, I'll check the situation." He activates familiar skill. Dang, he's trapped in there, bro. However, mana flow detected, activating skill protection protocol. Took a shock of millions of volts and the familiar skill got disabled. Protagonist explains that he won't be able to bring number 7 back with a dimensional skill because, well, the clone can't move. She says it's okay, it was in the contract. If they lost the clone, he wouldn't need to reimburse it. And here's what I'm wondering. She asks, couldn't you just terminate number 7? Protagonist started sweating like, I'm confused, what's going on? She says they'll bring him back anyway. And protagonist realizes maybe they already have a suspect. She says yes. Protagonist says it's fine. He didn't plan to use number 7 for the full contract duration anyway. I'm still a little confused about what's going on, but we'll understand soon, I hope. The guy lying there says, what do you mean, termate? She says, my dude, number 7 was a clone. He's not a person. Don't feel guilty? I don't know, man. I got bad feeling. These clones are way too realistic. Protagonist's thinking that maybe it's fine to leave this in Heritage's hands after all. It's a giant company, right? They must have a bunch of hunters ready to go, especially since he's surrounded in the classroom by a ton of desperate people begging to join his team. My skills would be helpful. Pick me. Man, what's with all these people? Get away, you lunatics. On Shin Jun-young's side, it's the same. A crowd trying to join his team. Everyone trying to get on the team with the Class B hunters. Protagonist feeling pretty confident. Looks like I'm gonna build a real powerhouse team. But then the lady bro Wang Yunhai comes over and drops the bomb. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Jung Sang-woo can't use clones during the fight. Big CE. Protagonist like, what? Why, my dear warrior? She says teamwork is very important for this match, and if he spams a bunch of clones, it'll be too hard to properly analyze people, so no clones, bro. Also, that's not even the penalty yet. Bro, they're nerfing him even harder. No clones allowed, he's gonna have to stand there solo. Now everyone's hesitating. As soon as they heard he can't use clones, they all ran over to Shin Jun-young. Our boy protagonist got left alone. Well, not completely alone. Guess who came? Lady bro. She walks over. Hey, wanna be on my team? Protagonist. Of course I do. And that's when protagonist also meets a new buddy. Hui Jung-bae, a D-rank hunter and student. Big tanky dude. Protagonist even jokes. I saw you running over to Shin Jun-young when you heard I couldn't use clones, huh, you punk. The dude's like, and no way, that was just by accident. What can you do, right? Rejected over there, he can crawl in back. Protagonist just looks at him like, Meanwhile, the lady bro is staring at protagonist who like, you did the same thing, you hypocrite. Then the dude says he's got a buff based on his shield's defense, and he claims he's the best tank in the whole academy. Defense amplification. Shares a defense buff that scales with his equipment's stats. The defense stats and the number of people it can affect depend on the skill level. Meanwhile, the girl, who's geared up in combat gear, says she can create a mana ball. It's not as destructive as a fireball, but it's way faster. The loser guy's like, yeah, well, you know me, I don't really do anything besides clones. She roasts him. Stop clowning around. Protagonist. It's true though, isn't it? Poor guy. I shouldn't have joined this team. Protagonist like, oi, didn't you want to join Shin Jun-young's team? Why didn't they take you? The guy says he thought being D-rank would be good enough for this academy, but turns out there were even stronger people than him. Suddenly, smoke starts rising. What the heck is that? Even the loser looks lost. And here come two new guys, New Moon and the Butcher. Clearly two super friendly and kind-looking gentlemen, right? Shu Jin is confident, saying, at least these guys are Class C. Compared to that poor Class D guy, protagonist's team doesn't stand a chance. Will it really? Well, story moves on. Bogyum stop now, in a desert where a man is walking alone with a bunch of monsters wrecked around him. Those fin snakes pop out of the ground. But with just a little touch on the sword, bam, they're gone, man. He didn't even need to do anything else, just walking through a bunch of knocked out monsters. Even saying he forgot how to use this thing. He's in the middle of a desert where a huge mouth beast pops out ready to take a chomp. Man, the thing's gigantic. What'd he slice it to? The thing explodes. The old guy says he's still not used to it. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, maybe something in his hand. He also says he got a call from Heritage. Could he be the savior of Clone 7? Damn folks, it's the first. And it's rank hunter, Kaizo Raven, the sword hunter. There he goes, can't see a sword without wanting to grab it. Back at the academy, our big sis is showing off. She activated Mana Fusion, twisting and spreading the mana flow. With her ability, she can weaken any magic, curse, buff, even cancel a skill activation. Damn bro, she's basically a Twitter user, a canceller. Haha, hilarious. Besides, all the damage her team takes gets reduced. So yeah, you guys can kill yourselves however you want. She looks at the crowd. Any questions? Man, everyone's dead silent. No one says a word. So she's like, alright, let's go. There are 6 barriers and 12 teams fighting at the same time. Winners fight winners. Losers fight losers. This isn't to find a single grand champion. It's so everyone can fight lots of times and get evaluated properly. And then, Sang-woo and Shin Jun-young, come here you punks. Drink this. Brew. I drink it for real. Where did it even come from? Oh, delicious. My god. Ah, help. It's a weakening potion, bro. I don't want to drink that. Leave me out of it. They'll lower their stats down to the average level of the school's students, meaning E rank level. Man, that potion is basically a poison. But they say it's temporary. Don't worry. Maybe it was brewed by our potion homeless girl. Anyway, she says they have to drink it, can't refuse, and can't use a skill to neutralize it either. If they cheat, it's automatic F grade, instant fail. Now drink it, you brats. Fourth team, Barrier 1. Look at them, standing face to face with who? Jung Sang-woo, our MC, and that shitty-looking chick. They're all confident like, he's got no stats left. Protagonist standing there like, huh, he's insulting me. But he's right, I really don't have any. The tanker Chumbai says, trust me bro, it's gonna be a great team job. Meanwhile, Shin Jun-young's also fighting on the side. He sees the guys in his team looking like bodybuilders. Man, what is that? They announce, drink the potion, punks. Protagonist pops it open. Shin Young pops it open. Glub glub. Thoof dang. You ingested the weakening potion. Strength drops to 23, reflex to 14, energy 8, magic 3, immunity to poison active. All the falling stats suddenly start rising again. Resilience, energy, magic, reflex. All going back up. Look at his face. Ah, so that's how it is, huh? Digesting weakening potion completed. Your poison immunity increased from 8.1 to 8.138. Meanwhile, seeing cuts to some workers over at Heritage moving stuff around. Suddenly someone shows up. Burshul. Look who it is, the sword master dude, he says. How long has it been? She's all happy to see him. He asks, what kind of madness is this? Who's the maniac that attacked the main Heritage building? She explains everything, talks about protagonist, and the dude's like, what? A real clone? Who would have thought of a skill like that? She says it's urgent. They need to find that clone ASAP. Raven asks, is it because of his skill sphere? She says no. She doesn't care about skill spheres anymore. She says that if they can do experiments on the clone's traits, maybe they'll finally succeed with a plan from that day. Damn bro, what plan? Even Raven says, if that's the case, then yeah, this is really important. The story says there's a stat that every hunter knows is hard to raise. Regeneration and poison immunity. Because to train regeneration, bro, you basically have to self-harm. And poison immunity is no different. You got to get poisoned to level it up. The problem is you become pretty immune to poisons once you reach level 1. And from there, to keep leveling, you gotta take some extremely dangerous stuff. But there's someone out there, right, who's been drinking lethal poisons like it's water and raising his immunity. Our little black-haired guy there, here, number 7, another potion, you sucker. Protagonist is just staring at his hand, thinking the stats are the same. Poison immunity even went up, so, well, like she said, he can't cheat to remove the poison and he can't refuse to drink it either. He drank it, bro. That's life. Green-haired girl says, we can start, get ready. Big guy with the shield already activates his buff. The extras are locked in. Battle start. Everyone charging at each other, but protagonist already right in front of the guy before he can even lift his sword. And protagonist sees the guy's swing, almost in slow motion. So he can dodge just like the clone's dude disappeared midair already at the guy's back, one down. But then he realizes, if I dominate too hard, it's gonna look like the potion didn't work. And then they'll probably make him drink something even worse. So he takes a clean hit right in the chest. Boom, gets sent flying like a rag doll. His teammates are in shock, and he's there lying like, perfect. My acting was top tier. Everyone will think I'm just weak trash now. Big Night Guy even says, man, that's weird. I buffed his defense. Stats dropped, but no way you should fly that far. Protagonist. Yeah, true, but your buff is really effective, thanks man. The guys are confused. He took a sword to the chest. Looks weak, but got up too easy. Looks strong. Meanwhile, Chumbai comes swinging down to smash him, but protagonist blocks it with his sword. Our girl pulls out her 3 mana balls. Big old little explosions. The guy tanks it, saying, man, it's bearable. And already shouts, focus the tanker first. Dude, clearly never played RPGs, huh, bro? Protagonist standing there like, how do I help without making it obvious that I'm still strong? Then he pulls a move. I won't lose to you guys. The enemy girl's like, get lost, sucker. Fires some kind of stone barrage. Hits him in the chest. Would he tank it? Would he fake it? He does a fake flying tumble. rolls away all dramatic. Even headbutted himself into the ground like a clown. Man, he's full on acting. Whoa, I'm really tanking. This defense buff is insane. The mage girl's like, no way, my stones aren't that strong. You're impressive, girl, congrats. She gets mad, fires a rain of magic at him. But the big shield guy tanks it all. And in a flash, our boys win round 2. Protagonist peeks over. What's Shin Junyoung doing? He sees a C-rank dude Shin hired dragging a bloody magic circle across the ground. What the hell? The guy's got another dude in his hand, bro. Victim's crying, begging him to stop. The other students are like, damn bro. They're even begging for mercy. Stop, he already lost, man. One of the girls yells, break the 5th barrier before he kills the dude. But right then, she shows up. Didn't you hear her? Freeze. Magic locks him still. The psycho's even upset he can't smash the guy properly because of the magic trap. The creepy masked dude says he wanted to cut the guy up too. Shin Junyoung doesn't even react. Yunha notices. Probably she should debuff everyone's stats, not just the high ranks. Cause you never know, there's always sneaky punks hiding under low ranks. And she already orders, right, bring some healers on standby. Everyone seeing the guy being carried away went to ask Protagonist if he didn't think that was a bit much. Protagonist frowned a little but said to her that the chances of them facing off again are really low. So yeah, it's fine. Yunha says, have the winners and losers already been decided? The assistant girl says yes, that they'll draw randomly. But Yunha cuts her off. It won't be random. The second team from the 4th barrier and the first team from the 5th barrier will fight. Obviously, right bro, our protagonist is the little demon. Yunha figured it out in a second, bro. She saw Protagonist's first move and knew. Nobody drinks a weakening potion and moves like that. And it's not like he purged it with a skill either. But whatever, she's gonna toss all the troublemakers together. At the very least, it'll make for a good show. Meanwhile, in Nevada at the Tron Corporation lab, someone's knocking at the door. Literally. FBI, open up. They're suspected of manufacturing illegal drugs among other charges. But the dudes inside aren't opening up, just ignoring everything. So it's time for Big Joe. Straight the metal wall, he's running. Boom. Explosion. When he looks, nothing. Not even a scratch. Then something pops out. A little machine. You guys getting nervous. Not a camera, bro. Ida, what's happening? A laser appeared. Some beams. Dude's already sliced up apparently. Yikes. Man, that's cruel, bro. What the heck? But someone else is arriving at the same desert. The S-rank hunter, Kazel Raven, the sword hunter. This guy can't resist picking up a sword wherever he sees one, huh? Up ahead, he's already smelling burning flesh. Look at the big robots cleaning up. Brazenly, he asks, what are you burning there, robot? These damn robots don't answer, dude. Oh, you're going to ignore me? Let me change the question then. Is this the Tron Corporation? The robot says nothing coherent and comes to stop a punch. 5 past you has no chance. I don't know, kids. I'm thinking this guy is going to find something he can't beat. But he's going for it. Let's see what the Tron Corporation is like on the inside. Inside, the scientist who kidnapped the clone seems to be getting a better understanding of how the mutation gems work. Now it's just a matter of time before he solves the problem of the side effects. And he even says that if it weren't for this clone, he would have been going in circles for the rest of his life without finding the solution. But will humanity soon have hope? Whoa, the alarm sounds and warns the lockdown gate is destroyed. The guy thinks it's the FBI. Dude, but the system informs him. The FBI has already been annihilated. It's an S-rank hunter, the sword hunter who has arrived. Whoa, the scientist is in shock, saying not now when we've finally found the answer. Oh, he's scared. Will he be able to deal with it? You know what? He orders a sample to be prepared. After all, S-rank hunters are also human. Let's create a weapon capable of stopping him now. Yexie's going to pit the Protoss clone against the guy. Maybe man. Raven reached a lower area of the lab that's full of corpses inside cylinders. He's wanting to know right where the clone is, until someone says, stop right there, sword hunter. Not someone, actually, it's the artificial intelligence system of this place, which warns him that this is the Tron Company's base. He can't be there. He says he knows that, but Tron attacked Heritage and he's here to rescue an important friend. The artificial intelligence slyly says it knows nothing about that, get out. He thinks the same thing. Whoa, you can't even trust ChatGPT. The intelligence says it's not a request. Dude unleashing the horde of robots that are already falling from the sky. Damn, there are so many. What is this? However, he's not in the mood for jokes. It's just a little cut. What I see are just tin cans. Back with our little Proto and company, our girl pal is like, Jung Sang Woo, didn't you say the chance was 20%? They're already face to face with Shin's team. The three of them are like, man, they're all screwed. Our boy, to calm them down, relax. Junbei's buffs are the best, man. The guy is biting his lip, dude. He doesn't believe the Primata is a B-rank hunter. It's impossible for such a fool to be one. Shin Jun-young says not to lower their guard. He wants an overwhelming victory. And they're already coming, bro. Their shield activates shield spread to give the boys a buff. And our protagonist knows he won't be able to fake it anymore. Yun-hai even asks to have more healers on standby. Competitors, get ready. Go. The beefy guy charges all twisted to punch protagonist, but protagonist just dodges. Already on top of him. The big guy throws a punch, but even with the debuff, it still hurts him the same. Thing is, the guy's not looking very affected, he's even smiling. Even though the protagonist got his stats back, he's still under Yun-hai's restriction, so his punches aren't hurting that much. Protagonist swung to kill, but it didn't work. The big guy counters with an elasticated elbow smash. Our protagonist wondering if Shin Jun-young is really under the potion's effect too. He's just standing there doing nothing. At least Shin shouldn't have as much poison resistance as protagonist. You know what? In that case, he has to be weakened. Protagonist charges him. He stares back and says, aiming for me first. Snap, snaps his fingers. Thunder roars from the heavens, everything's breaking apart, dude. Our protagonist already dropped to his knees all wrecked. The shield spread even got undone. And the bastard is still disappointed, saying it's not working perfectly, but it's enough. Our boy's down, and he tells protagonist, now just sit there and watch your team get crushed, grabbing a sword with a grin on his face. But back in the lab, all attack robots have been destroyed. The base already spent all its backup power too. The scientist asks if the drug is ready to inject. The system says they only managed to prepare brainwashing for control, bone strengthening, basic abilities, some physical resistance improvements, plus drastically improved vision and motor precision. The old man, he doesn't hesitate. Click. He injects everything. Back in the fight, Junbei is taking hits on the shield, bro. The chain attack from the dark masked guy is tough to handle. He slashes Junbei all up. The punk even tried to chop his arm. Protagonist gets spooked. He tries to go help, but the guy throws up a suspended force field to keep protagonist trapped. Just stares at him and throws a fireball. Protagonist sends a tiny one back, but the villain counters with a massive one and fires it back. Our boy, skilled as hell, activates dimension space and warps it away. Even throws him a big fat thumbs down. Ha. Our waifu's over there holding her own, fighting bravely too. Bro, she's the real deal. But the dark dude's ability is brutal. Contempt for the weak. The lower the opponent's stats, the higher his own get. Kinda trashy, right? Only helps him beat people he beat anyway. And now he charges at waifu to smash her head in, but protagonist saves her, shielding her. Wait, something weird's happening. Protagonist collapses onto the ground. What's going on? Our protagonist is going dark mode, dude. Deformation detected, new skill manifesting. Shin Jun-young, the filthiest villain ever, yells. Take this chance and finish him. Mass psycho charges, lunatic boy charges, everyone's unleashing all their abilities. And Shin himself throws a fusion of fireball and wind blade at once. Explosion everywhere. The fire is spinning, but inside the flames you can still see someone standing. Big Lug tries to hammer him down with a double-fisted smash. Smoke blows everywhere. Friends are in shock, asking if protagonist's okay. Yun-hai tells them to wait, she's seeing something. On our protagonist, new passive skill created, Bone Strengthened. Bone Strengthened increased, energy increased, reflex increased, energy increased. Bro, the boosts won't stop. The dude with the contempt for the weak skill. He can't even use it anymore. The stat gap is too big now. New skill created, Indestructible Body. Dude's gone full demon mode now, white hair, dark energy. Base stats massively increased. Like 7.2x multipliers, bro. Strength doubled, from 32 to 62. Almost everything doubled. Dark boy's like, end it already? Yun-hai tries to stop protagonist, screaming it's dangerous. But when she touches him, boom, she gets blasted. Guy's whole body bends. He's launched. Explosion. Bro fell onto the ground, totally wrecked. The friends are all in shock, bro. No one can believe what just happened. Shin Jun-young, what the hell is this? And the demon-possessed one still says, this is how you end things. Man, you're screwed now. Back at the lab, a defense-related skill has been created. The system detected bone strength and indestructible body. The old dude is getting emotional, bro, saying the stat boost was incredible. Plus now, the clone's equipped with Tron's best weapons. A soldier who can beat something S-class has been created. Holy crap. He even whips out a Gatling gun. How's he even supposed to use that? Now all that's left is to see if the brainwashing worked. They reset number 7's hippocampus. Walks right up to him, pats him on the shoulder and says, "From now on, your name is T01. The eye of the place warns him. The sword hunter has reached the 7th floor, 5 minutes until arrival. The scientist is all confident, says, "Good, I already got a mission for you, T01. Go eliminate that intruder." "Yeah, right. Go, come on, move it, kid." But wait, number 7 slaps his hand away. "My name is number 7. I only take orders from my master." Big lunch rejection move. He even says, "This facility and its workers are now classified as enemies." Meanwhile, Yunhai realizes, protagonist broke her skill just through sheer strength. How the hell is this kid only a B class? Green-haired girl asks, "Should we go after him?" Yunhai says no. For now, they need to take care of the ones that left the barrier. They noticed that even Shin Junyoung didn't seem much affected by the weakening potion. Because the potion doesn't lower skill levels, it just weakened your ability to consume big amounts of mana. If it had really dropped his stats, he'd be gasping for air and dead tired. Meaning this fight was unrestricted from the start. Dude, Masked Psycho is waiting for an order from Shin Junyoung, who's there biting his lips, seeking a protagonist. Masked Dude even says, "Wake up, Junyoung. You're not seeing this. The demon's standing right in front of you." He finally wakes up. What am I thinking? Remembering what his dad said, get the elixir. It's your chance to prove yourself. All Rock Lee style. There's no option but to win, and he refuses to back down. Man, he even buffs his buddy, boosts his speed. Now his friend's all confident. With this buff, I can beat that monster. Buddy charges in, but gets wrecked immediately. His weapon shatters with one touch, and the speed buff, gone instantly. He tries to pull out another weapon, but protagonist is already right there to smash him. A wall of ice pops up, blocking the hit just in time. At least Shin Junyoung knows teamwork, huh? I thought he'd be more of a douche. Our boy's still going strong though. Every fight, he just gets stronger. Resistance to cold increased. Snatches the dude by the neck. Junyoung quickly draws 3 circles, charges up a spell, and throws it at protagonist. Did it hit? Bro, nothing happened. Protagonist still beating the other dude up. Shin's sweating bullets, doesn't know what's going on. His buddy's almost dead. Little spoiled rich kid's even crying. Why do you have everything? Yeah, now you're really gonna get wrecked, bro. Shin Junyoung activates a stone thruster and blasts a barrage of explosions at protagonist. The 2 sidekicks are standing there doing nothing, but doesn't matter. Protagonist tanks it all like a war machine, walking straight through the explosions. The little rich kid's fallen apart without even getting punched. Explosion again, praying protagonist's been vaporized. Nope. Look, he's standing right in front of you, bro, and he's not looking very healthy, but you're definitely worse off. He just says, "Don't blame others for what you don't have." He winds up a punch, and Yunhai jumps in. "Stop. Come on, just because you're hot doesn't mean you can get in the way like that." She declares the evaluation is over. Damn it, he was about to land that beautiful punch on the punk. Little rich boy falls down, soaking wet, terrified. Still gasping, he says, "Have protagonist call his clones and clean this mess up. This wasn't my fault. It was that psycho using my skills." Lucky for her that our boy was in a good mood, otherwise things would have gotten real ugly. The boys are all there, cleaning up like maids. Sometime later, she says it's enough. Then she asks protagonist to follow her. Could it be something good coming? She stares him down and asks, "Of course not. Something good wasn't coming. How did you get rid of the weakening effect?" Protagonist's all shocked. "Bro, what did you think? You thought she believed you were actually weakening like that." He says the obvious. "I just drank it and the effect disappeared." She's like, "Aha, what's your poison immunity stat?" Protagonist, around 8.138. "Remember, after level 1, gaining even 1 point is super hard," she says. "You'd have to eat extremely poisonous stuff every single day to get that high. How'd you do it?" "Ah, just trained a lot." Obviously, right? It was all the clones doing it sneaky. She lights up the prison field and says, "Well, it's not technically cheating, so I won't say anything. Other students will probably whine about it, but I can deal with that. Now get out of here." Our little protagonist just walks away all goofy. At least he escaped that one, right? Could have been worse. Because the most important thing right now is staying in this school and getting the elixir. But he's still confused about how he got that skill. Unbreakable body. You harden like a stone. Physical defense and magic resistance increase by 50%, and it reduces any pain. He figures it has something to do with number 7, and he's wondering, Mestre, you managed to use that skill. Then he freezes. Are they experimenting on number 7 after he got kidnapped? Maybe he should check it out. But then he remembers the skill protection protocol. Better leave it for now. Meanwhile, number 7 is there. Oh, Mestre, wanna take a look at this? So confident. Huh. Protagonist thinks. Well, Heritage said they'll rescue him. They must know what they're doing. Back at Heritage, number 7 is breaking everything. They're shouting, "Stop T01!" And he's there like, I'm number 7. The guy is warning, you're destroying priceless equipment. Number 7, don't care. Crashing everything. Suddenly Raven shows up. Whoa, you're number 7? He's like, yeah. Seems like everything's already been taken care of before he even got there. Alright, let's get you out of here, buddy. Clone's like, where you from, old man? Raven says he's from Heritage and that number 7 has to cooperate for 3 months. But number 7 hesitates. Heritage, never heard of that. Oh, the eye is already celebrating, thinking the brainwashing finally kicked in. Nope. Number 7 says, I only follow orders from my master. Raven's sweating now. Seems like the brainwashing didn't work, but they did wipe the memory of orders. Raven grips his sword, thinking, can't reach the master right now. Guess I'll have to take him by force. Number 7 warns him, you'll be treated as an enemy. Meanwhile, back at the Academy Hospital, the punk who got beaten by protagonist wakes up, still remembering the beating he got. Hand him on his face. I lost, about to cry like a loser. Still hurting all over. I'd even used dirty tricks and still lost. All emo, walking in the courtyard, when suddenly a big old hand grabs him by the neck. Hi, you for real, dude. I heard you passed out before even getting hit, you piece of trash. Spitting real facts, though. But suddenly, bam, protagonist kicks the dude. Shut the hell up, loser. Oh boy, protagonist's not playing today. Since the barrier's down now, time for some justice. He gathers the boys. Alright, let's help our buddy learn how to speak respectfully. Smack. No time wasted. That's how you said please. Jun Young is stunned. Why are you helping me? Protagonist. Don't get the wrong idea, bro. I'm only beating you up because you talk trash about me. I'm only beating you up because you talk trash about me. You're still the jerk who got in the way of my hunt. Don't think we're friends now. Starts walking off, but Jun Young says, wait, protagonist. What? You want another lesson? But Jun Young apologizes. The captain of Team 2, the abs queen, miss her already? Huh. She went way too far. She didn't need to do all that. He just wanted her to protect the groups that were stealing protagonist's hunts. Our boy gave him a little look but didn't seem to care about these lame excuses, while the clones kept beating up the losers. Back at the Itron factory. Yeah, guys, there was no way they could beat the rank as dude, right? But even so, the guy was impressed, saying the ranking system must be wrong to call this a Class B. He had to starve himself to beat the kid. Even at the end of the attack, the clone could still see the trajectory of his hits. Not to mention, because of the stat difference between them, the clone only blocked when he could counterattack. And the master of this guy has several of these. I mean, this doesn't fit me, but maybe I should think about taking an apprentice. Dude's thinking, is this guy the sword collector? It's him. Meanwhile, the poor scientist's still lying there like a melted slime. But he speaks up. I know you're awake. Whoa, hold up. What do you want, man? Talk to us? Raven already says, I'm the one asking questions and you better not lie. Did you create the Tron Eye? I did. The Eye's voice, was it Elisa's? Do you know her? Whoa, man, seems like a plot twist coming. The old guy's in shock. How does he know that name? Raven just asks straight, is she alive or not? The scientist stalls, tries to bargain. I'll give you a department, a bunch of items, just don't. Raven, shut up or I'll slap you. I'm the one asking questions. Alright then, the joking stops. Yamans, tell me everything you know about her and Lieber Zinstein, her so-called lover. The old guy looks all awkward, says it's been a long time since he heard that name. Says he never saw Lieber as a colleague. Apparently, they didn't get along. Raven's like, good, cause I'm planning to kill him. The old guy freaks a bit, but admits he knows something. There's a workshop Lieber used to use. But he's not sure if the guy's still there. It's been 50 years since he last checked. Raven says, that's good enough. The old man says he'll send the location to his bracelet. But Raven's like, nah, forget that tech stuff. Write it down on paper, fool. Ah, alright. He scribbles it out and hands it over. Then the old man asks, do you know anything about Elisa? Please tell me where she is. Raven just says coldly, I'm the only one asking questions here. Cut to protagonist getting the news that number 7 was successfully rescued. Only thing is, he underwent brainwashing and memory resetting. Could protagonist ask him to cooperate with Heritage again? Protagonist just agrees casually. But he's thinking, experiments, huh? Maybe that's why I got so strong back then. With all the stat boosts and new skills, he's pretty sure he's now Class A. And he jokes, maybe they should kidnap me too. Huh. Wait, what the hell am I thinking, idiot? I can't treat my boys like robots. In the end, everything worked out. He resolved the mess with the thieves, won the hunts, won the PvP, and got stronger. Everything's going pretty damn good. Recently though, rumors started spreading across the hunting fields. Rumors that Jung Sang-woo's clones didn't just beat Class B hunters, but even classic groups. Why? Because people were stealing his monsters. But like all rumors, the story started twisting. Now the talk is, those clones will kill you if you trespass their territories. Hundreds of victims. Death awaits anyone who crosses paths with them. And so the clones' bad reputation spread through the hunting fields. Nobody even looked at them anymore. Everyone's like, sorry, Sir Clone, who won't come near, okay. And the clones are just standing there all confused. And this went on for days. Meanwhile, protagonist at the bar with everybody celebrating, but Jung Bae says, I didn't really do much though, sorry. In the end, it was protagonist who had to fix everything. Protagonist, nothing man, your buff was the real MVP. But then a voice from the side says, look there, the most famous guy in the hunting industry. Oh, the guy's drunk, he's gonna talk crap and get beaten up. Hey Sang-woo, you think a Class B's all that? Bro, you don't mess with our boy. Protagonist's like, who's this lunatic? The guy's yelling, hey, let go of me. I'm telling the truth. This guy's a Class B, but he keeps sending his clones to take everything from the rank S. I spent all my money and can't even farm. Huh. But protagonist confused. He hasn't sent his clones anywhere lower than a C rank field lately. Wait, what the heck is this guy? Slap it on his face already. The clone's standing right there. Oh no, this is bad. Could it be people are dressing up as protagonist's clones to boss others around? The drunk guy keeps ranting, you're occupying whole areas without even telling anyone. Then you show up after the hunt and claim it's yours. Sometime later, protagonist realizes what's happening. Apparently, there are people disguising themselves as his number 2 clone, locking down E and F areas to steal other people's earnings. Someone asks, are you sure? Protagonist, yeah, definitely. I never told number 2 to do that, and I haven't even sent him hunting lately. So there are fake clones out there. He asked the boys, hey, you ever hear about this? One guy says, well, I heard people say whoever messes with your clones disappears. Protagonist, yeah, true. You touch my stuff, you vanish. But Jung Bae awkwardly says he never heard about clones controlling a whole area. Protagonist asks Haeun if she's ever seen anything like that. She says no, she's never even been to a hunting field. Why not? He remembers she once asked him, please take me hunting, and he said he would, but he never did, right? Bro, you forgot about that? She's like, of course, I'm still waiting. He thinks about it. All right, let's go tomorrow then. Bro, don't you dare flake. The poor boy's sitting there like, can I come too? Next day at the JM agency, Junmo asks why he's getting geared up just to go to the academy. Protagonist explains, he's planning to hit the hunting fields himself. Junmo's shocked. You're going? Isn't it usually just the clones? Protagonist explains he made a promise. Also, there's a pump pretending to be one of his clones. He calls number 2. Hey, number 2, is this you? No, sir, that's not me. I haven't left here except when summoned by portal. Besides, compared to the man in the photo, his face is 2% larger, his shoulders are 5% narrower, and his torso and legs differ by. Alright, chill. I believe you, man. But protagonist asks if the clone could recognize the fake if he saw him. Number 2 says yes. Meanwhile, there's already a skeleton slumped at the counter. Our girl took care of that. Protagonist says no need to help. She's crazy strong. He says she should do an evaluation test already. The clone goes scouting the area. She finds it weird. Our hunting field's always this empty. Actually, everyone's just watching protagonist from a distance. Nobody dares get near him. Please, number 2, find whoever's ruining our reputation. Cut to the kids farming out there, when suddenly the fake clone gang shows up. Hey, who let you hunt here, huh? This is our turf. Leave the bodies and scram. The kids are like, but it's ours. Fake clones pull out their knives and the poor kids run. One of them stuffing what he stole into a backpack thinking, good, they didn't notice us. He's seething. The pain I suffered, they will suffer. Jung-woo, this is all your fault. Who are you, dude? An old enemy? Meanwhile, our girl's blasting fireballs around, exploding everything. She's starting to get tired. Protagonist tells her to loot the place. He gets a message from number 2. Didn't find anything suspicious. So he gives the order, bring everyone here, except those protecting the hospital. That way, there's enough people to cover the entire field. They sip on a potion together, first normal potion protagonist ever taken. While the clones track the footprints, she's there throwing mana balls at the little skeletons that are already running away. Some poor folks were found farming. I don't know if it was one of the protagonist's clones who found them or the fake clones, right? The glutton kept looting. Nobody had found anything yet. And weirdly, he didn't find anyone wearing a similar outfit. Haven already finished her hunt, already handed over the items and got her picks, cash transfer, from the place that buys them. She wanted to give half to our boy, but he said, you can keep all the drops, it's your first hunt. She said it was too much money, and our boy, feeling himself, said, you really don't know how much I make, huh? Well, let's head back, girl. But when protagonist is heading back, he spots Shin Jun-young. He hides right away. Could that idiot have something to do with all this going on? Scene changes to the mending girl saying she's sure it's him. After all, what's the reason for a B-rank hunter like him to be at an E-rank hunting field? Jun-mo agrees, saying the High Song Guild is always trying to mess with our boy. However, protagonist finds it weird. He just gave the crazy dude a warning. No way he'd be that stupid. Then she says, wasn't that the captain of the High Song squad who attacked you? You didn't kill her, right? Protagonist says yes, but why? She says that if there's one thing she learned living in that place, it's that if you don't finish off trash, it comes back to bite you. Protagonist even got a little scared, bro. And just like trying to prove her words true, the fake clones started getting even worse with their actions. There's some poor guys there. Yeah, all we managed to get was this man. Yikes, now they're starting to extort the kids. Leave your gear and get out. Yikes, the girl there's like, but we're still hunting. Bam, gets kicked right in the middle of the legs. I don't know if it hurts for women, but on her it definitely hurt because the poor girl's on the ground wrecked. People wanted to report the clones, but they were scared of being killed. Anyone who wants to enter the fields now. First thing they ask, hey, are Jung-woo's clones around? We can't say dude. But they insist we have the right to hunt without fear, show if he's there or not. The rumors about Jung Sang-woo and his clones just kept getting worse. And the worst part, most of the victims were E and F rank hunters. Even the Academy people started giving protagonist weird looks. If this keeps up, it might even affect his chances of getting the elixir. He gets a call from number 2 and asks, did you find anything? He says no, but he did see the High Song Guild coming into the E rank hunting field. Protagonist's like, you sure? He's absolutely certain, bro. Even said they brought a whole flag with them. If that's the case, open the dimensional portal. He's going personally. The guys are negotiating some armor when, boom, something explodes behind them, everyone getting spooked. Protagonist already coming in like, what's with these outfits, huh? The long-haired dude, oh crap, tells the team captain they found him. Prota's just watching the armor the guys are holding. Was it you guys again? Yikes, he's not happy, huh? Wondering if you can throw a corpse into the storage dimension. Man, these guys really came, thought they'd run away, they're bold. But there's that one fanboy charging straight at him with a punch. Huh, look who jumped in to defend. Already sending the kids to the back. Little do they know, protagonist's way stronger now. And from what I remember, she was kinda into our boy, right? She tells everyone to fall back and says this one is the real Jung Sang-woo. Protagonist confused, what do you mean real Jung Sang-woo? But she's all excited, saying his muscles have grown so much. He wants to know, what's this talk about the real Jung Sang-woo? What's she trying to say? They're not the fakes. She says they're not. Why would Hai Song do that after everything that already happened? Then Shin shows up, saying actually they're here helping to hunt down the fake clones. Prota's kinda impressed the guy's got some invisibility skill, but he wants to know, why are you trying to catch my fake clones, huh? Why are you helping me? Shin says it's his way of apologizing. Trying to be friends, huh? And he says that they still haven't figured out whether it's one guy or several. They have no idea who it is, but they prepared bait. There are some fish-headed monsters getting wrecked until a clone shows up. Hey, you said you could hunt here? Dude, we have permission from the guards. The clone asks, what's your rank? The guy says, this is an F-rank area, so I'm F-rank. Now mind your own business, I'm busy. The clone didn't like that at all. Are you crazy? Don't you know who I am? We know it's the fake clone. I'm Jung Sang-woo, the one who defeated an A-rank hunter. Oh, bro, it's the shadow guy that protagonist beat the crap out of, and he already says, I know Sang-woo very well, but you're fake. That guy really knows him, bro. He got properly beaten. Next panel, the poor guys are already wrecked. The fake clone is saying, you're gonna regret this. But he warns, you really don't know the real Sang-woo. The portal opens behind him and the real one shows up. Man, protagonist. Oh, so it was you, huh? The guy, who actually does look a lot like protagonist, is already gathering all the gear he used to disguise themselves. He pulls out the clothes they had hidden, and a bandana and a mask fall out, and the pirate guy takes a look and remembers something an agent said. A ninja who had a clone skill and wore an orange scarf. The D-rank hunter, Kim Dong-yeon. The illusion clone skill. Basically trash, right? You got exposed, my dude. Now what, huh? Take that wig off, loser. The guy tries to make excuses, but protagonist just tosses his little helmet. Here, use this so your head doesn't explode. But dude, you've got no chance. Protagonist charges confidently. He tries using his clones to distract protagonist, but no way. BM hits him straight in the face, sending him flying and crashing into a tree, completely wrecked. Our boy's a bit dark now. Get up. It's not over yet. The poor guy's broken, bro. This is the strength of your hard work. I worked hard too. Even though his illusions don't deal any real damage, you train anyway. When he went looking for groups, people would see he had a clone ability and think he was like Jung Sang-woo. Well, you make clones like Jung Sang-woo. Welcome to the team. Oh no, wait, your clones are just illusions? Never mind then. Because of all the comparisons, he never had a shot. But when he started walking around with his clones dressed similarly, everyone thought he was Sang-woo. And then they started obeying him and leaving everything for the greedy one. Man, that's the saddest, not-so-sad backstory I've ever seen a side character pull off. Honestly, he deserves even more of a beating. He tries doing the Naruto clone thing, whole bunch charging at protagonist, but our boy's tired of this already. He just grabs the guy's sword. There he goes. It's over. Another blow right in the mouth. Knee to the gut, man. He knocked out all the coconut water he drank. And protagonist keeps going, wham. Another one to the face and another. A JoJo missile barrage. The poor dude's down, there's nothing left. And still protagonist's not done. Finally starting to feel better, our boy's getting his revenge. Shin Jun-young walks over to the wrecked guy's body, looks at him and tells protagonist that he made the same mistake as that guy and apologizes properly. Our protagonist kind of accepts it, while the boys don't really like teaming up with enemies. But since this dude is the son of the big villain, better to use the son to beat up the father, right? Oh, beautiful. Family drama right here. And they already put the loser to work farming crystals for protagonist. Next chapter starts with protagonist giving out a reward. Well, kind of, like just some meat and a pile of crystals. Sitting there, protagonist remembers something Shin Jun-young told him. There's one more thing. You better be very careful with the academy. They're not just trying to train hunters and hand out free skills. Protagonist, what do you mean? Jun-young says he's not sure yet, but he'll tell him once he's got more accurate info. But for now, stay away from the prayer room no matter what. What's going on here? Villains everywhere, nobody honest in this world. The abs warrior should have at least thrown herself at our boy a little bit. Didn't even flirt. Come on. Scene shifts to Prota's evaluation form. He got an A+. Someone asks, what's this? Our big sis says it's the evaluation. The director slams the table in anger. He didn't like that protagonist got an A+, huh? Man, what's going on here? She says she did everything properly. He received the weakening potions. He was banned from using clones, and even so, he won, right? So the evaluation is correct. The director, angry, says that he purified the potion, so it's not fair. But she says that was with his skills. What's she supposed to do if the potions don't work? The guy's furious, but she slaps him down hard, man, playing with a badass. She says enough already. You only have a bunch of F-rank teachers. You accepted a student like Sang-woo who's way stronger, and now you're mad because you can't control him with the elixir. The director, all twisted, says this might disrupt the class. She tells him, deal with it yourself. Go tell him directly. I'll just follow the curriculum, nothing else. Man, she explodes in the room saying that if they called her again to talk nonsense, they're gonna die. Damn, how cruel. Oh, the guy made a call in order to place instructor Hwang-yeon High as the teacher of the prayer room. Oh, there's definitely some shady stuff going on with that room. Next scene, they're being introduced to the hunting techniques teacher of the academy, a C-rank hunter, Jang Sung-won. He was asking them what they thought was the most important thing in monster hunting. Status, team, teamwork, good equipment. All of that's important, but the main thing is strategy. And he tells them to look in the book for strategies to beat each monster. Heian's all excited there, saying she even sees a little skeleton. But protagonist finds things weird, like in the rat section, for example, that says, you can attack them effectively with close-range attacks. Their weak spot is their skull. Protagonist questions why their strategies are so wrong compared to what real hunters use. He's no genius at hunting, but his clones studied everything and tested it out, so this info is wrong. What's the academy trying to do? Bro, this academy is super suspicious, guys. But the teacher announces they're moving on to the practical part in the monster hunting training room. A furry pig shows up, man, already getting sliced, and he says, so, pretty realistic, right? All of this was made using a hunter's ability. This is where they'll learn how to fight without risking their lives. Not only will they learn strategy, but also how to overcome fear. Protagonist asks if it's okay to use his clones. The guy says yes, but isn't sure if they'll work. Protagonist happily summons 2 big-headed clones, and for the first time, people see the squad. The teacher tells everyone to get ready because they'll all be sent to different places. Everyone starts glowing red. Poof! They vanish and appear somewhere else, in protagonist's case, a kind of dry forest. Protagonist hears a voice behind a little tree, a warrior girl asking for help. But it doesn't seem very nice. A bunch of deformed humans asking for help. Man, terrifying for our boy. Protagonist says the teacher told them the monsters were supposed to match their rank. So what's this? Man, they already turned into giant ants like Hunter x Hunter, charging at him. The teacher's walking among the cylinders, taking a peek at protagonist. What you gonna do, buddy? Heck, what's that, bro? Pulled a sword, what you gonna do? Damn, but right next to him, do you need help? Oh, girl, now it's getting crazy. She screamed, scared, and fell to the ground and asking, who are you? He says, I'm number 3, dude. Mister told me to protect the portal against disasters and threats. The teacher, I understand. He hits up saying he was also keeping an eye here, just patrolling the students. The clone simply agrees, saying it's awesome of him. But he was thinking about pulling something shady. Man, looks like he wanted to defeat the clone and mess up protagonist. But after getting that stare down, he just left. Alright, thanks bro. See you, buddy. Meanwhile, inside the illusion, protagonist is fighting the giant ants, bro. It's one dodge and then he slashes them right in the face. Takes fireballs too. Stone skin is happening as well. Man, he's actually getting kinda skilled now, huh? He's got tons of abilities, the sneaky little guy slicing through everything. Protagonist just found something strange though. If the summoned monster was supposed to be a creature 1 rank below the hunter, why did he get 5 screaming dragonflies rank B? Like, dude, are they trying to kill me? What's going on here? He comes back to the capsule, bro steps out, they're all sweating and beat up. Most people look like they failed. Protagonist asks Heian what she fought, and she says it was these giant turtles where her attacks just bounced off. The professor shows up again, giving a little speech. Some of you failed, some succeeded, but strategy is the most important thing. With that, class is over. Our boy's finding all this a little confusing. Number 3 comes to tell him something. Outside, the professor approached secretly while they were hunting. The clone says yes. Protagonist thanks him, bro. Good thing that Shinju young guy told him to keep an eye on the academy. You can't trust anyone here. Way too suspicious. First, a 3v3 fight, which isn't something that usually happens in the hunting fields. Then a solo hunt against a monster, when everyone normally hunts in groups. What's happening at this place? Yen asks what they're talking about, and he says, odd, it's nothing much. Tell us what's the next class. She says the next class is history and understanding of the system, at the prayer room. Oh. He immediately remembers the warning, don't enter the prayer room. He doesn't just not want to go, he wants to save her and tries to invite her. I don't want to deal with this today. How about we watch a movie instead? She wasn't really convinced, she just said it's a mandatory class, so they can't skip it. Plus, it's a class about the history of the system, and she's super curious. Protagonist's like, Heian, I'm serious. I'll send my clones to attend instead. But the warrior girl insists, and saying, nope, we gotta go. You're not skipping this class. But bro, no time for that nonsense. Whack to the back of the neck. Sleep baity. You're not making this disaster happen, no way. He apologizes, thinking maybe he went too far and maybe it's nothing too bad. But he's not willing to risk it again. This time, he's not going to hesitate for a second to protect the people who matter to him. Sometime later, she wakes up in a bed. Nah, not really a bed. Just gets up and Mendigana, potion lady, introduces herself, saying that Sang-woo left her here. She asks, wait, why did Sang-woo bring me here? The King of Lying said that she passed out because of the hunting class, got too exhausted. But she can relax, he covered for her. There's a clone with a wig over there, dude. but she wants to know where protagonist is, bro. However, Mendagana says Sang-woo will be back soon. Now take this vitality potion here, bro. It boosts your status for a certain amount of time. Meanwhile, our boy is at the academy, all stealthy and hiding around. There's no problem at all since number 2 is marking his attendance. But here's the thing, bro. He wants to flip this whole thing upside down. The problem is, he can't, right? He needs the elixir, and if he does that, he'll be expelled. However, he also can't just sit around waiting for Shin Jun-young to give him the info he's looking for. He'll have to run a little investigation of his own. As he's walking around, he sees what seems to be the room of someone important, and he notices some shards of glass outside. Not to mention the window is open. Who's that maniac over there? It's Shin Jun-young, bro, 2 shady dudes. Hey man, what are you? Hand over the mouth. Be quiet. I'm the one asking. What are you doing here? I said I was going to get that info. Protagonist says that Haeun's been acting strange. He remembers that moment when she got a bit aggressive saying they had to go to the prayer class. Shin Jun-young asks, that girl who's always by your side? Protagonist says yeah, it seems like she's been to multiple of those prayer classes, and when he said he wouldn't go, she got kind of aggressive. Protagonist asks, isn't that why you're here too? You said that place was weird. Jun-young calls him over, bro, pulls a little book down, reveals a secret room. For your information, I just found this today too, alright? I haven't even looked yet. They're about to discover things together. Dude, check out that gamer setup. Who's playing League of Legends? Protagonist sees cameras, microphone, it looks like a contact hub. Shin Jun-young. Wait, let's grab the data then. But then they hear some noise outside. Someone talking. President, are you in there? The two of them freak out. What are we gonna do, crazy dude? Protagonist says, I have teleportation and you have invisibility, man. Let's bail. But Shin Jun-young says that they heard the noise. If they disappear out of nowhere, they'll look suspicious. Whoever it is, they're already smashing the door in. Protagonist's like, I dunno. Use one of your abilities or something. You've got a bunch, right? Already popped a ton of orbs. Oh, the guy's like, unfortunately, I do have one ability, and activates the chameleon skill. Meanwhile, protagonist just hides, all chill. The door opens, bro, who's here? When the guy looks, oh, something happened. Our dear Shin Jun-young disguised himself as the president. Why'd you bust the door down? The guy, he looks like a priest. President? Protagonist opens a little dimensional crack just to hear what they're saying. Oh, president, didn't know you were in here. Yeah, I had to come here urgently. The guy asks, did the master call you by any chance? Now he's like, master. Who's that? He plays dumb. Yes, he did. Ah, just as I thought, huh? Must be because of that problematic duo, Sang-woo and Jun-young. You two little punks. The president. Yes, both of them are very problematic. The priest apologizes for barging in and says everything will be handled in the meeting 3 days from now. Oh, the two of them are shook. As he's walking out, by the way, Professor Hizioki, you didn't forget the time of the meeting, right? The guy replies, of course not. It's at 11. Got the info. A while later, protagonist steps out of there like, yo, what's going on with this whole master and meeting talk? We're the problematic kids? Shin Jun-young in shock, sipping on a mana potion. Shut up, I almost got caught just now. Then protagonist asks, why did you say the prayer room was strange to begin with? Come to think of it, you were there during the first class too. He simply says as alerts went off. He originally tried to attend the prayer class because it was mandatory, but the second he stepped inside. Alert. Mental protection activated. Mental protection activated. There seemed to be something trying to affect him. He was just looking around like, what the heck? Who's using mental skills on me? He tried moving to a different place, even to the bathroom, but no matter where he went, the warnings wouldn't stop. There was no vibration or mana flow. That means the entire room was full of mental skills. Protagonist's like, why didn't you warn everyone then, you punk? He replies, for the same reason you're not doing anything either. You could have just destroyed the academy. But you know you can't do that because the elixir is at stake. In the end, they need the information. They need to put a leash on these people. Protagonist agrees, right? They're gonna have to find some kind of weakness. They try getting into the computer, which obviously has a password, right? But turns out they're real dumb because there's a little sticky note on the wall with the password written on it. Look at protagonist's face. Here it is, the password's right here. And the two start snooping through the files. Scene shifts to Haeun, receiving a vitality potion from our potion hack. She asks, what's this? Potion lady's like, drink it. Come on, your fatigue will go away. Haeun thanks her but says she's all sweaty from everything. Can she take a shower? Potion lady's like, fine, I'll take you. She starts removing her clothes and our potion lady gets all shy. What is this plot twist? And she asks, excuse me, what's your relationship with Sang-woo? Haeun says, nothing much, we're just co-workers, not a big deal. But hold up, what the hell? She pulled out a massive scar on her back. Back to the church, where the boys are reading through the files. Shin Jun-young. So this is the academy's goal? Brainwashing all the students. And it's in the prayer room that this happens. Everyone becomes a puppet of this guy called Master. Protagonists like, how many students are there already? Jun-young replies, close to 10,000. And if you count all the Korean branches, over 30,000. Protagonist starts to worry. Imagine a person controlling 30,000 awakened people and sending them into the streets. Then Shin Jun-young sees something on the screen. Take a look at this list. Hunters who haven't been brainwashed. Dangerous people. Rank B hunter. Jung Sang-woo. Must be removed. People to be observed. Shin Jun-young. Rank B hunter. Removal of guild leader postponed for now. Shin Jun-young warns him. He and everyone around him are now in danger. But protagonist is more curious why Shin Jun-young isn't the target now. Why are they postponing him? He says it's probably because they don't want to mess with his father's guild, and also because protagonist is currently more dangerous than he is. Then he switches expression and says not to worry about the agency. He had already warned that Haeun seemed off. And look at her now, pinned to the ground by the clone. She's all sweaty on the floor, a clone holding her down. But she says this situation isn't that bad, and even adds that if someone's gonna be on top of her, it better be Sang-woo. Junmo and the potion hag run away. Junmo asks, what the hell is up with that crazy girl? She says she'll explain. On the phone, someone tells him just not to leave the agency. It's protagonist. And he already explains that's why he left number 2 there. She thinks he's gonna subdue her. Honestly, she seems like she's enjoying the subjugation. Protagonist says things are even more serious than he thought. Population awakening progress. 89.8%. Our boy gets it. This isn't something they'll be able to solve with just the 3 of them. They're going to need help from other guilds. The thick-thighed one is coming. Scene shifts to a man working on a sword. Someone's calling, Hubert. He's like, oh, what is it? This is the leader of the Heritage Equipment Development Team. And look, our friendly girl just brought 2 sewer rats with her. Oh, what is it? Is it the clones? You were totally focused on that, huh? Looks like you managed to analyze the skill. She's all excited, observing attentively. A total clone, kind of digital. It's a complete failure. Nothing but an illusion. He didn't manage it, huh? Loser. Meanwhile, Big Mouth is just living the good life at Heritage, and she's thinking she wasted 13 billion giving that sphere to protagonist. Kumbert's like, you made such a fuss last time over that cape, and now you're calling me to show this fake rat? She's like, huh. No, of course not. We actually made some progress. Ta-da. We managed to copy a piece of equipment. That alone is already a big help for our plan, right? Hubert says that at the moment he's more worried about restoration. She remembers a sword that apparently no one wants to touch because they're afraid of breaking it, but maybe they'll find a way to restore Earthquake. Steen shifts to the vice captain of Canis Horiong, checking out the waifu and asking if this is really the girl with the brainwashing because she seems normal and there's no strange mana flow. One Taz staring like, yeah, while she's tied up and gorgeous, obviously. She begs to be let go, saying her parents are waiting. He asks the potion hag, are you sure she's brainwashed? She replies, absolutely. She tried to blow my head off. But then someone opens the door saying, this isn't just your usual brainwashing. It's worse than we thought. Protagonist and Shin Jun-young obtain some info. The hag's like, you bastard, why'd you call the High Song Guild? He's all casual. I know you don't like High Song, but thanks to them I captured the fake clones, and they do seem to be helping here. She's mad, clearly not into it. But then our waifu gets all emotional. Protagonist, why'd you take so long? Come here, they're misunderstanding. Let me go. Our boy just lowers his gaze and says, these files are from the office. Take a look at this, guys. He skips ahead and everyone's like, hold on, this is insane. Murder? Brainwashing? And what is this Harvest Day? Protagonist says he doesn't know much about it yet, but it's related to the moment when the whole world's population will awaken. But the biggest danger right now is the brainwashing. Protagonist asks, do you have any guild members who enrolled in the academy? Won Ta and the cutie say, yeah, a few of ranks E and F joined. Protagonist warns them not to let anyone know they're connected to him. Otherwise, it could be dangerous for their people inside. Shin Jun-young says the problem is, how do we solve this? Mental protection skills are really rare. Hardly anyone has them besides him. The QB says, "Are you guys sure it's brainwashing?" I couldn't detect anything even though she has a skill related to brainwashing. So it might not be that kind of thing. And besides, there are 30,000 people just in Korea. There's no way that many people in the world have a skill like this and are doing mass brainwashing simultaneously. Shin Jun-young says anything's possible. After all, even protagonist's skill makes no sense. No one fully understands the potential of all awakened skills. But one thing's for sure, every skill has a weak point, even this one. And when he was in the president's room, the professor said this. In your opinion, was it the right decision to accept those two? We even disobeyed orders just to reach the other academies. Shin Jun-young says that from this conversation, it's clear they're disobeying the master's orders. Protagonist kind of realizes they might have some ideology or goal, but each person is doing whatever they can in their own way. Protagonist stands there thinking because even though the guys haven't directly attacked him yet, well, they almost did when he was in the capsule. Shin Young adds, whoever's doing this probably isn't brainwashed. Otherwise, they'd be acting like a robot, just obeying orders. Maybe the guy's goal is something more normal, like just killing protagonist. Protagonist's like, dude, a normal goal? Really? Then Junmo says this is really bad news because they can't even detect the brainwashing. That puts them at a huge disadvantage. Shin Jun-young says at least now they know the enemy's biggest weakness. The fear isn't of failing the mission, it's of being abandoned by their master. They're gonna have to exploit that. In 3 days, during the meeting that's going to happen, they might change everything. A bit later, Shin Young and protagonist are talking. He tells protagonist that if he stops going to class, people are going to get suspicious. So yeah, protagonist says he's thinking about going. Shin tells him to just send the clones, it shouldn't be a problem. But our boy knows. He's been going every day. If out of nowhere he starts only sending clones, it'll look suspicious, and that could put everyone at the agency at risk. Besides, he wants to experience for himself how people behave under the effects of brainwashing. But the important thing now is what they're going to do with Haeun. Does Shin have a plan? He says he's got an idea, but it's more like a gamble. He knows someone who got transferred to manage the prayer room. Our teacher gets a message left on her desk. When she opens it, use mana on your head. So the 3 days that followed, protagonist went back to attending the academy normally. He knows the order to eliminate him has already been given. They probably already noticed that sometimes he sends clones to class. And the scariest thing is that there might even be students going after him. He's curious to know how long someone has to stay in the prayer room for the brainwashing to start working. But watching his classmates, everything seems normal. Well, until, bam, a stab comes from behind. Dude's made of steel. It hit him and the guy collapsed onto the desk like it was nothing. Protagonist turns around to see who threw it. Everyone's like, not us. The demon teacher. Mr. Sang-woo, is there a problem? Protagonist just stares at him, thinking, so this is how you want to play it. Nah, just going to the bathroom. On the way, some girl bumps into him. She's like, oh sorry, I was just in a hurry. He says it's fine, but his clothes were torn, man. Looks like she tried something. It's strange because everyone's acting normal, but they're all trying to kill him. Of course, he's not really in danger since they're mostly low-rank hunters. Still, he can feel the killing intent. They even tried to poison his drink, bro. Sang-woo, drink this and keep fighting. I'm rooting for you. Trying to poison the Poison King? Well, hey, at least it gave him some XP. And like that, 3 days passed. At a meeting table, they're all gathered. Someone says thanks for coming. Today's the day they deal with the disturbance. Look, there's the druggy area professor, Kang Majiong, and the hand-to-hand combat teacher, Ba Ja-yuk. The president jumps right into the subject. We're here to talk about Jang Sang-woo and Shin Jun-young, those two. Scarface slams the table. We never should have accepted those two, especially Shin Jun-young. How are we going to act against someone backed by the Haisong Guild? But another teacher jabs back, you also agreed, saying we gain influence with Haisong. He's all crooked now. I said that if things went right, chill out, everyone. They're all bickering. One teacher says, obviously no student here is gonna put a scratch on them. Mustlehead asks, they're that strong? Someone says, even if all of them attack together, they wouldn't beat protagonist. You should have seen those clones fight. The president says not to worry. The master hasn't abandoned them. Soon 2 Class A assassins from Scorpion 13, the Assassin Association, will arrive. They're feeling all happy like, yeah, Class A. But bro, y'all gonna need at least a Class S to take out protagonists. I'm just saying. Still, they're confident. Apparently this Scorpion 13 is real tough. They're just not noticing that someone's coming through the door. Bam! Someone's already flying across the room. Who is it? He's here. Didn't you all just get beat up? Well, thanks to all of you, I had a hard time these last 3 days. Let's use this meeting to decide your punishment. Damn, he's gonna beat up the whole staff now. Protagonist going full beast mode. Starfish Professor. Jajajang sang woo he. So, Professor, what's up? Why you look so confused? You were staring at me the whole class. The president tries to play dumb. Jung sang woo, why are you here? Let's talk. Protagonist ain't got time, bro. Ignores it and says, there's 5 of you and 1 of me, right? Let's balance this out. Boom. Everyone's got a clone on their back. Now we can talk. He starts going off. It's been amazing these last 3 days. Everyone trying to kill me, each time more daring. Poison, ambushes, hunting rifles. On top of that, I had to protect the whole agency building. The president tries to play dumb. Mr. Jung Sang-woo, what do you mean kill you? Ah man, the professor already paid the price. Snap, finger broken. Don't talk nonsense. Whoever thinks they've got strong fingers can lie. Muscle guy gets up and takes a hit in the face too. Protagonist says he's losing patience and the president asks, what do you want, Mike? Say it. You know that if they disappear, it's not just him who'll be affected. Protagonist gets it. You're threatening me with the elixir. I'm just stating facts, he says. Then protagonist gives them 3 conditions. End all the brainwashing. He's the one who goes to the World Academy competition for the elixir. They don't report any of this to their master. Everyone's silent. The president, king of the bluff, thinks protagonist doesn't know. Sorry, I don't know what. Snap another finger down, bro. The guy doesn't back down. He says protagonist's judgment is wrong. If you think this is the way, kill us now. That threat won't work. Also, he should give up on the elixir. Protagonist stays calm, saying he knows exactly how he's doing the math. We flash back to Shin Jun-young, who warned him not to show weakness. He knows protagonist tends to go soft. Protagonist, what you talking about, man? I'm tough. But he told him, for you to get those terms, you've got to be violent and reckless. Otherwise, it won't work. You gotta show your will. Back to the scene, protagonist pulls out a card. You think I don't know about your master's existence? You want these documents here spread worldwide? Oh man, he throws everything on the table. If I reveal this, it won't be just Korea's branches. All the academies in the whole world will be investigated. I don't know what your master is planning, but this'll definitely mess it up, right? Someone's already freaking out seeing that sword. Let's stop wasting time and wrap this up. Toss everybody's corpses into the portal. Bro, is he really gonna do it? The president asks for a minute. Why do you want time? Protagonist asks. You were sending those text messages, right? Waiting for the Scorpion 13 people or something. But yeah, looks like they've arrived, huh? Something's coming through the window. They already shown up all bloody and haven't even fought yet. President's getting excited, but it's already clear why they're covered in blood. They got wrecked too. Tossed on the ground. Protagonist, done. Now it's easy, because you got nobody left to wait for, right? 3 seconds to answer, let's go. 3, 2. The guy runs for it. His ability is permeation. He can go through any material for a short time. As long as he crosses this wall, he can escape. Skill got cancelled. Faceplant like a clown. Of course it's your waifu on your back, bro. Didn't expect her to do something like this, huh? She turns and smirks. So what were those conditions again? Go ahead and say them. And so eventually President won Hackso and the others accepted protagonist's conditions, and the academy went back to running normally. That day, there was a conversation between Won Ta and the leader of Guild YOLO. They were the ones who helped stop the Scorpion 13. Only also got help from protagonist, and she's like, how is he still rank B? Doesn't make any sense. Since it'd be way too suspicious to shut down the prayer and system study class completely, they just destroyed the object that caused the brainwashing. And with that, it turned into a regular class. Yun Hai, with her ability that cancels any effect, cleared the brainwashing from the students. Of course, our professor didn't have any brainwashing. He was just straight up crazy. And so Haeum was cleansed too, bro. Protagonist asks her if she's okay, but she's crying, apologizing, saying she must have gone crazy. But protagonist says it's all fine. And with that, the 3 days of chaos came to an end. We see protagonist now, bro, he's basically running the entire academy. President, what's my grade? A plus, of course. Great, kicks the desk. No more fireball training. Okay, we'll do freezing magic instead. Yeah, bro, or else them fingers are gone. But somewhere else, someone notices something off. The Korean branch said issue resolved, but Scorpion 13 reported that they failed the mission. The guy with the ring asks the kid with the star on his chest what he thinks of it. He replies, "Whatever you think, you're right. I just follow orders." The human sitting on the throne responds, "Your answer is lazy and boring. If I lost, is dying for you the correct answer?" The guy replies, "Yes, I gladly do it." And boom, he's gone, bro. Dude got blasted, just telling a joke, he says. All right then, clean this up. Whoa, everything's hidden. We don't even know his name, his rank, nothing. We just know this is the master. And now he's ordering someone to investigate a certain Jung Sang-woo. Oh, back at school, students reacted two ways. The girl who tried to stab him, "I'm sorry, I don't know what I did." Some people apologized, others just ignored it. Protagonist just looks at them. It's fine. Heian says he's being way too chill, acting like everything's normal. He's like, "What am I gonna do? They only attacked me because of the brainwashing. No point beating them up now. Also, next class is stamina training, right?" But suddenly she changes topic. "Were you gonna take me to a movie? Let's go now. There's one I want to see." Protagonist, "What you talking about? We got class. Your stats are garbage." Sigh, he's gonna take her anyway. But bro, this stamina class, they could train that kind of stamina. Look who's teaching. Big punch guy. He says today they'll compare stats from when they enrolled and your grade depends on how much it increased. She asks if protagonist did that to the poor kid, pointing at someone beat up. He says he just gave him a little lesson. She admits she's kinda in a slump. Her skills are increasing, but her power and stats seem stuck. Protagonist says maybe the training field is the key. Ah, alright then, I'll head back there. At the range, she's tossing her magic balls, some guys lifting weights, everyone throwing spells. Protagonist had the biggest stat increase of all, and really, since everything's resolved, he doesn't even have to do this. But hey, since he's here, let's try it out. He goes to the instructor and asks what's the heaviest weight this machine goes to. Instructor says the weights are controlled by gravity stones, so the strength depends on the lifter. But yeah, there's a setting that's impossible to lift. Protagonist, "Oh, alright then, set it to impossible." Dude's like, "You sure?" Already plugging it in. This setting's just for show, man. Nobody actually trains with it. Protagonist gets ready to deadlift. The guy sets it to max. Our boy notices that despite the embedded gem, it feels like a normal bar. Actually, it even feels kinda light. He tries lifting it, bro, but the thing's not budging. He's biting his lip. "This is the weight I wanted." The machine starts smoking, the gem bugs out, and he lifts it. Of course, only because the gem broke. "Hoops, my bad, I overdid it." The poor guy's holding the bar. What can you even say? Still, our boy liked the training. He's already planning to make all the clones hit the gym overnight. Only weird thing, he hasn't seen Shin Jun-young for a while now. Could it be that the guy gave up on the elixir? What's he thinking? The evaluations are coming up. Shin Haesung seems to have told someone that the academy is really dangerous, and that the Haesung Guild needs to prepare, since he and the protagonist managed to stop the bad guys temporarily. Could it be that the guy gave up on the elixir? What's he thinking? The evaluations are coming up. Shin Haesung seems to have told someone that the academy is really dangerous, and that the Haesung Guild needs to prepare, since he and the protagonist managed to stop the bad guys temporarily. The captain of the Haesung Guild says, "So if they're a threat, why don't we just wipe them out already?" He explains, "It's because of the elixir. If they shut the academy down, they lose the chance." The captain replies, "You already have Captain 2, right? The abs girl. So what else do you want, man?" But he says she won't be able to handle it. Still, the captain's got no patience. "Why'd you even enroll in that academy? You just playing house now or what?" They gave him all the support and went through all the trouble to send him there, and in the end, he makes friends with the protagonist. He walks off saying, "You better focus on your evaluation. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything and won't tell your dad. Besides, the guild doesn't expect much from you anyway." Damn, Shin Jun-young's just standing there like, "But I am trying." He's wrecked. But then, 3 magic balls come flying. Did they hit the mark? Damn, she's really accurate. Problem is, the target didn't even flinch. So yeah, she's still weak. She's disappointed. A few days ago, the protagonist couldn't even use Fireball properly, and now his are way stronger than hers. She can't keep being a burden to him. She storms into JM yelling, everyone eating their ramen jumps in fright. She says this is the only place she can trust. She wants to get stronger. Accept me into the JM agency. Meanwhile, the protagonist kicks open a door. Open the training room now. The president's like, ahem, hello, isn't it a bit late? The protagonist says during the day it's being used so he can only train the clones now. The president tries to throw out excuses. Training room, using it outside of hours. Protagonist grabs his finger. Yeah, using it outside of hours is great. I'm using it. All right then, he says, I'll use it all night. Don't turn off the lights. Okay. The president thinks to himself, I did my best to stop him. Sorry, Shin Jun-young. Our boy in the hallway, perfect. After the hunts, everyone's coming here to keep training. Got it? We own this place, so y'all better be training. But then the scene shifts. Shin Jun-young's two friends are in a dungeon hunting, chatting. Musclehead says he thinks Shin Jun-young is faking his rank. He talks about that conflict after the big battle. At the moment he grabbed Jun-young, something popped up on his screen. The opponent's stats are too low. Contempt for the weak has reached its limit. He says right after that, the protagonist showed up, so he didn't get to figure things out completely. But Shin Jun-young's skills aren't really at a level you'd expect from a rank B hunter. Shin Jun-young's on the floor, sweating. The protagonist walks into the room and sees him training with 3 kilograms weights, chugging potion after potion. He's totally exhausted. Protagonist asks, what is this? Jun-young wants to know why protagonist's even here. And then it's revealed. Alright, he has the Great Sage. He learns any skill faster than anyone else, and anything he learns instantly reaches max level. But there's a penalty for that, Weak Sage. All of his stats are fixed at 0.2. Damn, that's rough, bro. Like, once he learns magic, he'll be insanely strong, but physically he's super weak. Protagonist sees this and says, I want an explanation. What's going on? Shin Jun-young gets up all crooked, saying he was just working on the evaluation, and he's done now. But protagonist stops him. Hold up, don't go. He shoulder checks him, angry, and says it's obvious what's happening. He's exhausted just lifting a 3 kilograms dumbbell. This is the price of his awakened ability. All his stats are stuck at 0.2. The protagonist gets scared, man. But then comes a flashback when he was a kid. He tells this uncle-like dude something, and the guy replies, ah, so every skill you learn comes at max level. The dad shows up saying, isn't that excellent? The doctor says he might be the first class S in Korea, a magic genius. Most skills, aside from awakening ones, can be learned in 1 or 2 months. But there he is, using Fireball for the first time. And any skill he couldn't learn, they just bought it with the Hai-sung family fortune. Everyone had high hopes for him. The dad always believed in him, right? The guy was like, you're the future of Hai-sung. Work hard from now on. He's sweating just thinking, ah yes, father. But the pressure was insane for the kid. You're a genius, the first rank as hunter, the hope of Korea. He had to be the prodigy. But all his stats were stuck at 0.2. If he had said that back then, we skip ahead. He's on the treadmill. Years later, struggling. A researcher tells his father. His basic stats haven't gone up in years. Dad says, take Jun-young to my room. And that's when he confessed. All my stats are fixed at 0.2. The dad, wait forever? He tries to brush it off, says he'll work harder, but it's already too late. Dad says, if anyone finds out, they'll think our family's defective. He's pissed just thinking about it. All those top-tier items, all that time and money, completely wasted. Then he asks, you only have 0.2 mana too. That means everything we spent on you went down the drain. The kid's crying, not knowing what to say. The dad says, I'm not beating you only because I'm afraid I'd kill you. Damn, that's maximum level cruelty. Man, what a brutal scene. Back to the present, because of all that, all the articles and headlines about him disappeared. And he only got a B-rank hunter license because of Hai-sung's support. But then he heard that an elixir could be obtained at the academy, a miracle potion that removes any curse or illness. That's when it became his life's goal. To hide that he had no mana, he always kept mana pills between his teeth, and he drank some juice, actually a disguised mana potion, but still, he lost to the protagonist. He then asks, for you, awakening was a blessing, wasn't it? But for him, it was the worst curse. The protagonist realizes, so that's why your stats didn't go down during the fight. They literally couldn't get worse. The protagonist asks, who else knows about this? He replies, only my father, older brother, and a few squad captains. Protagonist says, man, if you were training with a 3 kilograms dumbbell, why didn't you do it at home? Why risk getting caught here? He says it's easier to train at school. Plus, he didn't expect people to show up to train at midnight. Also, there was that training equipment with a gravity stone that adjusts to the user's strength. But when he got there, it was broken. The protagonist pretends to know nothing. So when you enrolled, what stat number did you enter? He says, 40. The protagonist, you bastard, you multiplied your stats by 200. He's like, I didn't know they'd check again, man. This sucks. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm out of here. But while leaving, he asks protagonist, don't tell anyone about my penalty, please. Our boy doesn't really know what to say, just scratches his head. Walking back, he remembers something. His dad with some chick says, you what? You want a candidate for the ranking test? Then he asks his son, you know this Jang Sang Woo guy? Shin Jun-young replies, wait, you mean that clone guy? The old man says, that's the one. I saw him back when he was class F. I laughed in his face when Junmo took him in. The kid was pathetic, especially with someone like that managing him. But just a few days ago, this same Sang-woo jumped to class B without lifting a finger. Man, and the dad still mocks the son, saying that he laughed at Junmo for picking up a rock from the road while he had a diamond at home. Who would have thought that his so-called diamond wasn't worth anything? Damn man, this dad doesn't stop roasting his son. The poor guy is all sad boy mode if there's a hand behind him. He got caught. What's going on here? You've been captured, kid. He asks, who are you? And the person goes, sha, quiet if you want to stay alive. Then the story jumps to Jam, where Haeun is telling Junmo that she can't deal more damage, no matter how much her skill increases. Junmo says maybe it's a lack of mana. She's not putting enough power into her hits. But Haeun says mana is actually her strong point. Junmo asks if the Academy's evaluation is still gonna take a while. She says, why? Then he goes, well, you said you wanted help and to join the agency, right? I do know a specialist in mana control, but her training's really tough, you know? That's our casual friend who's about to train our waifu. What madness, man. Damn. Sometime later, we arrive at the day of the base stat evaluation. There are 5 parts to the test: strength, reflex, stamina, mana, and resistance. Once you finish one part, move straight to the next. Now then, let's begin. Who's feeling confident? Step right up. Whoa, Shin Jun-young steps up first. Confident much? Must have pulled some tricks. Huh, you sneaky dog? The guy nearby says, hit with everything you've got. Shin goes, all right. This guy knows his stats are trash, so he says, watch this garbage punch I'm about to throw. But the protagonist, watching, says, his interference is a problem. Wait, did the protagonist get involved here? The punch comes in, bam, hits the wall, bends it. Everyone's kind of stunned. Ah, look what he did, man. It's the protagonist's clone using the Chumillion skill to match his stats. Well, the protagonist's clearly making friends with someone strong, huh? And it doesn't seem like Jun-young's going back to being a villain anytime soon, maybe. Who knows? We get a flashback of what happened when that person captured him. Guess who it is? Obviously, it's the dummy. He came to talk about the evaluation. He asks, what are you doing, Sang-woo? The protagonist goes, just answer one thing. Can your Chumillion skill change other people's appearance? He's like, what do you mean? The protagonist explains, can you change my clone's appearance to look like you? That way you can pass during the test. The protagonist adds, don't get the wrong idea. I'm also after the elixir, so I won't always help. But this way I can clear my suspicions. And since the dude's got Chumillion at max level, of course, he can transform into anyone. Everything worked out. 40 in the strength test. Then reflex, stamina, mana, resistance, all perfectly 40. Everyone watching is like, damn, but isn't this guy a long-range damage type? How the heck does he have 40 resistance too? The musclehead's in disbelief. His buddy tells him, dude, give it a rest, just do your evaluation already. But remember when Jun-young gave him that speed buff, and he only managed to jump once? We know it's cause his mana ran out, but that guy there is still like, maybe I'm overthinking this, whatever. The professor reviewing Shin Jun-young's record and current power says, strength from 38 to 40, the only weird thing is that everything hit 40. So the average increase was just 0.2. It's kind of disappointing, but not terrible. Jun-young's mad in the back, fuming. That idiot. I told him to input 40, but didn't think it'd land exactly on 40. How do those clones have such perfect control? The guys are arguing. Did he do something shady? No, man. Didn't you see the wall bend? Jun-young's like, hemph, it passed, but it wasn't impressive. Thanks, Sang-woo. The poor guy's got a stomachache from all the mana potions he had to chug just to keep Chumillion active. Then the protagonist goes, well, there's something I want to check too. Alright, I'll go on with the evaluation. The guy goes, alright, you can hit the pad. But the protagonist's not here to waste time. Boom, he already throws that punch, the thing gets all bent out of shape in the back. Wall, is it gonna break? It flew, damn, the wall went flying. Didn't break, but still flew. The protagonist noticed something. His stats stopped increasing with just the crystals a while ago. The poor guy who's been eating crystals 24/7 doesn't do anything else in life. The protagonist, he eats them all at once, just grabs and gulps. But the stats aren't going up anymore ever since number 7 was kidnapped and had that sudden power surge. So yeah, what's he gonna do with that guy now? The poor guy who's been hunting crystals for him this whole time. It's time for our boy to visit Heritage one more time. When he gets there, look at the guy's smug face. So you couldn't even copy it, huh? Oh, poor thing, right? Laughing in their faces. She looks at him. Are you sure you feel sorry? Our boy says, yeah, I feel so bad. Oh, that's really too bad. It's such a complex ability. But she smirks, saying she managed to use the cloning ability on equipment. The protagonist, hold up. How did you manage that? It's even weirder. She says it's impossible for an ability to surpass the original's potential, but maybe it discovered something the protagonist still doesn't know. That means his ability is going to evolve. She changes the subject, saying there are some people who want to meet our boy. He's like, huh, me? And then she introduces him to some guy named Hubert and Raven. Hubert thanks him. Thanks to the cloning of equipment, he's finally going to be able to evolve some stuff he's been wanting to for a long time. Protagonist goes, hey, glad I could help. And she goes, you already know Mr. Raven, right? Raven gives him a little look like, protagonist, do I? She's like, wait, you don't know him? He's the strongest swordsman in the world. Rank as sword hunter. Then yeah, the protagonist's like, wait, what? Rank as hunter? As far as he knew, there weren't any rank as hunters in Korea. So, who the hell is this guy? Raven just turns his back. It's fine. I'm not even the strongest in the whole world. She tells the protagonist, it was him who rescued number 7 back at the Tron company. He trashed everyone. The protagonist's like, then there's something I want to ask. You remember the experiments they were doing? Raven says, of course. I remember perfectly. There were machines, pipes, glowing monitors, and a bunch of robots. My answer helped, didn't it? Everyone's face says it all. Obviously not. What a crap response. Arya tells him, relax. They ran several tests. And apparently the protagonist's clone was exposed to DEP. Our boy asks, so was Tron developing that? She goes, again, so you've heard about it. He says, yeah, but as far as he knew, people would turn into uncontrollable monsters on the spot. She agrees. He's right. It was indeed an incomplete product, but they ran some tests on the clone and created the perfect DEP. The one used on him didn't have any side effects. Then she says, I think you've reached the limit of the stats you can gain using crystals. So from now on, you'll only grow stronger through natural means. Our boy just puts a hand on his face. Sigh, I'm gonna have to work out. She asks if there's anything else the protagonist wants to know. He thinks, well, might as well try. Who knows if she knows? Then he says, do you know what the harvest day is? Bro, her face goes stiff and everyone's staring at him. He's like, did I say something wrong? What happened? Raven presses a device and boom, a blast goes off near the protagonist. His bracelet seems to be disabled. Raven says, relax, translation still works. But from now on, you better choose your words wisely. Like, what the hell, man? But the protagonist's not playing either. He says, all right, I'll change the question then. Are you guys from the academy? Boom, pulls out 1,000 clones and activates stone skin. Oh boy, the situation's about to blow up. Our boy's facing them solo. Everyone's in shock. She steps in yelling, stop, both of you. Screams at the protagonist. They're not your enemies. But man, once this protagonist gets mad, there's no going back. I don't think you're going to convince me that easily. You guys started this. Well, look over there, Raven, put your sword away, man. I think he doesn't know either. And she shouts at Raven that the protagonist's help is necessary for the plan, and everyone here knows that. He puts his sword away. The protagonist, well, he deactivates his power. She lets out a sigh and says she's going to explain what the harvest day is. But he has to accept one thing before they begin. The protagonist, what? She says, this world is much bigger than you imagine. In fact, we're not from Earth. Whoa, super plot twist. What's going on? Oh, I get it now. The folks from Heritage came from a place far from here. She says their original planet was called Tyburn, a peaceful place where species lived in harmony, full of magic and nature. A peaceful planet until the invasion of the Cranity. The big-toothed monsters were already glaring at the kids. The Urantia Empire fought back, but the threat of those monsters attacking everything alive in their path was something they couldn't stand against. Man, those portals opening up in the sky and everybody teleporting in. Because of those endless monsters warping in from anywhere, every region started to be invaded one by one. until one man appeared in that desperate world. His name? Liebersenstein. Hey, I remember that name, huh? The Earth scientist. Damn. And also the creator of the system. What? Bro. The protagonist's like, wait, the system was someone's invention? She says yes, and that they were surprised at first. She explains, I told you, didn't I? How hard it is to learn a skill. Citizens of our planet barely became combat-ready mages after concentrating on magic for 10 years. But Lieber was different. He learned magic at an unbelievable pace and became the archmage of that place in 5 years. After that, he focused on research to make magic easier to learn and increase the number of people who could fight, so that anyone, even without knowledge or understanding of complex formulas or even without mana, could protect the empire. Because of his research, ability orbs, and even the system were created. His plan was a success. Even though the system wasn't finished, it supported basic offensive skills, and people started to enroll and learned magic using skill balls. As the system got more refined, people became able to use even higher tier spells. And then, everyone started to hope again. Hope that peace would return to their world, and that they could defeat the Kranity. The long war dragged on and on until the day the system was complete, and Lieber began the massacre. Holy crap, a plot twist inside the plot twist. Even now, she doesn't know why. All the citizens were killed, even the descendants of the elemental sword or dragons. No one could stop him. He just kept killing, 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 killing. And just like that, the empire fell in a week. Bro, what? That was the harvest day? Now we're screwed, huh? The protagonist. Wait, the entire empire killed by one man in a week? She says she still can't forget that day and asks Raven if he can explain more, since she didn't see Lieber that often. He says some details are missing, but yeah, that story is true. The only survivors who made it out alive were the 3 of them, following this world's calendar that happened in 1995. Raven goes, you know what happened here 5 years later, right? In the year 2000, there was a catastrophe. Boom. And the system appeared on Earth. So the system is anchoring itself into this planet. And soon, the harvest day is going to happen again. Man, guys, things are getting really dangerous now. Phew. After all that, we see our waifu girl over there exhausted, saying she can't do it. She's too weak. I agree, but she goes, get up, girl, we've got work to do. 1 week earlier, bam, she summoned the huge blue orb. That's the original size of the fox sphere she uses. Whoa, that's right, both of them use the same one. She says, I'm gonna throw this. Take it. Boom, explosion. Smoke rising everywhere. What'd you think? It's similar to your mana sphere, right? It has a bigger form, but no damage. Leveling up only increases the size. Even if you reach level 100, it'll still be the same thing. And she says you only used it the way the system told you to use it, didn't you? She makes a new little ball, saying she needs to control and compress the mana. After all, her ability must be something like Mana Master, right? And she explains the system is a tool, because during the catastrophe, people used their skills just fine, even without any system at all. Well, she already launched it, straight with that drill shot, Arizona-style wild. It's you who uses the ability, not the system. Grabbing the target, she says it should be at most that size, because she doesn't have as much level as the fox girl. Her compressed power needs to be even smaller. Hayden stands up saying she gets it now. But here's the thing. She's been doing this for a week and today's the evaluation. She's tired. She can't throw another orb. But the fox girl teases her, saying, so it looks like you're planning to rest now, huh? On the day of the test, you don't want to practice anymore. Tomorrow's the weekend you're gonna rest, while protagonist is about to reach rank A. Then she pokes at her again, saying she thinks Hayon is too greedy, wanting a protagonist. She licks her lips, saying protagonist's super sexy. Maybe she wants him too. Hayon stands up angry. Fine, I'll take protagonist for myself. Bring me more targets, bring all of them. Alright then, well, at least love's easy to use. Back to protagonist's conversation, she asks if he's heard about the harvest day at the academy. He says yeah, and that someone called the master is brainwashing a bunch of people to help with it. The 3 start talking. What can they do to stop it? Raven says they can't do anything, or they'll become a target of the system. Robert says they need to start a public debate. Protagonist says, we're not doing anything directly to the academy. My sister is infected with the virus and I want the elixir. The dwarf says, wait, so you're gonna let that happen to all the students? He says if it's for the elixir, he doesn't care. Then the guy makes an offer. If we can get you the elixir, will you help? Protagonist confused. Raven says he'll take care of the elixir problem and even make protagonist his apprentice. Man, gonna teach him the sword grabbing technique. You know what that means. But our guy's confused. What do you mean? Apprentice? Raven. Exactly that. The kind of apprentice who does anything I tell them to do. But this will help you reach your goal of getting stronger. Protagonist. Bruh, are you crazy? You were just trying to kill me a minute ago. Raven explains he thought Protagonist was with the system and apologizes, and says it's not such a bad deal for Protagonist, since he needs to be as strong as possible to get the elixir. Plus, if they solve this problem, they'll be able to stop the harvest day on Earth together. They're in the same boat, and Raven says after fighting the clone, he realized that Protagonist still needs to get stronger. What does our boy think? He just stands there thinking, imagining his little sister, bedridden and messed up. Okay, nothing to think about really. If you get me an elixir, I'll be your dog. Raven, don't want a dog, just an apprentice. Alright, fine. Scene switches to an old man panting and a lady saying, don't let him get away. Trap him in the escape route. It's the fool, the old guy from Tron, saying that damn sword hunter said he let him go, but then he contacted the FBI. At least he managed to save the important documents about the DRP and Elisa. Talking to the bracelet, he asks, Elisa, how many people around me? She, 10. No, wait, 5, 20? I don't know. The old man realizes the bracelet is busted and Elisa's acting dumb. The soldier says it's the last building. The girl says if you see the old man, shoot to kill. He's hiding, panicking. Elisa on the bracelet says she senses another person approaching, or maybe she's just wrong, who knows. But the poor guy collapses against a wall, exhausted from all the running. But then the ground starts trembling. What's going on? They look up. A meteor shower is raining down on the building. We know who has that power. Look, there's already a soldier buddy of hers dragging himself through the fireman. She pulls out the walkie-talkie, calls for backup, but then something pierces through her. A guy shows up saying, Trevor, I heard you were here. The old man's in shock, but he already knew. It's him, the master of High Song. I'm here to save you, don't be surprised. Let's get out of here and handle business. Scene shifts to someone talking to the Oracle, saying they gave Shin Haesung the location exactly as she asked. The Oracle says you must have just gotten there now. The blue-haired guy says the sacrifice was necessary. The Oracle asks, don't we want to know why you were ordered to give Trevor's location to Shin Haesung, and why the FBI agents had to die? He just replies, I'm not curious about anything. I obey the Oracle. And now he's off to the next location. The Oracle warns him, be careful. The catacomb is a dangerous place. Man, I'm starting to think this Oracle is connected to that cursed system and Harvest Day and all that mess. Scene shifts. Raven's beginning protagonist training. What he's going to learn is the basic fast sword technique. Next time, they'll need a mana circuit, but that's for later. First, relax your arm. Protagonist, alright, chill man. And what about the elixir? I'm only becoming your apprentice after you give me that, remember? Raven, elixir, I'll get it for you soon, kid. But isn't it better for you to level up first and gain some experience for when you get it? Protagonist, nah man, that's not what we agreed on. Raven's like, come on, I'm a rank S hunter. Not just anyone gets to learn from me. Protagonist, I'm a clone user. Hold up, let me bring you the best student in the world. Behold the perfect apprentice, ta-da. Go ahead, number 7. Enjoy your lesson. I'm heading back to the academy. Raven, not too bad, I guess. Alright, let's go, apprentice. First class, fast sword, listen closely. Back at the academy, the professor is bringing in the skill orbs that protagonist told him to bring. Today, everyone's going to learn a new ability. Our guy's going to pick up his, but his mind's somewhere else. So Arya, Raven, and Hubert aren't even from Earth. They're aliens. Their planet was destroyed by that Harvest Day. Lieberzinstein, the guy who created the system. But why? What does he want? While activating the orb, freeze skill was created. Protagonist's thinking something. If the system controls the skills, then what happens if on Harvest Day the system stops working? Looking at his hand, he thinks, I learned basic mana movement and meditation. So what's really inside these orbs? Are they changing properties? Or how do they teach magic? Can I use my abilities without the system? And then he sits there. Go fire. Ice. Nothing. I said fire, you damn fireball. Still nothing. Did the system say stop? Suddenly, a green interface appears out of nowhere. Jung Sang-woo go to the catacomb. Whoa, Prada. Man, the world's really ending. What the hell is that? He's sitting down like, where the hell is this catacomb? The system. Confirm if you understood. He's confused, doesn't know what that was. The professor keeps teaching like nothing happened. Says until now they practiced in the training room. But this time, it'll be different. They'll have a fieldwork mission against dungeon monsters. It's an international event and the designated dungeon is the catacomb. Yikes, a huge open field and underground dungeon. But wait, why did the system warn him first? Now I'm confused. The director's in his office all chill. Knock on the door, bam, kicked open. I'm back. Grab this guy. It was you again, wasn't it? You trying to die? President, what are you talking about, man? I'm talking about this catacomb mission. You made this happen, didn't you? The guy says, wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. Fieldwork dungeons are randomly selected around the world. There's no way he could have messed with that. Protagonist, wait, so you didn't mess with my status window? The president's like, what? What happened to your system? Protagonist, wasn't it the academy? When he checks, the system says, I want to stop Harvest Day. Help me. Bro, that's way too much plot twist at once. Now there's a good system and a bad system. Next chapter starts with our girl practicing her power. She asks the Kibi, so, what do you think, girl? She replies, looks good. You passed. She's all happy and gives her a big hug. The girl says, just keep the power like that and you're not letting Sangwoo escape again. Dang, she didn't even try to hide it. Just said bye and left. She looks back at the target, surprised at how much power she compressed. No matter someone's level, it won't be able to stop that ability. It's gonna be a bullet, basically. Scene changes to protagonist talking to green guy. You hearing me? Protagonist, who are you, dude? System says, our conversation is limited. Answering your question takes explanation. If that happens, the system will detect me. I just want to stop Harvest Day. That's all I can say. Protagonist a bit shaken. How do I trust a system? He's heard of Harvest Day and knows the system was made by Lieber. So how can he trust it? But then the system drops the biggest argument. First of all, I'm green. Protagonist, bro, you messing with me? That's your argument? System says, think about it. If I was on their side, why would I contact you? All I'd have to do is tell the master about the heritage members. Someone knocks on the door. System says it has to leave. That's enough for today. But before going, it says, go to the catacomb. Collect the 7 deadly sins. Only you can stop Harvest Day. And poof, it disappears. Protagonist still sitting there, unsure who to trust. He also got the offer from Heritage to get the elixir, but they never said how they're gonna get it. He doesn't know who to trust anymore. Then Heian busts into his room screaming they're going overseas. Protagonist, where were you, crazy? She says she was doing special training, but seeing Protagonist all down on the bed, she asks what's wrong. He tries to dodge. You can't just sit on my bed like that. She pushes. Is there something you can't tell me? He says, why aren't you worried? You know this academy's not normal. Now they want to ship us out of Brada for this catacomb thing. She says, of course I don't trust the academy. I trust you, Sangwoo. What a sweetheart. Protagonist, you're right. Thinking, I don't need to worry about who to trust. She's all blushing. If you're worried, you can talk to. I can trust myself. Heh, that's right. Don't need anyone else. She's devastated. He's like, I'm strong for real. Who's even gonna betray me, huh? Wild. Scene cuts to the Harvest Master checking data on the South Korean player, rank B, already averaging stat 70. Worried, he says he can't just sit still. A crazy woman appears. What you're thinking is correct. But then a cross appears in the room. Ho ho, who do we have here? Wait, George Lucas, a jumper? Dude's involved in this whole thing now? He walks in. I heard you've been causing trouble. The other guy activates his power. You here to kill me? George says, depends on your answer. Dude's like, it's about the catacomb, isn't it? He claims he didn't pick it, didn't even know catacomb was an option. But George doesn't buy it, says there's no way he didn't know. Guy explains that dungeon experiences at academies are mid-level events. Other people handled that stuff. George Lucas just giving that little stare. He says he understands the guy is worried, but he better not look at him like that. And relax, the 7 sins will remain safe. Oh, now I think George Lucas is up to something bad. The other guy says no one's getting anything from there because the maze builder is in that place. But hey, you guys don't know there's a clone dude, on the way to get it all. Scene shifts to the catacomb deep underground. There's a flesh head munching bones to cast fireball. The academy squad arrives to hunt. The background NPCs, poor guys, they've never even hunted. They're like, oh my god, this is my first time that monster is huge. Heian, that monster is disgusting and horrifying. Protagonist, it's a replica of a golem. And now he's thinking they won't let him hunt. What's he getting at? Oh no, another angry girl, another one from Guild YOLO. Bro, I want to join Guild YOLO too. This one's the manager, Kim Sona. Protagonist gives her a wave and asks, "What are you doing here, woman?" She says it's a part-time gig. The academy's huge and there weren't enough teachers, so they hired some hunters above rank C. Then she asks, "And you?" Protagonist, "I'm a student, so protect me, please." She laughs in his face. "There's no way I'm protecting you, bro. This place doesn't even need a guide." But protagonist presses a bit. These guys in front fighting, they're all hired hunters. The students are just watching. So he asks, "Why's that?" Kim Sona, "The academy requested it that way." She doesn't really know the reason. Maybe because there are too many students, so it's hard to protect them all. Anyway, if protagonist wants to sneak off, she'll pretend she didn't see anything. Oh, and she'll help protect the students. Protagonist, "Only if you split the paycheck, girl." Hey, and who is she? Why are you grinning so much while talking to her? Protagonist, "Don't give me that face. She's just the YOLO manager, nothing major." While they're having their little rom-com moment, somewhere else in the dungeon, someone is staring at a big orb saying, "There are too many people here, and they're too grouped together. This can't continue. I can't avoid this anymore." This is the owner of the catacomb, the labyrinth builder. Protagonist feels something, spidey sense tingling. He grabs Heian's waist. Ground starts shaking, and the hunters yell for everyone to regroup. But the ground blows up right next to them. A massive pit opens. Kim Sona, "Everyone fall back now." Protagonist picks up Arigato saying, "Don't worry, it's nothing." Then Green System appears and says, "Down there, protagonist, I already knew." He shoves Heian aside. "You go ahead," jumps in. But he warns Green System, "If this is a trap, I'll kill you." System, "Understood." Protagonist, "Then I'll do what you say. But after this, you're gonna explain everything to me." Midair, it stops feeling like a fall. Almost like the world is holding him up. He feels warm and soft, like a comfy hug. System says, "You idiot, you're buried." All right. Beneath a pile of bodies and rubble, protagonist doesn't even know which way is up. He manages to move, maybe down, maybe sideways. But the stuff covering him begins to lift. And who's under there? Shin Jun-young. Protagonist, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Jun-young, "Isn't it obvious? I'm not giving up on the elixir." Protagonist, "But why down here?" Jun-young, "I couldn't run. My stamina is trash." Prota's face, "Okay, fair." But Jun-young warns, "Other students fell down here too." Protagonist realizes this destruction must have happened in multiple areas, and this place has a lot of paths. Shin Jun-young says that from what he's seen, it seems to be some kind of labyrinth, and since they fell into the deepest part, nobody really knows where this place leads. Protagonist asks about Shin's teleport ability, but he says unfortunately it's still on cooldown. He notices protagonist is clearly thinking of exploring and warns him not to go alone. He has no idea what kinds of monsters show up in this place. And he's right without even noticing. A giant cockroach-faced beast pops up next to them and gets stomped with the king of the stomps straight to the face and goes flying. Our guy says he will be exploring this place and he doesn't have time to be babysitting people. But if Ju-young's feeling confident, he can come along. Ju-young's like, "Nah, I'm good. I'll head back." Protagonist, "Okay then, good decision." But he enters one portal and comes out of another right next to it. What the hell? What's he doing? Shin's confused. "I don't know, man. Something in here is messing with my teleport." Protagonist, "Didn't even know that was possible." Shin explains some locations have anti-teleport enchantments as a security measure. Protagonist says that at least his dimensional portal works normally. Shin replies it's because protagonist's portal uses fixed coordinates. Protagonist brings out his clones, tells Shin to be careful now that he's stuck without teleport. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, the girl who tried to stab protagonist with a butcher knife is trembling, and there's this ponytailed guy, a contracted hunter, rank C, Ba Chiolman, trying to calm the group down. They can't contact anyone and no signal, phones don't work. Chiolman knows at least some of these people have basic training, but they're so terrified they'll be useless if a monster shows up. Protagonist's off punching another monster, complaining that they keep reviving. And weirdly, these monsters are way stronger than the ones above. At that moment, Chiolman finds protagonist, sees him hunting, introduces himself, and everyone gets fired up. Now they've got Shin Jun-young and Sangwoo with them. But the monsters don't stop reviving. Protagonist tells his boys to shred everything. They draw their blades, full-on Tramontina squad. The group's still terrified. Chiolman asks if protagonist's seen anyone else. But protagonist says they're the first. Chiolman mentions they can't contact anyone above. That gives protagonist an idea. He opens a dimensional space and talks to Heian. Even though she can't go in, they can still talk. She was crying 1 second, and the next she's yelling, "Why'd you throw yourself in there like that, huh?" Someone tries to go into protagonist's portal, but he explains, "Unfortunately, you guys can't go in or out of my portal. Only I can." He asks Heian how things are up there. She says they're still checking how many people fell. Protagonist says they found Chiuman's group, and if they know where they were last, they might be able to figure out where everyone landed. He explains, "Teleport skills won't work down here due to interference. I'll need all my clones, so stay safe up there." She tells him to be careful too. Shin asks, "So what are you gonna do? Just wait for rescue?" Protagonist, "Nope, I'll leave a clone here, but I've got somewhere else to be." He walks back to talk to Chiuman. "Hey, Mr. Chiuman, Wait, where's everyone?" Protagonist, "Huh? I didn't even hear any fighting." He tells Shin to use that ability he used to locate Protagonist. Shin activates it. No one. Nothing. Within 3 kilometers. Protagonist, "What the hell? I thought teleport didn't work here." Shin was about to say something, but suddenly, boom, monsters all around them. Protagonist starts to realize the whole labyrinth is shifting. Its structure and dimensions are changing. And elsewhere, Raven is still there teaching sword techniques. He's teaching a technique from the Stormbearer, a slash that cuts the target with a vacuum space controlling the wind. "You listening?" The clone, Yeah, I'm listening." But he's just sitting there munching food. Raven's already pissed. He's a first-rate rank as professor, and the clone's just messing around. He grumbles, "Man, if he at least feels the tremor in the air, I'll call it a success. The sword form is tricky. It's not about using your arm, it's all in the wrist." And then it happens. The kid swings. Wham! An actual vacuum slash forms. At this exact moment, Raven was teaching the technique to one of our boy's clones. He did the whole explanation saying it was going to be very difficult, but obviously he came in 1 second, executed it perfectly. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the brawl was happening everywhere. Obviously, the poor side characters weren't helping much. After killing countless skeletons, a little window pops up for Sang-woo, saying that if he didn't kill the creator of this place, the monsters wouldn't stop. Manu calls the guys and appears in the background, saying it's time to take a look at who made this place. In a room with a bunch of shaking cubicles, there's Manu, a girl with her back turned and a bow on her head, holding a skull and saying that this Sang-woo reminds her of a certain Marcel. What's a crazy old lady saying that, our boy is as strong as he was, but all people had a limit that was imposed on them. Meanwhile, our boy is still there killing more and more skeletons. Yeah, I don't know where all that blood is coming from, but alright. The problem is obviously that he's already been there for 3 hours, and it's going to take a lot longer to get rid of all of that and be able to advance to the next room. He's trying to think of some possible solution when a friend behind him says that if they had sacred power, they could burn the skeletons and maybe it wouldn't come back. The friend asks if he wants a prayer, and our boy wonders if he's actually trying to go straight to heaven instead. But looking at his sword, he wonders about this burning business. He asks if the clones can make fire right, and one of them nods with a little flame. So he then asks for his sword to be bathed in that same flame. Back with Raven, he's wanting to know how the student did that. The student answers that he just copied what he did. However, his fist was wrecked. Raven is impressed. At this pace, he would soon advance to level 3 of the technique. He knew the boy's vision was good, but just the fact that he could execute it already showed that he had excellent physical control. If he could train the boy, he would become the blade that would bring down Liver. And so he tells the boy to sit down because he's going to teach him about the mana mechanism. Back in the dungeon, our boy is there celebrating with his sword, saying that this is what he calls a sacred blade. The friend, on the other hand, is devastated, saying that soon our boy is going to be throwing fire everywhere because it seems like he can do everything. However, Sang-woo just turns around, tells him to be careful, and slashes the chest of one of the golems. The creature starts agonizing and melting while the other clones kind of intensify the fire. With that, the entire monster is burned in flames, and Sang-woo with his potato face says to call it whatever you want, but it was working as well as a sacred fire. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and asks if by chance they are hunters. They answer yes, and the guy says he was doing some sightseeing and needs help to get out of there. Clearly, the guy didn't even try to lie properly. And Sang-woo, not being kind at all, also didn't care. He just told him to follow that path there and he would find the exit. But man, I think the guy is going to try the dumbest trick in the world. He pretended to tie the boy's shoeless. Or actually, he really tied it, saying it's good to be cautious. He says the boy is doing a great job and that there's not much left until the truth is revealed. And with that, he gets up and tells him to be careful, while walking away murmuring that everything is going according to the oracle's will. Nothing peculiar, right? Obviously, that's what Sang-woo is thinking. Suddenly, Sang-woo hears the voice of the rest of the group. Looks like the telepathy guy arrived and now they are able to communicate. He immediately explains that he's in a place that seems to be periodically modified and people are transported to a random area. Besides that, they had no idea where Cheolmin's group was. Obviously, people want to know what they are going to do if the area is changing, how they are going to be rescued. Sang-woo just says that they would start making a map of that place. In Vera's room, she's seeing that the group is starting to split up, and she says that it's normal for people to act like that. When things start going wrong, they separate to try to find a way out. However, it was useless, since the place constantly changed. Any sense of direction would be worthless there. Watching the clones, she says it's going to be ironic seeing how much they're going to fail. But suddenly, the scope is rising there and her expression changes. One of the clones enters a room with some bars and walls, saying that it's the first time he's gotten there and that the name will be a 3. It was about 500 meters from the first place where they appeared, and they had already passed through there. Another clone gives the name B3 to the place and says it's near I2 and far from a 2. Basically, the clones keep getting teleported, and each one keeps creating a map and giving information about how the place is constructed. The friend wants to know what they are going to do with that, because he explains that eventually, when they have all the information, they'll be able to reach each other much faster and maybe find the exit from that. The guy thinks it's impossible for him to achieve something like that, but Sang-woo says it would be impossible for him. But not for the clones, obviously. Then one of the clones says they found another group of survivors from the academy. He passes the information along with the coordinates, and a while later, the group really is being rescued. Everyone joins up all happy, while the clone there is exhausted from running back and forth. The old lady, on the other hand, is scratching the table and screaming to the skies in rage. Sometime later, he had already managed to make a perfect map of the whole region, and he is sure that the teleportation that happens randomly is some kind of ability from someone. And considering the design of that place, whoever it is was probably right at the center. And if he tells everyone to group up, it's because now it's time to finally resolve this. However, the friend there man is asking to first save him and then go have all the fun. Meanwhile, the old lady is there in the middle of the room looking up and apologizing for not being able to save everyone. She grabs her cloak and says it's okay. There was still a way to fix this, and maybe this item was created for this exact moment. Suddenly, she strikes the thing onto her neck, saying that with this, she can go back to the past, to the moment when everyone was happy. We then apparently are going to see her story from the past. An entire group was lost in that place without being able to find the way out. In one of the boxes that were there, someone was talking about the accident of monsters appearing all over the world. The situation, called the Cataclysm, was a national crisis. Any person who came into contact with an unknown creature, it was better to flee to a safe place. While the message was being transmitted, suddenly, a skeleton beside them rises with a sword in its hand. Right away, they are sure that's what the message was talking about and they start running, but a poor girl falls on the ground. A skeleton comes to strike her in the back, but in 1 second, someone stretches out their hand and tells them not to run. If they stayed there, he could protect everyone. Hold on a second, so it was never an old woman. It's a guy called Labyrinthus, right, who has the spatial distortion ability. And back in the present, he's screaming up at the sky like a madman, saying that all he has to do is protect them there. He vanishes from 1 second to the next, shouting that he doesn't understand why no one comprehends him. I don't know what's going on with this crazy guy, but our boy's friend is being saved there by the rescue team. He was complaining that our boy just told him to go, but suddenly the ground got kind of distorted. Or rather, the ground that's on top is his ceiling. Our boy tried to attack, but it was too late. They were blocked. And strangely, the spatial passages were also blocked. The only option now was to keep walking toward the center. And the fool of a friend is saying that from the beginning he wanted to help our boy, like he was really going to climb that rope and leave him alone. Up top, however, obviously the group is wondering how they're going to save the boys, when suddenly someone shouts for them to get out of the way and blows a hole in the ground with an explosion. Apparently, it was the crazy Ari from League of Legends who's happy that at least Hye-yeon is okay. She explains that our dear Sang-woo is trapped with a fool called Jun-young. Ari answers that she has no idea what's going on, that they have to quickly get rid of the person who has this ability before too much time passes. The problem is that she doesn't have the ability to open a spatial rift like that. When Hye-yeon asks what she's going to do, suddenly Ari gets real close and says that she's going to take care of it. Man, I had forgotten that Hye-yeon is wide-hipped. While they're having that little chat, our boy is advancing with the clones and beating up the skeletons. At least he has a map to know exactly the path he needs to follow. This way he's gathering the clones who are passing the connections to see if they can slowly join together. The problem now is that the teleportation seems different. Instead of being something random, it's clearly spreading them out intentionally. Suddenly, Hyeon speaks telepathically to him, saying that he just needs to say where the person causing this is and she will send an attack in that direction. He's a little confused, but she just tells him to hurry because she receives special training. Then he asks if number 6, who's right next to her, knows the map perfectly. He says yes. He then tells the clone to make a perfect calculation of the direction he is in, to the deepest point and then to the center. The clone with perfect math just replies that it's okay. Meanwhile, the old man is there in the middle of the room going crazy, saying that his ability had never failed before. Back in the past, this guy is smiling, saying that it's perfect. They have a labyrinth controller right next to them. They would never get lost like that. A little boy is kind of trying to leave the room, goes out at the same moment and gets thrown back in. And the old man is going crazy, crying and saying that he had to protect everyone. He appeared in the middle of the group, saying that he brought the survival items for the week. They wanted to know how it was outside, and he says that as always, it's very dangerous. Then the people thank him, saying that it's thanks to his ability that everyone there is surviving peacefully. The guy keeps going crazy. My God, this guy going back and forth through the future is messing up my narration. Stop it, man. Stick to one timeline and settle, then go to another. Some little girls in the past say they wanted some flowers. Meanwhile, the old man says that everyone there owes their lives to him. But here we are back again in the misery of the present. At least it's with the clone of our protagonist showing up, helping Hyeon to send an attack somehow. Man, she seems to have fired a laser veil that goes through the skeletons, goes through the whole dungeon, and hits the guy's chest dead on. Man, seriously, who needs a sniper with that? What is that? Look there, even the old man is in disbelief with his hand on his chest. Obviously, we're back to the past once again, right? When you returned there and everyone was dead. Obviously, he who was trying to save them got confused, called for Hugo, for Lovey, for Chloe, but well, right man. With 16 swords stuck in them, I don't think they're going to answer. Actually, just because I said that, Marcel there with the 16 swords stuck was kind of responding. He sees on the wall a bunch of hand marks as if they had tried to scratch their way out. He's walking back and forth, seeing the bodies and noticing that the structure of the place was changing on its own. It's when he reaches the center of the room, puts on the crown, and the skeleton goes to attack. He makes a crying face, saying that soon he would see all of them. And in the end, I barely understood this guy's story right. I don't know if they wanted to move me emotionally, but it didn't work. And finally, back to the future one last time, at least I hope. Our boy is looking around, wanting to know if the place was over. It seemed that the spatial distortion had suddenly stopped. As soon as the clones confirm it, he already runs toward the center. In another place with the guys there wearing necklaces with a star, someone asks if it isn't dangerous to let the 7th criminal be released like that. The old man tells the story of what happened with the labyrinth guy to those guys, right? About the thing of him trapping people, trying to save the people outside, but then they ended up being killed because monsters appeared, because it seems like the labyrinth kind of collapsed. Basically, he tells them everything they already heard, right? He thought it was impossible for the labyrinth to return to normal. However, the short-haired guy asks what would happen if he took that drug at UGRP and amplified his stats. Maybe, with enough strength, he could control the labyrinth once again and things would go back to normal. The crazy guy is staring at the star in his bloody hand, when suddenly, our boy appears behind him throwing a punch, saying that he finally arrived in the middle of this mess. Obviously, all the clones arrive together and he says that now they'll finally see the face of the bastard who caused all this. The guy stands up and looks back, sweating cold. Man, I thought he was going to turn around like a full-blown villain. However, when the guy says that he should have died, the people get a little confused. The guy with blood coming from his mouth says that it's his fault. He is the one to blame for making the monsters that were once trapped there be released into the world. And it's also his fault that all the people who were there before died. At that, Sangwoo understands that all the skeletons in that place aren't monsters, but people who died. And the crazy guy says that his greatest regret is that this distortion, which he had no idea about, activated that day. Back in the past, just when I had celebrated, when he put on the flower crown and the skeletons attacked. He was ready to die, saying he would soon see everyone. But suddenly, a strange blue aura surrounded his body. We're back to the present, with him saying that even though he killed everyone, his desire to survive was stronger, and his body ended up acting on its own, bringing him to the center. However, he now wants to return to that day. Since his ability has been restored to normal, maybe he will be able to do that. He's throwing his arms wide while everything around is collapsing, and he says he's hearing the voice of the master telling him to stop. But even so, he says he would accept it once again and asks for forgiveness. Just like our protagonist, I can only think that this guy isn't right in the head. And our boy warns that he won't let the guy release any more creatures like this. However, suddenly a magic circle appears under his boot and his foot is pulled backward. It seems like it's the work of that bastard who crouched earlier pretending to fix something. Our boy thinks of this whole complex plan in his head, but in the end, he just does a backflip, throws his shoe into the air and lands normally. But then the crazy guy says it's time to release the seal. Before he could understand anything, an energy explodes, breaking the sky, and a while later, the guy is floating on top of the platform. Man, what is that? Did he turn into a melted skeleton? Man, now he really turned into the final boss, oh boy. And obviously, Sang-woo immediately realized that this monster was more dangerous than anything he had seen before. Ah, I get it. Actually, the guy didn't turn into it. He broke the seal of this creature, a monster of unknown ranking. The guy turns to our boy and says he's going to give him a reward. He could take the bell of the 7th crime, or crime of the 7th bell, or 7th crime bell. I don't know, but what I know is that it's that monstrous thing there apparently. The guy says goodbye, saying that his time to leave has come. And he's crushed together with the entire room, which is sliced in half. The system tells him to run and grab the 7th crime bell, which I'll never know exactly what it is, but he grabs it there, right man? And in a second, he's in an empty room. Obviously, he's wondering what happened, especially because he was just in the catacombs. When someone behind him says that they can finally meet. Confused are Lucas, Sabina, and who's the person talking? When the system window says it's because she had only been communicating through it until now. Ah, you rascal, the guy's going to meet the little system? Whoa. And the guy introduces himself as Liber Ziemston. He was obviously the creator of the system. Man, isn't that Liber the guy Raven wants to kill? Oh, now it's complicated. So our boy's system is the enemy of humanity? Dang man, that's messed up. And he tells Sang-woo not to worry, no matter how much time they spent there, only an instant would pass in the real world. Obviously, though, they couldn't stay too long there either, or his brain would be destroyed by information overload. Sang-woo then tells the guy that if he's that Liber, then he's the person who caused the Harvest Day and the death of millions of people. Adjusting his glasses, he says that's debatable, but yes, he created the system that caused that. Confused, Sang-woo asks why then he sent messages as if he wanted to stop something like that. Liber asks him to calm down and says he never lied. The goal from the beginning was to stop the harvesting that would happen on Earth. Sang-woo says that he destroyed Tiber, so it doesn't make sense, but Liber just said as that wasn't his intention. Besides, when all of this was over, he should take a look at the research that would have all the information. Sang-woo then asks why he created his system as dangerous as that. After a second of silence, Liber speaks. The system was created because a person he loved caught an extremely complex virus, and he thought that by creating an extremely intelligent system, he would be able to create a cure for it. Sang-woo wants to know what happened to that person, and he says that person went to a world where there's no pain. At least that's what he wants to believe. He says that our boy doesn't need to hide anything because he understands his feelings better than anyone. And just like he must know, the system had already gotten out of his control a long time ago. No matter where it existed, the system would be destroying everything, and it could only be stopped by the 7 deadly sins. Ah, the sins of the bells, right man? Not Nanatsu no Taizai. Sang-woo wants to know why that is, and Liber explains that it's because only with all 7 together can you leave the system even after having been registered into it. First, they would block the system's interference with the person's body. And the second effect is that when you gather the 7 bells, the system is completely absorbed into your body and you gain enormous power. Sang-woo man says that clearly there must be some problem with all this because the options don't seem bad at all. Liber answers yes, and that obviously the system and the sins would try to take over his body, and that's why he had to stay focused and not get lost in all that power. Our protagonist wants to ask something about the system interference, but he's starting to get a headache. Liber says that his brain is already reaching an excess of information that will be absorbed all at once, and he tells our boy to trust in that item, which would help in the fight against that creature. The mission he had to keep in mind was about how to stop the system. And with that, he's back in the middle of the dungeon with everything falling apart. The friend takes a look and says they urgently need to escape from there. The creature was creating a black orb in its hand, and they are sure the monster that was on a completely different level. The energy starts floating upward, creating a bunch of lightning throughout the dungeon and lifting the entire place. Dang man, the rocks are falling, the hunter's being crushed, and our Sang-woo doesn't have much he can do. He then asks if that divinity buff from the friend lasts half a second. Junyoung answers yes, but says he hopes he's not thinking about finding something like that. They needed to hide and wait for the help of some stronger hunters, but our boy just ignores what he said. He tells all the clones, except for number 1, to help the hunters not get killed. Holding the so-called 7 deadly sins in his hand, he says that somehow this is going to have to help. The moment he breaks it, a black orb appears in front of him. Man, he sees himself being possessed by a giant yellow eye, which asks who he is and whether a new body has arrived. Suddenly, the protagonist is on his knees on the ground, agonizing with energy coming out of his body. In the background, Junyoung has already hidden and is watching, trying to understand what's going on. He remembers previous transformations and knows that this was very similar. The golden-eyed monster says it will give him what he's looking for, but he would have to surrender his body. Man, Sang-woo mutters with a villain-like smile, saying that this thing is really on a completely different level from before. Now this was real power. He's almost going mad, saying that if he surrendered his body, maybe he would receive even more power, which would be amazing. But suddenly, he stops for a second, and remembers that Liber said he had to stay calm and not let himself be corrupted by the power that thing would give. His expression changes, and with a weird smile, he says he was too confident thinking this would be easy. The eye, however, wants to know why he stopped and warns that resistance is insignificant. Veins popping all over his face, Sang-woo tells the bastard to shut up and says he's not going to take his body. Remembering when he was in the hospital all messed up, he says he's had enough. He shoves the sin item into a clone's mouth, man, and says that he's not trusting himself anymore. He's going to let the clones handle this like always, man. Junyoung is in disbelief and asks how he has the nerve. But Sang-woo says the clones have way better mental resistance than him, so he'll let them deal with it. While the two are there arguing face to face, the boss is just watching from afar. Suddenly, he stretches his hand upward and a spear comes out of the orb. Right away, our boy knows, man, that power's coming. But what the heck? The clone got angry. The system window says it can't even identify it. The system couldn't confirm the identity. The billion errors pop up on our boy's screen. A forced installation has started. Man, the clone is radiating a purple aura as the big skeleton launches the spear at him. Sang-woo knows there's no way to dodge and the explosion happens as always. But when the smoke clears, the buffed-up demon clone had caught the attack. And the demon says he has no idea how long it's been since he breathed fresh air, asking if Sang-woo is the challenger. Clearly, looks like number 1 lost the fight to the creature, but our boy didn't win. The buffed clone did. Now that I did the math right, 7 clones, 7 sins, maybe the story is developing in that direction. And clearly the clone looks insane, right? Like it's not the clone anymore, and it asks who this number 1 guy is. What the heck? It tried to punch Sang-woo. Actually, not tried. It did punch him and sent him flying. Sicko Sang-woo is now remembering what Liber said, right? That they would try to take control of the body. And only now the fool realizes the obvious, that the creature took over number 1's body. The monster tells the challenger to get up, while our protagonist is freaking out that this bastard already has way more power than his clone had. The guy charges, saying now the real fight has started. But the problem is, Sang-woo is now trying to defend against these attacks, while there's another much more important monster that he had to deal with. That's when he realizes that everyone there, the clones, are kind of similar to him. Suddenly, he locks eyes and calls out to the legendary creature. He says that this is all a misunderstanding. He's just a simple clone. He points to the side and says that the really strong person controlling all these bodies is that one over there, obviously pointing at the big skeleton in the room. Number 1, possessed by the demon, asks if that's true. He says yes, he's just a simple clone and wasn't even the one who threw that spear. In the background, Junyoung is thinking that this damn Sang-woo is always going to solve things in a dirty way. And number 1 completely fell for the trick, saying that it's fine then. He doesn't care who the real challenger is as long as he gets to test his strength. Our boy is there celebrating that somehow he escaped this fight. What he has no idea about is whether that guy will actually manage to beat the boss. Number 1 rushes toward the skeleton, dodging the attacks. He prepares a punch and lands it square on the skeleton's chin. Our boy celebrates until the skeleton slaps number 1 straight into the ground. That's when the boy's expression changes. But man, once the smoke clears, he's back on his feet. In a second, a purple flash smacks the skeleton's face. Number 1 says that it looks like this little game is going to be long. He charges again and the brawl starts once more. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters are fleeing the dungeon. Haeyum is starting to blame herself, wondering if everything that's happening is her fault. But obviously no. She did her job incredibly well. Still, it was undeniable that things were way worse than she imagined. She tells Sinan that helped the rest of the students and calls in more support from the hunters. Now that she no longer had to worry about everyone, it was time for her to go back to being a hunter. Meanwhile, Number 1 and the big skeleton are still at it. Sang-woo's impressed that Number 1 is so strong he can't even see the attacks they're exchanging. But that Number 1 takes a hit to the arm and dislocates everything. He starts getting angry, saying that this damn body he received is way too weak. The skeleton was prepping more orbs, but he just slices them, saying this is getting too cliche already. Man, the skeleton took an explosion to the head. It was dear Ari, who pressed Q on the keyboard and wants to know where the rest of the clones are. Sang-woo senses her presence, but in the same second, tells her to get out before she gets attacked too. Man, she tries to say something, but Number 1 is already behind her. Blood splatter everywhere. But of course the scene changes again. Never seen an author who likes jumping timelines this much. In a bar, a guy is saying that this dragon's breath stuff is way weaker than he imagined. He throws the bottle against the wall and asks for something stronger. Then a guy appears behind him asking if he still wants to drink, even looking that messed up. The blonde guy says it's hard to find a drink strong enough to get an S-rank drunk with the resistance they have. That guy is John Scully, and he wants to know what Jumper is doing there. The so-called Jumper approaches and says he's gathering some S-rank people. Apparently, there's a creature about to show up in the catacombs, or maybe it already has, and they need to save the people there. John Scully tells him to handle it alone, but Jumper says that if he tries, there will be a bunch of casualties. Then he says that if John helps, he might finally get a drink that could actually get him drunk. Suddenly, the guy activates his aura and asks if he's sure. Back in the middle of the catacombs, man, the blood that spilled, strangely, was from the demon's arm. Looks like Number 1 sort of took control of the other arm and blocked the attack with his own. The demon is screaming and telling him to stop resisting, that it's all useless. But suddenly, he slaps his own face with style and says no. He's Number 1, and no one commands him except the master. Suddenly, Sang-woo reaches Yara and asks what's going on with Number 1. She says it's a long story while the guy is trying to resist the transformation. The demon in the right eye admits it. The loyalty he possessed was impressive, and for now, he would leave. But he wants to see how they're going to handle everything without him there. And that's it, man. Number 1 really did get taken over, but came back to his senses. He's the real deal. Sang-woo celebrates while wondering if he was being brainwashed or what. Before he could answer, the boss starts approaching from behind. And our boy says that if Number 1 took control of the body, he better be ready to handle it. But, of course, the clone just replies that there's no way. The monster is attacking and they'll have to flee. Meanwhile, back at training, Raven is explaining that the explosion of the mana core is his secret ability, something that was only passed down to descendants of elemental blade users. He doesn't teach that to just anyone, but he didn't have many options left. The boy learned way too fast. First, he had to gather as much mana as possible into the center of his body. Then Raven would manipulate that mana to create a new circulatory system. He warned to be careful. If the mana was used incorrectly, it could damage his organs. Then the guy places his hand on his back and says they're going to start. Back in the cave, everyone is fleeing man. Meanwhile, R wants to know why the clone that was fighting just suddenly ran. Neither Sang-woo nor the clone answer. Our boy asked another clone how the rescue mission is going. As soon as the guy says they're finishing the evacuation, he orders everyone to regroup. And the clone squad is marching again toward the boss. At the same time, Ari is using her E, that charm thing, right? Basically hypnosis. In the skeleton's head, it looks like a skeletal bride dancing. Apparently, it's the distraction. Who said that even after death, we don't still have some desires? But his little fantasy is soon interrupted by a stab from the clone. Obviously, it doesn't do much, and another clone is coming from the side. But one of the clones used the freeze ability automatically. Seeing that, they use the order skill, so everyone does the same thing to stop the monster from moving. A bunch of ice blocks are starting to form on the skeleton. Even our boy is using the skill. But suddenly, the ability seems to bug out. He has no idea what's happening, and Ari goes to ask what's wrong. And then she gets slapped on the butt, I think. Man, even though if he did that, I'd say this boss prefers girls a bit skinnier, nearly skeletal. But we humans like meat, and poor Ari is getting beat up nearly to death. Don't do that. There aren't many of her in this series. Obviously, our Chad is going to step in to protect her, asking if the director is okay. That's when suddenly, he feels his heart beat stronger. The center of a storm wave was activating. Out of nowhere, all the clones are unleashing those cuts that slice through the void or sound or whatever it is Raven taught. The boss is starting to break apart completely and everyone is confused. Sang-woo wants to know how all the clones suddenly learned that. Obviously, it was Raven's doing, and the clone training with him says he feels like his mana center exploded on its own. Like his heart was freezing, cooling down, spinning. It's madness. It seems that's exactly what's happening, and Raven is impressed that his senses were really that sharp. He explains that the secret is transferring that energy into the blade. Of course, it's dangerous to go around doing that since it's a risky energy transfer. But before Raven can finish explaining, the clone just waves goodbye and jumps through the portal, saying he has something to handle. With that, the poor teacher falls to the ground, saying the boy deserves more than this man. Then a portal opens next to him and someone else appears. Back in the fight, the skeleton is getting wrecked and finally the blades are doing real damage. A clone from the training shows up apologizing, saying he was over at practice. When someone goes to ask if he had anything to do with this, he immediately explains that he learned a skill from Raven, and that's why everyone is able to deal damage now. Obviously, the problem is that they couldn't keep this technique active for long, and man, everyone's arms are already twisting, breaking, bones are snapping all over. And even worse is that the boss was regenerating from all the damage they caused. Seeing that regeneration, Sang-woo knows that if this doesn't end fast, it's never going to end. The clone explains that the secret is to speed up, right? Do the heart thing and at the same time transfer energy into the strike. Our boy just nods and already jumps into slash. He tries to land a clean hit on the skeleton's hand while apparently channeling the heart's energy. The problem is, he's not perfect like a clone and totally misses the timing of the explosion. And now the boss is once again summoning a bunch of orbs on his back. But another clone comes in from the side and smacks him in the chin, and another comes in from behind and hits the nape. Since the bastard had good regeneration, they had to hit faster than that. The creature, however, lets out a roar and Sang-woo looks frightened. From the black energy bubble, a strange blue eye appears, and Sang-woo is sure that the only way to block that is with subspace. Man, the orb starts exploding in all directions and the clones and our boy all get pierced through the middle. That's when suddenly, a flash of light appears in the sky. Ah, you rascal, Professor Raven has arrived. Not only did the guy teach the technique, and now he's come to save them too. What a beast. That's a true teacher right there. And from brought in was George Lucas. I mean the one nicknamed Jumper because he can create portals and jump through them, the guy in the white cloak. Also with them are John Scully and the mustached guy Charles Dion, all of them S-rank hunters. Seeing the creature forming the giant eye, they ask if this is the monster of the day. Jumper, seeing that it's an undead, says he understands now why he was called. Suddenly, Raven calls out to him and asks for help healing someone. The guy, however, replies that it doesn't seem to be fatal and wants to know if Raven, by any chance, knows who that kid is to be so worried. When Raven confirms, and as he's about to say he'll heal everyone, he notices they all have the same face. Jumper walks off saying he'll focus on saving the rest of the people since he's not really good at fighting. As for the creature there in front, well, the others can handle that. Sometime later, our boy wakes up wondering where the injuries went. John Scully says he healed him and that it's best they leave before they get in the way. Man, he turned and left the two fools there without saying a word. Ari is smiling, saying that now for sure they're safe. The three in front of the creature were S-rank hunters. Man, even the boss's design in the end turned out sick, huh? He's really intimidating. Raven takes a glance and tells our boy to stay close, take a look, and learn how it's done. Man, he already jumped at the boss and said that this is the path he needs to follow. Suddenly, tornadoes rise up from under and over the creature. All around the area, several portals are opening thanks to Jumper. As always, the story loves to jump around, fight, then another place, then back, then elsewhere. Never wants to finish a scene properly, damn it. And strangely outside, Jumper says this time things were different. The Titan skeleton woke up much earlier, he was already in his second form. Maybe the labyrinth creator was ineffective. But if that were the case, the city should have been way more destroyed. The only variable he doesn't understand is that group of hunters where everyone looks the same with a dumb face. It's unbelievable that they managed to push the Titan skeleton into the second form and still rescue people at the same time. If that's really the case, one of the 7 deadly sins must be with those hunters. Either way, to him, this was as entertaining as it was mysterious. Ah, cheeky one. Do you have future info or something? Are you privileged, man? Back in the fight with the Titan skeleton, the beast is surrounded by tornadoes and taking hits from all sides. He even dropped a rhyme like Eminem out of nowhere, and Nelson Menino is impressed by his power. Mustache Man says the Blade Seeker is impressive, but he also wanted to get some hits in. The old man used the dragon claw strike and a bunch of swords came flying into the tornado. With that, man, when the move finished, the monster was full of holes. But even then, the damn boss was still attacking. John Scully, however, defended with ease, saying that this guy really was tough. Against this type of monster, the easiest way is to start blowing up the head. With a single snap of his fingers, a green laser shot out and the creature's entire head really vanished. But obviously, it wasn't going to be that easy, and the eye moved down to the chest and the creature started regenerating. Back to 100%, the monster was about to attack when, suddenly, an entire building falls on its back. It's the guy with the future knowledge saying that the core of the monster is that eye and you have to hit it directly to kill it. John Scully says he aimed for the eye, right? But clearly, as soon as the monster vanished, the eye reappeared somewhere else. Off to the side, Sang-woo tells Ari that he's going to help the others, but obviously, she says that's insane. They were S-rank and he wouldn't be able to do anything. But our boy suddenly turns into a philosopher. He says that even though he had these guys helping him now, as time goes on, he won't be able to count on them. So he needs to be able to solve things on his own. At the very least, he has to become strong enough to face that creature by himself. Ari, towering, wants to know if he's out of his mind for even thinking of doing something like that. Meanwhile, our boy calls out to Junyoung knowing he's just hiding somewhere. At the same time, he says the clones already know what to do. Our boy gets ready to activate Berserker. On top of that, he was going to borrow the strength and abilities of all the clones. While he's in the middle of transforming, the boss is attacking John, who's defending with ease, saying he's not going down that easy. The three S-ranks jump at the monster doing the tornado slash. The mustached guy flies by attacking, but the eye dodges every attack and remains on the creature's chest. That's when, from the corner, Sang-woo says the time has come. Junyoung says he's going crazy for trying to combine sanctification with that berserker power. That's his divine buff, man, the one that makes the person insanely strong, but only for half a second. And our girl is in full squad mode. Angel wings, halo on the head, the berserker's hand flying in rage. At the same time, Ari is using hypnosis, saying that if they get mad at her later, he'll take the blame. Man, I thought she used hypnosis on the monster. But nope, she hypnotized the guys. The governor starts seeing beautiful weapons. The blonde guy sees mannequins dancing. What kind of trip is that? Drunk John is seeing tons of vodka, and strangely Raven is seeing Ari, but in a bunny dog costume. Damn, my guy's into furries? That's jail time. While those fools are all hypnotized, the protagonist charges toward the eye. And of course, backup is coming right behind him. The creature's core seemed to be concentrating once again, but our boy lands a clean hit right in the middle of the chest. Suddenly, a billion status windows appear, and the system says he's absorbed the stats of the Titan skeleton. As always, guess what? The scene completely changes. A girl with a veil on her head says that a thread of hope had appeared, and S-rank hunter strong enough to interfere with the gears of the system. And look at our boy's stats. Strength went from 72 to 91, stamina from 68 to 90. In other words, the boy is tanky as hell now. Obviously, on the ground is the boss, bloodied and destroyed. But even though our boy absorbed the stats, his body is exhausted. He falls to the ground and Raven comes to help him up. But it seems the guy immediately noticed that something changed in the boy's aura. He had gotten much stronger in just a minute. Right away, he deduces and tells the boy that he must have a skill that makes him stronger after killing monsters. Sang-woo, spooked by the bunny-eared old man, admits the guy's sharp and just says yes. Meanwhile, the rest of the S-rank hunters admit that the kid is even better than they expected. At that moment, our boy goes to ask how Jumper knew about that place. But the guy completely ignores the question and just compliments our boy, saying he did a great job. Truly a promising and heroic hunter. Our boy says he knows very well that he's Jumper and introduces himself as Sang-woo. Strangely, Jumper seems startled and keeps repeating the name Sang-woo to himself for a while. After thinking for a bit, his expression changes and he says that's a name he's never heard before. Our poor boy thinks he's being dissed for being a nobody. Little does he know this guy in front of him is probably a time traveler with future intel. The guy then wants to know what's up with all these hunters that look just like him. Seems like a really close family. Our boy explains that they're his clones, which he just sent to subspace. Jumper says it's a shame they're already gone and suddenly invites our boy to visit his vacation house. The protagonist, obviously, is confused, but the guy says that after killing a monster like that, it's the perfect time for a party. They had to eat, drink, and celebrate. Yeah, okay then, nothing odd about this guy. Meanwhile, back in the villain's chamber, one of the guys shows up to deliver news. The boss thinks his plan went perfectly, But the guy just reports, the labyrinth creator is dead, the catacombs were destroyed along with the skeletal titan, a bunch of S-rank hunters showed up, and one of them even took the 7th deadly sin. The boss's heart skips a beat for a second. Scene changed to a fancy party where everyone is wearing suits and looking sharp. There are reporters and everything. And in the middle of it all, there's poor Sang-woo standing there. And obviously, with Ari nearby in her tight dress and bunny ears, the old man who likes animal girls is hanging around. Nothing peculiar about that guy. But just like there are things this guy likes, someone else approaches our boy Sang-woo. It's Hae-yeon asking if her little dress looks okay. The guy man, he swallowed his breath, not knowing what to say. All awkward, he mutters that she doesn't look too bad. The poor girl, embarrassed, stumbles to say it's the first time she's worn something like that. Like a proper nerd, the first thing he wants to talk about is abilities. He wants to know how she pulled off that laser that smacked the boss. But before she can answer, the old man shows up, asking if he got along with the ability the clone learned. He had taught enough on the first stage for them to make good use of it. Sang-woo thanks him and says yes, the clones learned it well, and it helped a lot. Sang-woo then asks why he hid the clone's ability from Jumper. I hadn't seen it, but I went back and saw. Back when Jumper asked where the people who looked like the protagonist were, Raven pretended they were just some other similar-looking hunters who had already left. In other words, he hid the fact that our boy is the protagonist. Sang-woo asked why, and Raven says he has a weird feeling about Jumper. He's known the guy for a long time, but it's impossible to figure out his intentions. In theory, he seems to want the good of humanity. He's always leading rescue missions, killing monsters, and all that with minimal losses. But at the same time, he's the person who started the Awakening program for all of humanity, and he probably already knows what happens when they reach a certain point. Obviously, he's talking about the Harvest Day where everyone gets butchered. Raven says the guy will probably find out soon, but it's best to keep the clones hidden as long as possible. He was on a totally different level compared to hunters like Bless and Charles Dien. Bless being John Scully's nickname, the healer guy. At that moment, Bless is just looking for a decent drink, but unfortunately, he's already tried everything. While he's lost in his thoughts, a clone is just standing there staring at him out of nowhere. Obviously, the guy gets startled, asking if that's one of those dudes with a bunch of twin brothers. In the middle of all this chaos, suddenly Jumper appears, thanking everyone for coming and saying he hopes they enjoy the party. As they probably know, they're all there to celebrate the defeat of the Titan skeleton. Everyone is thanking Jumper for the low number of casualties. But Jumper says he has something to say about that. The person who reduced the catacomb casualties so drastically wasn't him. It was another hero. And then the guy says the name of the legend is Sang-woo Jong, the Korean hunter who was the most important person. He led the rescue team with his body clone ability and risked his life against the monsters. Raven, yeah, he's there all impressed that the guy already figured it out, but let's be real. Everyone literally knows our boy is the protagonist. It's not exactly rocket science. And man, Jumper is already saying that the boy is strong enough to become Korea's first S-rank hunter. The group would make a huge contribution for him, erect a statue in the catacombs, and a bunch of other stuff. Obviously, everyone wants to know, all restless, who this Sang-woo Jong guy is. But our boy is kind of missing. One of the reporters opens the doors to a warehouse, and inside there's our boy taking Bless to the portal, asking for help to heal his little sister, saying he even licked the sole of his shoe if it meant saving his little sis. The guy begs him not to do that, but look at him already going down toward the man's foot. But of course, all the reporters catch that very peculiar scene, while Bless says his image is going to be ruined forever. Sometime later, we see that old guy from the association saying that because of all this, they have no choice. They're going to have to make an official announcement about Sang-woo, and he tells that mustache guy that he's going to have to host the kid's ceremony. Man, the poor guy gets thrown to the floor and gets up all crooked. The mustache one says he's in a tough spot. They were partners, and he was already risking a lot just by keeping him around. That's why he had to provide a regular supply of DEP, and you better know that if that doesn't happen, he'll end up disappearing. At that moment, his phone rings. When he picks up, it's the president of the association calling for him, saying that unfortunately, they're going to have to announce to the public that Sang-woo has reached S-rank. The guy, however, replies that he won't accept it. He wouldn't let them announce that someone reached S-rank in Korea before he did. The old man says he understands, but unfortunately, the catacombs were declared S-rank, and Sang-woo was the one who landed the final blow, so there's no more hiding it. The guy, though, says they can just give the justification that he was assisted by a bunch of S-ranks. All they had to do was push that narrative and not give the boy the title. Man, it seems like this guy really has power, because the old man is kind of going along with it and says, fine, but they have to come up with a backup plan. The nutjob says he has an idea. They should send the boy to Africa, the biggest disaster zone for hunters, a place with so many S-rank creatures that if he comes back alive, he'll be undeniable. The old man, however, says that if he really does come back, then there won't be anything they can do to stop him. Meanwhile, over at the World Hunter Association, the guys found out that the Korean Association isn't going to announce Sang-woo as S-rank. The bearded one on the right says it's weird. Most nations do the opposite. As soon as someone becomes A rank, they're already calling them S-rank out of nowhere. Jumper, however, says to let them do whatever they want. The Korean Association had been corrupt for a long time anyway. It wouldn't be a surprise if they exploded from the inside out any day now. The crazy guy is all red in the face, puffing, saying he's eager to see who survives, the association or Sang-woo. Go figure it out, he says. Tell someone to ask Korea what they want in order to recognize the boy as S-rank. Then walks off, saying he's got some villains to catch. In the newspapers, they're asking if the bootlicker is going to be Korea's first S-rank. His friends are cracking up while our boy is in a corner, completely devastated. Raven, though, is already offering up a big old boot for him to lick too. Ari then comments that even with that photo, it looks like things didn't go well with Bless. Our boy says of course not, that was his decision. With that, we see what actually happened when the reporters suddenly asked what the deal was between the two of them. Bless activated his divine body and went through the portal, dragged our boy with him, jumped out another window and told him to follow. Sang-woo says that's why he wanted to get out of that place full of reporters, but Bless immediately wants to know, what's this about the sister, and what's the illness? Strangely, Sang-woo sticks his tongue out and asks if the guy accepted the offer, but the man responds that he'll decide after he hears what the issue is. Our boy then reveals she has the so-called MA virus, and the doctor had said an elixir or an S-rank healing ability would be enough. Grabbing the cross, Bless says that doctor's lying and gets straight to the point. That virus is extremely hard to cure. Even he couldn't guarantee she'd recover. Our boy tries to cut in, but he tells him to just listen for now. That virus keeps multiplying as long as she has mana available. His ability wouldn't make any difference, because the virus would only die once it consumed all the mana she has. Obviously, Sang-woo knows that would mean she'd die too. And Bless says that's exactly why it's so hard to cure something like that. Trying to force a cure on a virus like that is just plain stupid. The only method was to cut off her mana, and then, before her body completely shut down, try healing her with his power. But based on his experience, the chance is 50-50, and he wants to know if our boy is willing to take that risk. Back in the present, our boy says that obviously, with those odds, he said no. After all, the elixir still exists, and if he can get one someday, it's way better than a coin flip. Raven says he understands and that he'll do his best too, see if he can find something to help our boy. Junyoung, who I don't even know what he's doing there, and Haeyeon ask what our boy's going to do. He replies that he has a few things to sort out. And man, he mentions he doesn't know why, but none of his abilities are working. Scenes shift to the crazy woman in the chair, and a guy in front of her says that the creation of a new S-rank hunter, the distribution of the 7 sins and the rest of the plan, everything was going perfectly. She says that's great news, but the weird shoe-tying guy says of course it is. The Korean Association was denying Jong's work, just as she had predicted. But that wouldn't be a problem once they took care of Heejong. He starts saying everything's going just as the Oracle foresaw when suddenly she interrupts, saying the plan has changed. They postpone the assassination of Heejong for a while, and he'd get a new mission. For the next 2 years, he'd be in Alaska on a discovery mission. The guy is confused. It's the first time the Oracle has changed a plan, why now? He asks if she saw something in the future change. To which she simply replies, obey orders and leave this place now. Man, I don't know what's going on. There's people prepping powers, fireballs, and suddenly, one of them gets deleted. The other next, the woman dies too, and she's screaming in despair, begging for help. The Oracle says they don't have much time left. She had prepared this scroll, so he was to use it immediately. The guy asks, who's coming in such a hurry? Outside, people are being wiped out, and the Oracle says the pinnacle of humanity is arriving. One of the guys is banging on the door, asking them to open up. Just as he starts to talk about an S-rank hunter, the door warps backward. Someone's coming in with their hands, entering the room. The shoeless guy asks what he's doing there. Obviously, man, it's Jumper arriving to wipe them out. Now it's all turning into chaos, and the Oracle asks him if he thinks this is really the best scenario for their future. If that was the case, she welcomed the returner walking the path of eternity. Man, is he like Xianjun from back in the day, you know, our dear homeboy from that series with the giant sword swinger who cut everyone down. Remember, there was a returner guy there too? Is Jumper the same kind of deal? And I think he is, because he says no. Actually, that's just what he decided to do in this life. Unfortunately, my brain's Shui is already fried and I'm not understanding where anything's going anymore. Let's just keep following and hope it all makes sense by the end. Obviously, the poor guy in front is trying to say he doesn't approve of the invasion. But Jumper just sighs, says the bastard always repeats the same parrot lines. In a second, he's already behind the guy and throws a punch. But man, the guy actually manages to defend. Jumper says he had forgotten that this guy can see a little into the future. Anyone here ever watched Bungo Stray Dogs? There's a dude with that exact skill too, seeing a few seconds ahead while fighting. Out of nowhere, the Oracle speaks up, tells Jumper that this man in front of him can't change the future. She asks him to spare him, and he says okay. Then the Oracle orders the guy to grab the scroll and vanish from there. The man obeys, saying everything's according to her will. But suddenly, he says there's one exception. Man, he throws the paper right in Jumper's face and attacks him straight on the forehead, saying that this time, though, he wouldn't obey. But of course, Jumper just dodges to the guy's back like some crazy lunatic, grinning like a maniac. Since he's laughing like a psycho, the guy asks if he's finally having fun, and he says yes, he's finding it hilarious. He's sure that it must have taken a lot of courage for the guy to rebel against the Oracle. But what he didn't realize is, since the Oracle sees the future in Jumper, as someone who can rewind time obviously already went through this. Poor dude, he's trying to fight in full transformation mode. But seriously, how do you fight someone who knows everything you're going to do? One attack, he threw open a crater in the wall, and he's wondering where Jumper disappeared to. Before he could even figure it out, he gets slashed once, twice, 3, 4, 5. Man, how many times did this poor guy get cut? Actually, he realized he was going to get cut and didn't even know how to dodge it. Oof, he just stops and apologizes to the Oracle. Jumper slashed him from all sides for real. And then Jumper says that everything has to follow a certain path. Until she could break that damn curse, life would just be a long, endless race. Back at our boy's agency after all that time. He gets there, greeting Mr. Kang, saying it's been a little while since they saw each other. The guy compliments him, saying he didn't expect the boy to get so far so fast. Our boy thanks him, but, feeling a little shy, says it would have been impossible without the help of the other hunters. He then goes to the girl and asks if she's making a lot of potions. And from her dried out, worn down face, obviously yes. He asks what happened, and she just tells him to take a look outside. Out there, a bunch of reporters is camping in front of the agency where Sang-woo started working. Looks like no one's been able to sleep because those bastards are their 24/7s. Our boy asks why everyone's calling him an S-rank hunter when the Korean Association didn't even announce anything. And the guy explains it was Jumper who made the announcement. And when he says something, the entire world of hunters listens. Our boy gets thoughtful and admits honestly that he doesn't even know if he wants the S-rank title. Besides, all those reporters were just getting in the way. The boss then says that if that's the case, he could just reject the offer. Apparently, the boy didn't even know about the offer. And the guy tells him it seems they said he could be promoted to S rank if he went and killed some monsters in Africa. Suddenly, a girl, scared out of her mind, spoke up, saying the real madness would be trying to clear out that nest of creatures. That's when she remembers, right, that he's more into rejecting the offer and just turns around saying, whatever, he's not going anyway. Our boy is kind of confused, but tells the boss to reject the offer. Now I get it. The boss knew about the offer because since Sang-woo works at his agency, the offer obviously came to the boss first. This hunter world is way too modern, man. But Maxime, Leber is talking, saying that the boy's next destination should be Africa. Look at our boy's face, man, asking himself what the heck he did to deserve this. He decides not to even bother explaining everything he went through to Leber and just wants to know why Africa. Leber explains it's because that's where he'll find the next of the 7 deadly sins. Not only that, but it's also the perfect place for him to start practicing a certain kind of training. The protagonist wants to know what he's talking about, and Liber comments that by now he must have noticed that the clones are being affected by the deadly sins. He's sure the boy's abilities aren't working properly. He should know that this stuff causes interference with the system's functioning. That's why from now on he has to use his abilities without placing them into the system. Because in Tiber they use the same thing. It's just called magic there. With that classic scene jump we all love, the story switches back to the Oracle before the situation finishes. Apparently, she's pissed that Jumper killed the guy, saying it wasn't necessary. But He-Man couldn't care less. He just asked why she told the guy to run, and why she gave him a teleport scroll. She already knew he was going to refuse, try to attack, and die in the end. Man, it's a pretty interesting argument going on here, but seriously, it's just two neurons fighting each other. One guy who doesn't see the future, but can rewind time, and the woman who sees the future of this timeline, one arguing with the other. Fascinating. The Oracle says that even for her, there's more than one path the future can take. It wasn't destiny that killed the guy, it was himself. Everything he does, even going back in time, is still the consequence of his own actions. Man, before even answering, Jumper just slices her neck. What the heck? Telling her not to talk about free will around him. Someone who, for the longest time, actually believed in that idea. She has no idea how many countless times he's already seen the system devour Earth on Harvest Day. She doesn't get that there's no other way. No matter how many people he saves, the result is always the same. And it doesn't matter how strong the hunters get either. The final outcome is always Harvest Day, and it's unstoppable. And he doesn't want to hear about free will from someone like her, who doesn't even have a body to act on what she believes. Whoa, man. Looks like she really is just a brain inside a capsule. Wait a minute. Now it all makes sense. Back when everyone was hallucinating about what they liked the most, Jumper saw a doll. This guy is peculiar, at the very least. The Oracle says she'll take a look at his future, but he responds that she didn't hear him right. This isn't the first time he's gone through this. He remembers her saying that his path will continue forever, and he will never obtain what he desires most in life. The more he tries, the more he'll fail. The life he's living will never lead him where he wants to go. He should just give up, because there's no way out. Man, seriously, what a motivational speech right there. Jumper places his hands on the tube, saying he already knows exactly what she's about to say. Oh right, what mouth? Technically, there's no mouth. She says that even so, he came all the way there to hear the prophecy once again. She knows, just like he does, that if she tries to look into his future now, she'll die. All she can see is a tiny compressed glimpse of causality from everything that happens. She finds it sad and asks how long he's been suffering like this. Man, to end everything, he blows up the whole capsule. But strangely, he sees a green-haired girl telling him not to give up. Eventually, salvation would come for him. I think it was just an illusion, right? Because clearly, there's nothing actually there. The scene then shifts to a desert, where Sang-woo is wondering why the damn girl came with him. She responds that she's there to understand the items he might obtain right in case he gets something she doesn't recognize. Besides that, she can make various potions. However, he gets right in her face and warns that he's not on vacation there. She's putting her life at risk. Even so, she insists, saying she'll stay, and if at any point she feels like she's getting in the way, she'll leave. Our boy doesn't really know what to do. She gives up and then turns around saying it's fine. But it'd be good if she followed exactly what he ordered. Before she could close her happy smile, something appears behind her. A classic desert worm, right man? There's always one of those in a place like this. He already pushes her, telling her to take cover, when suddenly the creature just falls apart. Our boy is standing there all potato-headed, and then Raven shows up. He says that apparently he was eaten by one of those worms and ended up there. Kinda confusing, right? But okay. Our boy wants to know what he's doing there. Raven's all smiles, saying it's quite a surprise. But our boy wants to know where the hell is the elixir he said he was going to hunt down. The master tells him to calm down and explains that the area is being searched worldwide. But an elixir isn't something easy to find, no way. And besides that, he's in that place because killing those creatures in that region and stopping them from invading the city is his job. Sang-woo says that if she came from the core of all this, that's exactly where he's going now. Raven goes silent for a second and then says the boy is strong, but even he needs to be careful because that place is really dangerous. It's a place that operates 100% by the law of the jungle man. The strongest monsters eat the weakest and no one forgives anyone. He remembers when he first arrived, it was a good place to train. To get an idea, Sang-woo wants to know how strong that big worm is compared to the creatures over there. Raven says obviously the worm isn't in the core because it got kicked out for being weak, which makes it clear that it doesn't stand a chance even among the weakest. Now back to Jumper, washing his hands. He's remembering the moment the Oracle told him not to give up, that salvation was coming for him. He smiles, not believing the prophecy is really changing. This time there were too many variables and the awakening program was bringing in the 7 deadly sins. This thing about the academy, the elixir, and now this Sang-woo guy. He thought all of it was temporary variations, but now he wants to know what Libra is thinking this time. Back in the desert, our boy turns into a pile of skeletons and already notices the place is quite different. It seems like there's a terrible smell of blood in the air. Nearby, there are some creatures eating each other, and one suddenly looks back and lets out a roar. In the same second, Sang-woo already summoned all of his clones and pulled his sword. He's walking in full swag, slowly saying it's time to find out who's gonna be at the top of the food chain. But he remembers Liber said it's time for him to learn true magic. And Sang-woo man is going to try using his power without relying on the system. He goes in motivated to throw a fireball, but the clones cast it first and kill the monster. He stands there kind of bummed out, right? Because as always, the clones do everything perfectly. So he decides to try finding an opening, goes after other creatures, and tries to use a freezing strike. But again, the clones anticipate the move and do the attack before he does. He's biting his lip in frustration and decides to settle it with a sword like always. Even though he's suffering, the girl next to him is shocked at how much stronger he's become. While our boy's wondering if there's really something wrong with his skills. Suddenly, he calls the clones and drops to his knees, begging them to teach him how they're using skills without the system. Sometime later, the clones are really giving him a lesson, explaining how simple it is to make a fireball. All they have to do is gather mana in the shape of a sphere and then feed it with fire energy. With enough energy accumulated at the center of the sphere, it would turn into a fireball, just like that. Obviously, though, the moment our boy tries to do it, it falls apart in his hand. Our boy apologizes, and then one of the clones wants to know, from 1 to 10, how harsh he wants the criticism to be. Our boy says that from 0 to 10, an 8 is enough so he won't be shaken. But the clone already slaps him in the face, which leaves our poor guy devastated. The clone says he's putting mana nowhere near enough. What's this, man? The game is flipped. The boy is learning from his own clones now, people. A while later, he asks Allegra for help, who used to be an archmage, right? Wanting to know how to use magic. The old man says he thought he was going to learn from the clones, but apparently it didn't work out. Our boy, face all beat up, is asking for a teacher, just a little less cruel. Liber explains that he won't be able to do things exactly like the clones. Their mana manipulation is something completely different. But he has to understand that right now his abilities are weak, but at least he can still activate them. The question is, what about when he completely loses control of the system? What if you and the clones disappear? Well, man, Sang-woo reveals that he tried to unsummon and resummon clone number 1, kind of to separate him from the 7th deadly sin. But when his hand reached out, the clone turned around and grabbed his hand, saying it was a shame, but that wasn't going to happen. Our boy got scared. These clones were more alive than he thought. Liber says he never imagined something like that happening and says, alright, he'll help him learn magic. Sang-woo says he's a determined guy and just needs instructions, until the man tells him to get fired up. Meanwhile, outside, the girl is watching him, wondering what the heck this lunatic is doing or not doing. Suddenly, he wakes up and throws his clothes into the air. She covers her eyes, saying he's completely lost it, but he says this is the teacher's lesson. Liber said he had to get closer to nature and become one with it. That was the first step to mana control. Our boy says he knows how to control mana, at least without the help of the system. So in that case, he could put his clothes back on. The poor girl is all confused, thinks it's crazy how much Sang-woo trusts other people like that. Meanwhile, at the association, Byong is smashing the table. He's angry because Sang-woo said he had no interest in becoming an S-rank hunter, but now he accepted the mission to Africa. Hai-seong, however, says it's fine. This was perfect. With the document in hand, he throws it in front of the old man and says that's exactly the place he most wanted the boy to go. The moment the old guy takes a look, he's shocked, and he comments that the names written there were all assassin groups. Hai-seong says that's exactly what he's going to do. It's better than believing the boy is going to die naturally to monsters. Back in the desert, our boy is facing the creatures, showing off man with a magic circle in his hand. Liber is giving instructions, teaching him how to maintain the power. The problem is that in the middle of the fight, he ends up losing focus every time the spell falls apart. So as always, he has to rely on physical strength and finish with the sword. Then Liber says his physical stats are way too high. He'll have to find a creature that relies solely on magic for it to actually be worth it. However, the moment he turns his back, suddenly there's a kunai coming almost to his head. Obviously, it was those assassins from earlier, and one of them celebrates, saying now he's finally dead. But of course, our boy simply shifted into stone form and tanked it easily. Then he turns around and asks who's up next. The assassins reveal themselves, saying it's amazing that he survived something so stealthy. And these guys are bold. It went straight up in front of Sang-woo, who asks what kind of stab was that aimed at his head. While that mess is going on, the girl and the clones are over there making instant noodles. What she finds strange is that Sang-woo hasn't come back. Number 1 seems to notice something and says the boy looks a little busy. Yeah, man, the assassins didn't even last a few seconds and they're already all messed up. Our boy is even a bit sad, saying he thought that would have been a bit more worth it. The white-haired guy asks why he was hiding his powers, but suddenly he pulls out some kunai and goes for one last attack. Yeah, he really wants to die now. Sang-woo obviously just catches it in his hand and says it's sad to see the guy thinks he can kill him like that. Our boy tried to activate a magic circle, but as always it failed. Still, the fool is shaking all over. He knows that if the boy had managed to activate the ability, he would have died right there. But he's thinking that our boy forgave him, when obviously it's just that his magic failed because he's useless. The guy starts laughing, asking if he really believes he's that strong, so superior that he doesn't even want to use his abilities. Sang-woo laughs through gritted teeth, saying he's realized the truth. Turns and says that yeah, that's it. He's so strong he doesn't even feel like using abilities. As if he were someone who can't use his own skills. That wouldn't make any sense at all. A while later, there he is again back on the monster hunt. Apparently, he just left the guys behind. Leber, however, says he's getting lazy. He's just killing the creatures and not even trying to practice. But Sang-woo man is upset, saying nothing is working. At least the monsters really were getting stronger bit by bit. Then the old man says that this ability of his to absorb mana from creatures really was extremely powerful. He was constantly getting stronger and stronger just by going straight ahead and killing those monsters. Our boy says it really is good. The only problem is that he has to keep facing stronger and stronger things or else he doesn't gain experience. Well, at that moment, our boy says that now the fun is here. He looks over at the guys who came to attack, saying that apparently today's new training session has arrived. Man, we're already on the next day. The guy who got beat up yesterday says they're back, but this time they got unshakable tactics. They're already charging in, and there's Sang-woo once again trying to form that tired magic circle in his hand, man. He compliments the guys on their speed, and the mummy guy blows some poison breath in his face. Strangely, Sang-woo says that it's refreshing. The guy tries to use another skill, an earthquake, to drain his mana. Then the white-haired guy says the perfect chance has come. He unleashes an explosion that sends a cloud of smoke in front of our boy, saying it's impossible for anyone to survive that. But obviously in the same second, Sang-woo just passes right through and punches him in the face. Then the mummy guy tries to activate a magic circle, but it falls apart right in his face. Then he tells the guy he still won't get to see the amazing ability he's secretly keeping. The guy obviously gets even more pissed, telling him to just use the power already. But then blood splatters and we're already on the next day. At the top of some pillars, the clones are just watching the surroundings. Sang-woo and the girls show up. He asks why she's not sleeping. She gets startled and says it's good she didn't stay up all night just waiting for him. She just ignores what he said and says she prepared some food for the boy. Our boy says he doesn't need all that, but she says that since she's there taking up his time, it's the least she can do. While they enjoy the meal, the white-haired mummy guy is waking up in chains. In front of them, another assassination group, Scorpion 13, arrived to kill our boy. Obviously, each one of them has their own name, right guys? But come on, there's no way we need to know the name of every single one of these 7 assassin groups. On the left is the sharp-toothed guy, and on the right is the one with the black mask. Got it. Obviously, the mummy already knows they must be there because of Sang-woo too. Toothy guy pulls out a cigarette and says he doesn't like this whole competition thing, but everyone's trying to kill the same person. Out of nowhere, the mummy and that other crazy guy are staring and laughing, saying they're going to predict what's going to happen. They won't even get to see the abilities Sang-woo has. Toothy says that's obvious. He's not going to give the kid any chance to use them. Oh, you really think that Chaitak M200 on your back is going to kill our boy? Yeah, obviously not, man. There he is already on the ground, wiped out, saying he really didn't manage to see the damn ability. Meanwhile, poor Sang-woo's over there with his ability failing as always. He says he has no talent, but Liber tells him to stay calm. He really is improving. The fact that he was forming a magic circle after a fight was a great sign. And Liber tells him to keep sparing those assassins. They were proving to be way better training than the monsters. What he's curious about, though, is what crime Sang-woo committed or what group he offended to be hunted by so many people. Sang-woo says that's something even he doesn't know, and he's not in the mood to torture those guys to find out, so whatever. The next day, there he is celebrating a beautiful morning when suddenly, an explosion. Some girl there with her outfit not even unlocked on the character yet says that not a trace of the boy was left. But on their backs, there was our boy causing another explosion. The following day, he got trapped by some vines. The plant dude and the black mask attacked, but one of them took a punch to the face and it was over. More and more assassins started showing up, each with deadlier attacks than the last. The advantage for Sang-woo is that his skills in fighting humans kept improving non-stop. And of course, at the same time, his magical abilities were slowly evolving. The problem is that even then, it was still hard to activate any magic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is laughing like a maniac. Looking at a photo of someone dead, he says he can't tell anyone about it. A girl is waking up in bed and hears this crazy guy yelling outside. She gets up, walking through the houses, asking if her mom is okay. Man, seriously, just like that. What was that? Scared the hell out of me. Whoa, now I get it. Luka woke up crying. So her dad died in the monster accident and her mom, ended herself. Man, that hit hard. Got me in the feels. And before she can even cry and vent, our boy was already at her side saying they need to have a talk. It was time for her to say exactly who she was. Because the assassin's man, Braids, is showing up at the plant guy and the mask guy. Everyone wants to know, right, if anyone saw the boy use any abilities. Braids doesn't say anything. And he knows for sure he just got beaten too. Plant guy says it's really a mess. None of them there had enough skill to make Sang-woo use anything besides physical attacks. The girl with the locked outfit says she didn't even see a single clone. No wonder he was a candidate for rank S. In front of one of the campfires, one of them tells everyone to listen up. What if they teamed up and attacked Sang-woo all at once? He figures the offer they all received for this mission can't be that different from his. Even if they split everything among everyone, it would still be good money. Toothy says the reward is solid, and the mask guy says that without everyone's help, he doesn't trust he could manage it. The green-haired girl, though, says she'll first have to contact Central. But then someone nearby says this place is full of filthy people. The guy with the beanie asks who said that. And man, it's a guy saying they're the scum of society. It's a disgrace that they're trying to gang up like that to kill Sang-woo. Everyone should already realize that they're only alive not because the kid is weak. He had already completed countless missions and killed countless people. However, this guy had forgiven all the assassins who tried to kill him, not just one, but all of them. And that's why he wouldn't make an alliance with a bunch of filthy people like them. Strangely, now the guys are starting to like Sang-woo. Black Beanie and Shark Tooth say that really, Sang-woo has been forgiving everyone. Then the guy turns and says his goal is to, on his own, make Sang-woo use one of his abilities just once. Back with our boy, he's talking with the girl, saying there's something wrong. He knew people wanted to kill him, but this time, there were way too many assassins coming after him. The girl says she hadn't even noticed there were that many people attacking. And then Sang-woo reveals that the people who are against him becoming an S-rank assassin are the head of the Korean Hunter Association, Byong, and that other weird dude, right, Hae-sung. And he's starting to think they're the ones who sent these assassins to take him out. He tells Hae-yeon that ever since they met, she's wanted revenge against that bastard Hae-sung. And strangely, she was forced to come along with him until now. So he's starting to think all this might be connected. He wants her to tell him now what her connection is to the guy. Man, she's shaking all over, even I can't remember if she actually has a connection I forgot about. I think I got my amnesia. Suddenly though, just as Leia is about to answer, our boy slashes through, saying there's no time. That answer will have to wait. Then he tells number 1 and number 2 to take Hae-yeon somewhere safe. Man, the clones ask if he needs help, and he just says no. Until he sees, right, that finally the whole group of assassins has arrived. Then Mummy says that whether Sang-woo likes it or not, this is the last time they'll meet. Libert tells our boy that finally a real fight has arrived. Then all the assassins leap forward, saying that today is the day they'll see his ability. With the first jump, Sang-woo noticed that no dust got kicked up, meaning they were all illusions. He makes the first slash, breaking the illusions, and a guy shows up behind him. But he was already expecting that and reacts by grabbing the guy by the neck, only to get smacked in the hand. The Chag-Tak guy says the day to use his powers has finally arrived. Our boy really has his hand bleeding, and Libert tells him to calm down and start trying to use his ability. He had already gone through all the preparatory stages. Given the moment, the only thing missing is for him to realize he doesn't have the system anymore and stop thinking like someone who does. At the moment he's using magic, he's unconsciously losing control of the mana. While Libert is saying all this, he's dodging attacks left and right. He's clashing swords with Mummy, who says this is no longer a joke. And Libert says he has to understand that conjuring power isn't just about summoning mana. Manipulating it is just as important. Our boy is listening to the instructions while Mummy is going all out, yelling at him to use some kind of ability. Masked guy comes from behind and tries to hit him. Our boy managed to block with his shield, but as always, the magic in his hand was hard to maintain. A bunch of swords and kunai fly at him. An explosion happens. White Hair says that at this rate, the boy is going to die without using a single ability. That's when Sang-woo tells the whole damn group of assassins to shut up. They talk too much for people who are trying to kill him. Suddenly, our boy gets caught by the arm and his sword gets knocked from his hand. Mummy says that since he's going to refuse until the very end, this would be his death. There are people attacking from every side, man. Meanwhile, Sang-woo looks at his hand, saying that activation and maintenance of power need to be done the same way. Finally, the magic circle begins to expand, and an explosion goes off, man. All the assassins are lit up in flames and our boy now has a little smirk on his face. But the second he celebrates that the power worked, he's got that potato face expression again. The assassin group was strangely kneeling. We actually made this part up earlier when they were wondering what they would do against Sang-woo. That's when Mummy said that at the very least he wanted to see him use an ability once. And when he managed to do that, then he joined the boy. Mummy is standing there saying, man, that from now on he's a loyal follower. Oh damn, just because I made a point of not giving anyone names, now everyone's going to keep showing up forever. But Sang-woo instantly refuses, saying he's not going to accept a bunch of trash like them who kill for money. He turns around waving goodbye, but Mummy wants to know if they were the first. He's sure other assassin groups must have come after him. Our boy says he doesn't care at all about that. But Mummy says he should know nothing's better than an assassin to prevent assassinations. From now on, he didn't have to worry anymore since he spared everyone's life there, and they'd all defend him and make sure no one attacked. All they wanted was for him to admit that he's now the leader of the group. A while later, Mummy and the group are walking through the desert, remembering how Sang-woo said that if they wanted him to be a leader, they'd have to prove their worth. The girl unlocked the outfit, guys. Or am I going crazy? Wasn't her hair green with that black outfit you could barely see? Now her hair is red and the outfit's green. I think I unlocked the Alzheimer's skill. Tuthi, though, was warning that if they come back with no results, obviously they're as good as dead. That's why he accepted the suggestion to surrender to Sang-woo. But now, what are they gonna do? Mummy turns and says it's obvious. They'll prove they're worthy, just like he said. The fact that he didn't accept them right away makes it even clearer. Joining that boy was the best thing they could possibly do. This was their chance to live as humans again. Ah, I was mixing them up. Look, man, there's the green-haired girl with the locked outfit. Gray hair says they don't have to go that far. They already forced the boy to use his ability. Blondie wants to understand why, out of nowhere, they're trying to form a team. As far as they remember, assassins hated each other, and everyone thought they were more noble than the next. Mummy says that's exactly why they were assassins. Man, everyone is an idiot. Back with our millionaire boy, he's explained the whole story to Hyeon. She says she understands what happened, but it's strange to say the least. He replies that at least it's clear now. The head of the association and that guy were the ones who hired those people. He already knew about Hai Seong after all. They're basically sworn enemies. Then Hyeon says he was sent to this place because it was exactly there that it all began. The great disaster of the Korean Hunter Association. Back in the past with her mom telling her dad to be careful. Her dad, who was an A-rank hunter, told them not to worry, man, and put the little cap on Hyeon. But even though he looked all sweet like that, we already know what happened. Her parents were awakened, who had been chosen at the start of the great disaster. Back then, awakening wasn't as common as it is now. Creatures showed up everywhere, so people were mobilized into task forces. Her dad was part of one of those and one of the most renowned in Korea. You could say they were one of the most successful teams. But obviously, in those days, casualties were common. And that's why several bunkers were created to reduce monster entry and start containing the incidents. Until the great accident happened. Walking around the area, people commented that Monster Cores really was the perfect name. Her dad said the smell of blood there was awful. Look, man, who's that with him? Bio on the left? Is that guy from the association, you know, the dude who's short and bald now? I think it's him, not sure. There's another girl with a locked outfit, and once again I don't want to give names. Because they introduced like 15 characters at once and expect me to list everyone. Like, come on, slow down, my brain doesn't work like that, man. And right when they were talking about the place, some creatures appeared behind them. Man, the monsters showed up already conjuring stuff in their mouths. The girl with the locked outfit this time grabbed her whip and landed it clean on the monster. But as soon as the first one went down, an even bigger one appeared behind them. The group seemed kind of hesitant after all. It was an A-rank creature. They tried to use a chain ability just as Byong went in to punch it. The hit landed perfectly and a mage summoned some rocks to fall on the beast. The red-haired girl says that this time it was a much tougher creature. But seeing Hyeon's father attack, he says not to worry. That guy was specialized in killing monsters for sure. As soon as he touches the creature's forehead, the magic expands and explodes from the inside out. The blue-haired girl says it's undeniable. That bastard was stronger than she expected. No wonder they were considering him for Korea's first S rank. Hearing that, he turns and says he doesn't want that title. He not only has no interest, but also doesn't want to get any busier than he already is. Oh, look who's there, man. To this day, that guy's still trying to become S rank. For the love of God, that Hai Seong really is a damn failure. Her dad was there saying that if he could retire before 40 with a good salary, that'd be perfect already. When suddenly, a creature appeared behind them. Red-haired girl quickly pulls the whip and manages to restrain the beast. She says it'll be easy, charges of power, but from 1 second to the next, something pierces right through her chest. Man, the creature had created a crater so big you could see the mountain on the other side. Blue-haired girl screams in despair and runs to help her. And look, man, I thought Byong would be kinda traitorous, but he went in for the brawl for real. Obviously, the monster seemed untouched. Nothing was affecting it. It grabbed Byong's arm and threw him far. The girl tried to use those chains of hers while the other two attacked from the sides. There was lightning, explosions, fire everywhere. Hyen, who's the girl's dad, touched the creature again and it expanded and expanded, but stayed completely intact in the air. Not even the implosion worked. Damn man, the green-haired one with a mask got whipped in the neck too. At that moment, the group realized that creature was way above anything A rank. He gave the order for the whole group to scatter so they'd have at least some chance to survive. Once they were spread out, they regrouped at the field they were in 2 days ago. That was their only chance, or everyone there would die. The ground explodes, and after some time, we see one of them fleeing. I think it's Hai Seong, the cursed failure from the future who's trying to kill our boy. The masked guy died right next to him. He knows that if he had been the target, he wouldn't have even reacted. But just as he thought he had escaped, a bird appeared behind him. He turns all crooks, saying that his goal was to become the strongest. But after seeing the monster's attack, he knows this is the end. That's when suddenly, something appears in front of him, causing an explosion. The creature shoots up into the sky and the guy asks if he's that Hai Seong guy. It was Hyen's father, saying he should be grateful now for having his life saved. Meanwhile, with the red-haired girl, the guy from the group is just crying, saying they never imagined they faced something so strong. Blue-haired girl gets up to heal Byong a little, who tells her she better go help the others for now. Even so, she uses a bit of healing, when something else lands beside them. Obviously, it was the creature, who seemed to have tracked them down. Or actually, not 100%, because they were just behind a rock. Byong remembered the crater that the monster left in the girl. They were going to die there, and he wouldn't even be able to react, just like with everyone else. Man, he throws the blue-haired girl out from behind the rock, so she become the creature's target. Dude, this guy is really the leader of the Hunter Association. I think he's the worst association leader I've ever seen in any story, man. Man, that scene even made me mad at the bastard. Meanwhile, Hai Seong is walking with Hyen's dad, wanting to know how he distracted the monster. He just explains that he's sure that creature is hunting the weakest first. That's exactly why it killed the long-range folks before anyone else. He ends the talk saying they didn't deserve a death like that over something like this. But man, Hai Seong asks why he came straight toward him. And that's when we already know this is gonna hit hard psychologically. Hyen's dad says the creature was focusing on the weakest. But actually he was being real humble. He said that, Hai Seong has kids, so be sure the guy must have other priorities in life. But that only made the bastard even angrier, saying his priorities never changed. He wasn't faking anything, he still dreamed of being the strongest hunter in the world. But right in the middle of the speech, the ground starts shaking. Poor blue-haired girl is using her chains to try and trap the creature, while begging for someone's help. And like a Marvel hero, the guy appears once again and blasts the monster away. He asks why she's alone, says he only saw Byong running off. Then he tells her to hop on his back and focus on healing her leg. They'd escape from there. But nearby, Hai Seong is watching all of this. He's in disbelief at how this guy managed to create an implosion in midair and launch himself in an instant toward that spot. Suddenly, some rocks rise and he says that, yeah, the guy really is strong. Maybe so strong he'll never surpass him. And that's exactly why he's going to settle this now. Man, with that, he fires a pure energy shot at the guy's back. And from afar, he says that if the monster goes after the weakest, now it has a new target. But he doesn't need to worry. He'll tell the family everything that happened. And that's how Hyen's dad died. Damn, I'm already looking forward to our boy erasing this pebble-faced bastard. Along with that scumbag Byong, who's out here running away and crashing on the ground like a sack of trash. He's there full of regret, asking himself what he did. But man, you deserve death. That's when he runs into Hai Seong. When he goes to ask what happened, Hai Seong just says they're the only survivors, and he tells Baeong that everyone else died trying to save the two of them. Right then, Baeong understands what the guy meant, and Hai Seong says that's the only story people will believe. The heroes died trying to save the weak ones, meaning them. They were now tied to that same story forever. Man, and apparently, Haya knows the whole truth because she tells our boy, who's asking if that's true. She wants to know how she found that out, and Hyan says it was actually her mom who figured it out. Her mom was at home crying desperately. She had a kind of extrasensory perception ability, and it was with her father's death that everything started to fall apart. In the interview, Baeong and Hai Seong said that the group of people back then were heroes. The S-rank creature they had encountered was unfortunately too powerful. On TV, it was announced that 5 of the top 7 heroes had been defeated by a single monster. The news was broadcast, but Hyan's mother just said it was all lies. She grabs Hyan and asks if she believes in nonsense like that. One day, she would have to take revenge for her, and she had to promise not to let them go unpunished. Poor Hyan, just a kid, only replied, "Okay," not even knowing what to say. But her mom said that her life's mission was to avenge her father. Then her mom started going around trying to tell the truth to everyone. But people like Baeong and Hai Seong, they saw them as heroes. 3 years went by and her mom's mental state couldn't take it anymore. And exactly 3 years after her dad's death, she took her own life too. Man, that's how Hyan started living alone on the streets. And since then, she's been wanting revenge, not just for her father, but for her mother too. From that point, he already knows the rest of the story. Damn man, this girl really has one tactical backstory. Compared to our chubby clone guy, man, his tragic backstory is that he used bots in a game to make money and had a crappy job. Yeah, it's a little unbalanced. He stands up and says he knows she's not lying. Suddenly, Raven shows up, saying it looks like they're lost in thought. Our boy sees him and says it's time to start calling them master. Raven drops down and says he already cleared out all the creatures in the region. He just didn't expect our boy would turn this place full of assassins into a magic training camp. He was a boy who forgave more than Raven could have imagined. Our boy wants to know how much he saw. Raven says he didn't miss a second. He's always watching. Plus, he noticed that Sang-woo is trying to use magic, which seems fun. Yeah, and when Sang-woo remembers, Raven is also from Tiber City, which means he knows magic. Until the teacher reveals that this little magic circle man is all he knows. Our boy says now it makes sense why he's always walking around with a sword. Sang-woo starts explaining that he needs to learn how to use magic so he doesn't depend on the system. And with that, they decide to go deeper and deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, Baeong is getting the news that all the assassinations failed. Trying to keep calm, he says it's fine. That accident was 18 years ago, and there shouldn't be any evidence left. But right as he's trying to lie to himself, the corpse of the girl he threw to be eaten by the monster appears beside him, saying no one forgot. He collapses on the ground like the piece of trash he is, all twisted up, wondering how many things ended up like this. Why was he just following orders? Why was he trying to kill such a young boy like that? All of this happened because of that stupid mistake he made that day. Man, the author is trying to get us to forgive this guy. Like it was just one mistake in life. But I don't know, man, I wouldn't forgive him. I think our boy should slice him up just like he did that monster earlier. Raven, though, is watching with a weird look, wanting to know what that was. Our boy says it's the technique he learned from the clones. The teacher changes his expression, saying he's ruining the technique with such a bad move. But hey, it's good to see he's trying. Poor Sang-woo, right man? He's not like his clones who can control everything perfectly. He tries another attack that hits the creature right in the neck, but nothing happens. Then Raven tells him to remember this is the perfect place to train. This is the land of evolution and adaptation. If you don't evolve, you don't move forward. He then tells him to start trying some fireballs and proper techniques to kill these monsters. Man, just as one of the creatures comes to attack our boy, he creates an explosion right in the monster's armpit and throws it to the ground. Raven says that since the beginning he's been depending on the sword, but he needs to know that the closer they get to the center, the less things will work. The monster's physical resistance will just keep going up, and on top of that, they'll start gaining fire resistance. So you either use even stronger magic or even stronger physical skills. Yeah, Raven's using his own slashes and cutting up the monsters like they're butter. And all proud, he tells the boy that now he can see where he needs to get. Because Raven replies that his real goal is just to rest peacefully and live comfortably. Back at the JM agency, someone's knocking at the door. When Kang answers, man, it's them, the group of assassins who showed up to register. Confused, Kang asks how he can help this little gang. Mummy immediately says they're there to get qualified. His group was tired of walking the bloody path. He's about to say they're looking for a more human life when Kang interrupts and asks if they're there for an interview. Mummy says yes, so he tells everyone to come in already. Back in the desert, man, Hyam finally started making some potions. And as always, this story, right, went back to her, just to go back into her thoughts. Of a moment when a reporter asked Hai Seong what he thought about the woman saying he had betrayed his friends. Hai Seong replies that that woman's husband saved his life, so he won't speak negatively about her. However, even if she had heightened sensory perception, not everything she saw was the truth. Woo Hyam is wondering if maybe her mom really didn't lie. This thing about Hai Seong having killed her dad, it has to be true. Looks like the mom said something peculiar, but we're not going to find out what, apparently. Meanwhile, our boy is tossing out his fireballs. The problem is that some of the creatures are already so resistant that he's not even doing damage. He says he'll try something different and rushes at another. But this time, man, look at the little glowing heart. He's gonna try Raven's technique. Ah, slick. He managed to land a clean slash and slice the monster in half. Our boy's all excited, but Raven, with that weird face, says Scone did it better on the first try. Our boy asks for some praise. Come on, he's a hard-working kid, not an evil clone. Raven says he only praises those who call him master. The moment our boy says master, Raven's already like, did the student call for me? But in the middle of all that chit-chat, another creature rises beside them. Our boy wants to know what he's gonna do against a monster where fire, swords, and even ice don't seem to work. To which Raven now says a pupil who acknowledges his master doesn't need to worry. The path of the storm sword is endless. Raven's all smiles. His dream was to finally say these simple lines to a real student, not those damn clones. Meanwhile, back at the agency, the recruitment was about to begin. Kang wants to know what the two foreigners are trying to do in a Korean company. Mummy immediately says they're there because they owe their lives to Sang-woo. Kang is surprised and starts thinking that apparently Sang-woo is recruiting some foreigners. Whitehair is about to say that it's true, even though he tried to kill the kid, but Mummy cuts him off. He apologizes, saying the guy next to him is still a bit dizzy from the flight, but he'll be back to normal soon. When Kang asks what their specialties are, the red-haired girl says assassination, but Mummy cuts her off too, explaining that they could never be good at assassination. Actually, she's also a bit crazy from the flight, but he guarantees everyone's had a good night's sleep. Kang, already sensing something's off, says it's better to stop the test right there. It's something he was forced to implement by Sang-woo himself. To evaluate each person's compatibility, they'd have to fight one of his clones. Eesh, man, they're screwed. The clone's already better than the main character. Meanwhile, back in the desert, our boy wants to know what's the next step in the sword technique. Raven says he's already learned it, as they talked about when he was working on the form of the first strike. He tells him to remember that fight against the Titan and the Skeleton, where he used his attack and all the clones' attacks on the same spot to blow up the creature. He had to do exactly that, but as one single person. In other words, 5 times faster. Then a sequence of attacks called 100 Slashes cuts through the creature, leaving a crater. I've already realized the author of this story loves leaving holes in monsters, and in people too, sometimes. And of course, Raven says that now it's the student's turn. But Sang-woo man already admits that he can't pull it off alone and summons the clones anyway. Since they're all students of the professor, there's no problem with them attacking together. However, among the swarm of clones, some strange guy shows up, man, saying that the situation is worse than the director imagined. Sometime later, countless defeated golems lying on the ground. Our boy's exhausted, saying for the love of God, these monsters just don't end. On the other hand, Raven is emotional, saying that Clone 1 and Clone 2 were the best students he's ever had. Our boy wants to know what his grade is, and as always this story. But Raven completely ignores him, saying he's receiving a message and someone needs help. He tells the boys to just be careful, they're getting close to the center of this place. Very few creatures have leaked out of there, and they've been sort of managing things, so it's best they be cautious. What if an S-rank monster shows up? Sang-woo thinks to himself that wasn't very encouraging, but says okay, he won't go overboard. With that, the boss steps through the portal, telling him to be careful and not die. A while later, he's back talking with Hyen. He wants to know what she developed. She says she managed to create an adaptability potion. Jesus, it's Eminem man, that word was hard to pronounce. It increases his resistance based on what's nearby. But once the effect ends, resistance to everything else starts dropping. Right away, he says to hand it over. Seems like that side effect is manageable. After that, there's a weird silence in the tent. It seems like the distance between them only grew after he heard all that backstory. Then Hyan calls out to him and says there's something she hasn't told him yet. Oh man, right as she's starting to say it, things start approaching outside. At least the two clones are always on watch. Well, look who it is. The demon beast that killed her dad. At least it's missing 2 arms. Number 1 is just observing, and now that I think about it, right, doesn't number 1's horn look like that monster's? In the tent, Hyan says she's going to tell him her mom's final words and the real reason she's in this place. Grinning like the Joker, her mom told her to keep that secret with her forever. Hyan says her mom kept watching the monster pit ever since that day of the disaster. While she's talking, man, the clones are attacking the S-rank monster. Problem is, both of their attacks that should have launched the thing away didn't do anything, and it's already rising with an energy ball in hand. Number 1 looks over and thinks how dumb this is since he's not going to be able to block that. Oh man, and one of the clones tried to block the monster's strike with his arm. At that moment, Hyan says she finally understood why her mother always made that same motion. Going mad, the mom tells her to listen very carefully. Her dad was actually still alive. Ah, now it makes sense. That's why the monster was missing an arm, man. Actually, now it has an arm, right? It arrived armless, but now it has one again. Back in the cabin again, man, as always. This story keeps flipping back and forth so much it's hard to explain what's going or coming. Our boy was about to ask what happened to her dad when the whole place started shaking. Sang-woo sensed in that moment that number 2 had been vaporized in an instant. He immediately stands up, telling her not to leave the tent because something was happening. Outside, he asks what happened to number 1, who just turns and asks what took him so long, telling the boy to look at what they were facing. The creature in front of them was the next piece on the list. Oh, turns out it's not number 1 anymore, right? It's the devil inside him who took control of the body to face the monster. The Sin says he's just borrowing the body real quick. Besides, he's sure number 1 wouldn't have a chance against that creature alone. Another explosion in the desert, man. Every 5 minutes, I swear. The two jump into the air. Number 1 says if he takes a hit like that directly, he'll blow up in an instant. Sang-woo seems to notice something. Suddenly, he tells everyone to wait. He has to check something. Man, did he send everyone back through the portal? He goes to lunge where the monster and unleashes the 100 cuts to its chest. But the beast is still standing, now with the golden head. Number 1 says that since he wasn't enough, now it's his turn. He fires that precise laser attack. But of course, it does nothing either. Oh wait, it actually destroys the head and reveals Hyan's dad's head inside the monster. And that's a full-on exploding twist. He looks to the side and sees all the clones watching. Suddenly, it starts rebuilding its armor and tries to fly away. Strangely, number 1 says the creature is using his abilities in an incredible way. Apparently, it's the monster's survival instincts kicking in. I don't get what this lunatic's talking about. Is it really part of him? His powers? I don't get it. But he turns to our boy and says it'd be a good time for them to make a deal. If he hands over the part he's carrying, he'll help kill that thing. And he'll tell him what that guy's weakness is. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Hyan saw everything. And man, she recognized it was her father. She immediately starts crying, saying at least her mom wasn't lying. Well, the out alive might be a strong word. He's got the same face, I'd say. Sometime later, number 1 says that the monster they found is actually its torso. Our boy is already imagining him all in separate pieces, trying to understand how that even works. Ah, the 7 sins explain, right, that he imagines there are 7 parts. 1 head, 1 torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a weapon. And each part had a different power. Look at that. It's gone full Jujutsu Kaisen hunting fingers mode. Our boy obviously thought each of the 7 sins would match up logically with the body part. But the monster says that was just a cool name someone gave him. His real abilities were absorption and adaptation. He could pull in the elements around him and adapt to any situation. Yeah, the names are pretty self-explanatory. Our boy says there really was something strange about the creature's aura, to which number 1 explains that that's the adaptation part. He was kind of melting and merging with the environment. Sang-woo asks if that ability works on humans, and number 1 wants to know if he's referring to that human they saw inside the creature. Sang-woo says yes, that person, if he's not mistaken, is Jun-Ye Kim, and wants to know if there's any way to save him from that. You thought you were gonna get the answer to that? Of course not. The scene changes again. Raven is arriving to speak with the dwarf, who says he took long enough. He grabs a sword and says he wants Raven to be the first person to see it. Raven's expression changes when the big dwarf shows him the Earthshaker, or Earthquake Maker, whatever. Looks like it's the sword Raven used before, right? and he wants to know how the dwarf managed to restore it. He explains it wasn't easy, not to mention the sword isn't what it once was. A true relic from the Empire of Urantia, the sword of the first emperor, said to shake the earth with a single swing. And the time had finally come for that sword to see daylight again. And he believed Raven was the one capable of doing it. But man, Raven just says he's not qualified. He's just a defeated soldier who couldn't even protect his own empire. Not to mention that this sword doesn't work with this storm technique. The big dwarf says he already knew that and wanted to hear Raven say it. What he really wants is to test the sword's durability. Raven pulls his own sword, saying if that's the case, then he won't hold back. Then he's already prepping one of his 100 storm attacks and fires 3 at the blade, thinking he'll have to get ready for the second round since an artifact like that won't break so easily. But the artifact is completely destroyed, and the two of them just stand there with potato faces. Back in the desert, our boy is tearing off the arm of one of the creatures and handing it to Hyen. Taking the item, she says that's the only way to get her dad out of that body. She could use creatures that can adapt to their environment to make an adaptability potion. Then she'd intentionally intensify the side effects to reverse the effect. The result would be a potion capable of returning someone to the state they were in before they adapted. She's all genius mode now, saying she's gonna save her dad like that. The problem is, while she's out there gathering stuff, who's watching from behind? Yet it's him, her demon father. Looks like he forgave her because sometime later she's back at the tent and finished what she wanted to do. The problem is that right after that, she collapses and falls to the ground. In another spot nearby, number 1 says that place isn't going to work. They didn't have enough cover. Meanwhile, we see that Sang-woo is tied up, being carried by the clones and trying to figure out what's going on. He asks if number 2 forgot it was him who brought him back to life. Number 1 interrupts the whining and says he's not getting it. The top priority for any monster living in that place is survival, and hunting is part of that. If they just go wandering around, drawing attention and showing all the clones, the monster won't show up. That's why they're setting up a trap, leaving an easy target for the creature. Someone who'd be distracted long enough to take a stab without even noticing. Sang-woo says he must be talking about one person. And number 1 says yes, he's talking about Sang-woo, obviously. Before we can even complain about it, Hyen shows up calling his name, asking why he's tied up like a piece of grilled meat. But he replies that it's a plan way too complex for him to explain. She wouldn't understand it, so best to just drop it. She says okay then, hands him something and tells him to take it with him. He asks what it is, and suddenly Hyen says she saw it. She already knows the person inside that monster was her dad. She won't even ask why our boy chose to hide the truth. In exchange for that, she wants him to give this item to her father and help bring him back to normal. She's sure that if her dad uses that item, he'll return. Back with Raven, he's wondering if that thing he broke was a copy, because there's no way it was that garbage. The big dwarf says yep, it was a copy, and he was trolling. Not just any copy either, it was a replica based on the analysis they're doing of our boy's abilities. What the hell, man? They're already learning his powers and using items based on that. Look at these damn cheaters, straight up Minecraft players duping items. Raven agrees the boy's skills were really impressive and understanding them would be huge. Then the big dwarf says he's heading out since he's already figured out the problem and will improve the next version. But at that moment, Raven tells him to wait and asks if he can suggest something very interesting. Back in the desert, now that our Sang-woo's without powers, the clones have fully revolted and he's tied up and abandoned. At least he's got the potion, which he still can't believe Hyen managed to prepare in time. The problem is he can't guarantee that whatever comes out of that monster is really going to be your dad alive. And his thoughts are interrupted when the monster shows up right on time. Sang-woo realizes that the bastard didn't waste a single second. As soon as he was left alone, the monster appeared. But suddenly he pulls out a detonator, activates it, and everything around explodes. With that, it seems he managed to trap the monster there with him. Manning's already freed himself, called the clones, and says that this time, it's not running. The kid's got swag, and the creature that killed everyone is now cornered. Meanwhile, back at the agency, the clone beat up everyone. The poor assassins are wrecked on the ground. And Kang was off to the side, completely freaked out, not knowing a single clone from our boy could cause so much destruction. Mummy wants to know how that's even possible. They had used every weapon they had and attacked from all angles, even the blind spots. But it always dodged and seemed like they were just walking into traps. He remembers placing the real Sang-woo under pressure during their fight, so why didn't they even stand a chance against the clone? Meanwhile, Kang is chatting nearby, all impressed, offering coffee. The girl lying on the ground wants to know what's going on, and Mummy says there's only one answer. Toothy tells him to go ahead and say what the logical conclusion would be. And of course, the dummies come to the conclusion that Sang-woo had been going easy on them and was extremely merciful. Black Mask is over there crying, all emotional, saying he never imagined someone would care that much about him after being treated like trash his whole life. While they're all saying they never want to work for someone else again, Kang is just standing there listening to this bunch of lunatics. But back to the fight. Explosions everywhere, and our boy runs into the demon that is Hyen's dad. Now he's just walking around with that little magic circle in his hand, back and forth. The problem is the monster is already immune to fire. Number 1 explains that unfortunately, this creature adapts instantly. The weak point though is that there's a limit to how many things it can develop resistance to. So the clones come in hot with the Todoroki relief special and throw in his spinning fire combo attack. The problem is, even then, the monster adapted in real time and blocked both of them. But in that opening, Sang-woo took advantage and landed a physical cut right to the monster's arm. Since the creature was adapting to magic, he'd settle things the good old-fashioned way. Number 1 starts whining and our boy tells him to hurry up and help. So the three of them team up and make some sort of weird fire-ice mix. I don't even know how that works, and hurl it at the boss. The creature stands still for a second, and Sang-woo charges in. But just then, Number 1 yells for him to stop. The creature had already adapted to the ice. Before our boy could react, the monster grabbed him by the gut. And the worst part, just like Hyen's dad, it was using the implosion skill to blow our boy up from the inside. He decides to activate that indestructible ability, obviously, to not be destroyed. Makes sense. The problem is, it didn't look like it was working. Until suddenly, Number 1 strikes him hard in the back, and even says that one mistake in this fight could lead to death, and he had just made one. Man of our boy lit up like a firework and blew the whole place apart. At least when the smoke cleared, he was intact. For a second, I thought he didn't even get scratched. But turns out, he did die, man. Because Number 1 says that, yep, he just died and won't get another shot like that. If he hadn't shoved his hand inside our boy and used his powers, he wouldn't have survived. Sang-woo wants to know how he did that, and the guy explains that each part of the 7 deadly sins does something. And he, being the head, can cancel out any ability if he makes contact with it. Our boy says that apparently he can count on him, only to take a punch to the face right after. While they're bickering like a couple of idiots, the monster starts approaching again. But this time, Sang-woo lands a clean hit to the stomach. Still, Number 1 keeps roasting him, saying that with the stats he has, he shouldn't be struggling at all. So why is he getting distracted and taking so long? Our boy says it's because he wants to finish it, but I think the translation bugged a bit. Probably meant that he wants to defeat it without too much help from the clones and master the abilities himself. Meanwhile, in the lab, we see a bunch of rats in cages. That little doctor guy is bringing out a load of DRP, that drug that makes people go berserk. And guess who's back again? Hye-seong, who just refuses to die. He grabs one of the rats, gives it some DRP, and watches. Suddenly, the rat turns red and explodes in his hand. Hye-seong says there's clearly something wrong with it. The old man pulls 2 vials from his pocket, saying those are the only 2 completed ones they've got. But he needs to be careful. Suddenly, Man, the rat, even dead, gets up and starts biting his arm. And the doctor explains that even incomplete creatures are showing boosted stats and near death immunity. Obviously, these monsters get extremely dangerous, so it's not something to mess around with. But Hye-seong says it's perfect. That's exactly how he wants the item to be. Back in the desert, there's Hyen, doing absolutely nothing, right? After making the potion, there's not much else she can do. She knows the fight is raging and knows it's going to be really hard for our protagonist to get the potion to her dad. Not to mention the potion might break or the creature might just reject it altogether. She decides to check her backpack to see if she has enough ingredients to make another dose. As she leaves the tent, one of the clones asks where she's going and she says she's heading to Sang-woo to deliver the potion. Strangely, the clone says she shouled it, but still tells her to be careful. Where Sang-woo's right now isn't exactly a safe place. Underground, the brawl is still going on. The monster keeps activating its power and number 1 says that damn thing just won't stop adapting. Another attack now with lightning. At the same time, one of the clones is heating up Sang-woo's blade with fire man. He lands a clean slash and finally reveals the face of her father. Our boy has a quick flashback of her asking him not to kill the guy, but even so, he already threw the slash. At least it looks like for a second, her dad regained consciousness. Maybe. I don't know if it's really him, but Sang-woo says there's no escape. But then number 1 says if he's thinking about saving that guy, he's completely wrong. Suddenly, he's already behind him, saying he temporarily blocked the transformation. That way it couldn't adapt and therefore couldn't build resistance. Man, the clones are already chucking chunks of ice full turn of the monster. Sang-woo also goes in for an attack, but in the middle of the strike, he remembers Hyen's request. But man, he just apologized and went to strike the blade right into its head. Only at that exact moment, someone yells for him to stop. It's Hyen falling down like an idiot. She wants to know why he's pointing a sword at her dad when they'd agreed to try and save him. Right then, number one says now he gets why he was so hesitant. Hyen, all flustered, says that if the potion broke, she brought another one so he doesn't have to worry. But man, our boy just calls her name with a serious voice, saying the thing is not her father, it's just a monster. The creature simply took on the same appearance to replicate the same ability. It's not even like it's partially controlling her father, it's literally just an act by the creature. That's why even with a potion that resets everything, all it had returned to is a monster. She's standing there, devastated, saying that it's not a monster, it is her father. She only knew him as a child, but she has vivid memories. The face is exactly the same, so she's sure. But Sang-woo says she should have realized something was off by now. Suddenly, number one steps in and says he'll prove what they're saying. He raises his hand, says he's going to stop the blocking ability, and lands an attack. The dad screams, Hyen cries, and then suddenly, it transforms into a woman with blue hair. Now I don't know if that's her crazy mom or that other hunter girl. I think it's the hunter, the little mage who died. Hyen is speechless, and number one asks why the silence. He wants to know if that was another family member too. Sang-woo comments that maybe it was someone else from the task force that died there. But number one just says, whatever. Either way, this creature was changing forms constantly. It was best to kill it now so they could get out of that place. At that moment, Hyen is still there, poor thing, opening the potion, begging them to at least try. It wouldn't hurt, and maybe it really would bring her father back. But man, number one has no mercy, bro. He's the capital sin and gives her a knee right in the gut. Sang-woo asks what the hell he's doing. That was a bit too much, wasn't it? The girl's coughing up 3 liters of blood, and the capital sin says he hates people like her. Not only weak, but also unable to accept reality. All she does is ask for favors she'll never repay. If at least once she had tried to fight, he wouldn't hate her so much. Hyen can only watch as the entire potion gets spilled. But just as number one is about to say something else, someone punches him and sends him flying. Dang, and now the monster is protecting her. Now, obviously, she's sure that's her dad. The capital sin, however, says she's tired of trying to explain. If she wants it so bad, then let her go to hell with the illusion. Man, the creature was about to bite her, and now it was our boy who had to intercept with a punch. And in that moment, he says he noticed that every time the creature wants to use gravity powers, it takes on the form of her dad. Which means it had access to his memories and his body, which could mean that maybe, everything her father once was is still in there somewhere. Number one says it doesn't matter. His brain's already been taken over by the creature. While the clones fight though, our boy says maybe he can try using that ability of his, the one that cuts off function, to try and sever the monster's connection to her father. Since he's the head of the capital sin, who can cancel abilities by touch, it might be possible. Number one isn't feeling it, but Sang-woo says, well, he's not feeling like killing this creature either. From the start, he's only been here because of this whole capital sin business. The one rushing to recover his own pieces was number one, so now he could handle it. Number one jumps in, saying don't blame him if it doesn't work. He latches onto the beast and starts activating his ability. Sang-woo obviously has no idea if this is going to work or not. And the only reason he's trying is because of what he saw in that moment when number one kneed Hyen in the gut. The monster that had been fighting them suddenly reacted angrily when it saw that. And it was only because of that he decided to try at least once. Suddenly, the creature starts unraveling in a burst of electricity. Her father's body starts to appear in the middle of the dissolving monster. And sometime later, there he is on the ground, eyes opening, waking him up all startled. He gets up all crooked, wondering where his friends are and why the wedding turned out so weird. Then someone beside him asks if he knows who she is. Of course, it's Hyen, wanting to know if he even recognizes her. Right away, he says her name and she gets all emotional, guys. Meanwhile, our boy and the clones are there by the portal, just watching the scene. And he tells number one, sometimes it doesn't hurt to try. Sometimes it works. The sin replies that they just haven't realized yet that that thing is still a monster. Soon they'd see. It might have the face of her father, even his memories might even talk like him. But it was the thing that killed him. And now comes the philosopher, talking about the ship of Theseus. We've already seen this story in like 3 other stories, right? Koreans love this thing. It's that idea, like the little ship that keeps getting its parts replaced bit by bit. Then after 100 years, none of the original parts are left, and the question becomes,